Take me on, make a wish and cross your fingers. Chance it all, throw it out. Make some room for what we're building. All my life I've searched for just this. I win!
It's a good read.
It's in your eyes. I'm the sense. It's in your eyes. I'm the rising. It's in your eyes. I'm the ocean wave. It's in your eyes.
Hello everybody, welcome to the PokerStars and Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final. I'm Matt Broughton, welcoming you along as we kick off 9 days of coverage, wrapping Season 10. And we are kicking off today with the Super High Roller. If you can hear me, you're listening to me in English. Hello! Here are the other language streams available. You can see we've got Spanish as well as English, Italian, Russian, Polish, Lithuanian and German. And that's where you're going to see all of those links from the PokerStars TV. Also remind you, you can watch us, listen to us, as well as on your laptop and desktop. Pick us up on the mobile app. That's the way to get it for your iOS and Android devices. Also, as mentioned, 9 days of coverage. This is the schedule as it rolls out. Hope you're going to join it for as much as you can, all the way down to the main event final table on the 2nd of May. As always, I'm not alone. I'm joined by my colleague Mark, the Conconvy. Hello.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Matt. Welcome back to EPT Live. Welcome,
Rog.
everybody, to Monte Carlo. Guys, we want you to get in touch. This is an interactive show. You do make it. Hashtag EBT Live is our favourite way. Email nuts@pokerstars.tv. Please do get in touch.
Indeed, and here's some of the players arriving early.
Yeah, there's Elke there, Jean Joanda. Saw him at breakfast earlier on. Looking forward to today. Justin Bonomo. He was in for a couple of bullets last year. And of course, it wouldn't be a super high roller without the Germans. Jonathan Duhamel, former world champion of poker, there with Ole Shimian, superstar. Fabian Quas, he took down the last 100k super high roller we had.
A big beard is sporting as well. Big beard is brought with him this time.
And that was everyone arriving earlier today. We played the first 2 levels today.
Yep, and there you can see the backdrop is just that beautiful room. We know we're at the grand final when we get to see that amazing overview of that sexy, sexy room. And that's not a bad featured table we've got for you there. A few names you might have heard of. Isaac Haxton is in lowercase, and I've no idea why we've done that to Isaac. He deserves at least uppercase, if not bold and italics. That's all I have to say about that lineup.
That's so true. And of course, it's no surprise to see Ole Shimian crushing already, up to 447,000. Reminder, each player started with 250,000 chips today. This is a re-entry event, and it's unlimited re-entries as well. So until the beginning of day 2, they can buy in for as many 100k bullets as they like. We saw Phil Ivey buying for 3 times last year and fail to cash. We've seen Philip Grisham buying for 4 bullets in London. That was when it was 50k a time and not cash.
Yeah.
So yeah, so it's going to be an interesting day of poker.
Yeah, and also Ole Shimian there we saw, who's on our table. He got into this by beating a pretty decent lineup last night in the satellite. He got in one of the 10k satellites, taking out Steve O'Dwyer, Cyril Mitzi, Mike McDonald, Olivia Busquet, Igor Kurganov, Martin Finger, Max Altegott. So he's already had a bit of a warm-up. He's had the advantage of already beating one of the hardest fields just in a satellite to be here.
I mean, I can understand him wanting to play a satellite as well. It must be a bit short of money at the moment. It wasn't like he took down the 10k high roller in San Remo just a week ago.
But that's the beauty of it, isn't it? You go, as if this guy isn't already like got value stamped onto his forehead, is that he actually got here through a satellite just to give him that extra bit of boof on top. But impressive stuff to even take that down. You know, part of it is because they're sick and they just want to get some chips in their hands as well as soon as possible once arriving.
That's so true. The first pot we see today was a raise and take from Sen Ung.
What do you know about Sen Ung?
I know he's a very good friend of Paul Newey, who's also playing at one of the outer tables. I know he's had some success out in Macau. He definitely won one of the Macau Cup events, I think, within the last year. Very good player in his own right.
This is Superstar lineup. It's always the way we kick off with these super high roller events. It's always the cream of the guys that make sure they're out here well before the main event kicks off. The guys that come for the big game.
And you know what? I think we needed a 100k. We needed a tournament like this to kick off for such an amazing festival, especially after all the highs the other day of Victoria Corin becoming the first ever two-time EPT champion. It was like, how are we going to follow that up on EPT Live? How are we going to follow that up? You know, the answer is, let's just have a 100k super high roller and get the best players on the planet to sit round and show you what it's all about.
Yeah, if anyone's got any complaints, they're clearly watching the wrong stream. They're clearly just watching something completely different. Don't forget, get in touch, as Mark mentioned. We love it when you guys keep us company. We've got 9 days to bring you. We're going to need all the help we can get. Stick with us. Keep us company. As always, top of your screen, nuts at PokerStars.tv and the hashtag EPT Live. Make sure you keep us going.
Yeah, don't worry. Haven't lost Joe and James forever. This is a televised event as well, so they've got a lot of in front of camera duties to do this week. So, but they'll be popping in. They'll be doing their little bit as well, their stint on the air.
Yep, sure you know how this works by now. The full spectrum of commentary teams coming at you, as well as a variety of guests.
Yeah, Ryan writes in saying, brilliant, what a fantastic feature table. No word of a lie there.
Yep, good to see some familiar faces. It's the usual gang on Twitter. Good to hear from you guys. Hello there, Stefan. Hello, Eminem. Fine, you're back together on air. Yep, it's a beautiful, rare thing.
Adam says, fair to say, he's missed your voice, Matt. How
That's
nice
very
is
nice.
that?
Well, it's good, because normally as soon as I start talking, people go, oh, Nick Walthall. Which, as you can imagine, is tremendously satisfying.
Yeah, people have been missing your 5-bet horns the last few shows.
Well, I'm sure with a table like this, it ain't going to be too long before we start seeing some of it. We've already seen some 3-betting from Ole here. He's already, as you mentioned, Mark, looking pretty happy, nearly 500,000 in chips. Closest to him is Steve O'Dwyer with just shy of 300,000. Tim Adams also just over the 250,000.
Yep, last year's tournament attracted 41 unique entries and then 9 re-entries. So 50 entries in total, but 41 unique players. Already we're up to 35 players today. And as we see with high rollers, a lot of players take their time entering. Some will just wait until day 2 so they don't go through more than one bullet. Different tactics with different players. But it's looking good that we're going to break last year's numbers, which is great. Yeah,
just to recap the action here, folded round to Steve O'Dwyer on the button, who made it 5,000. Reminder the blinds are 816 with a 200 ante. Got re-raised by Young to 12.5. And it was a continuation bet by Young on the flop. Took it down, 43,300 in the pot. Sliding over to Young. Ike rocking the tan shoes in the seat one.
Are you a fan? You're saying he's rocking them? I couldn't detect.
Well, I don't know. I've got the kind of the brown shoe thing going on, so it's always nice to see a fellow brown shoe wearer.
He's got like a beigey cream top on, so he's on the right colour palette.
Exactly.
Don't really know what I'm talking about.
If he was a website, it would be working. If he was a template, I would go for that colour scheme.
Ollie Nevin writes in, where's D-Negs? Well, I can tell you Daniel Negreanu is in Monaco. I've seen him. I've said hello. And I'm sure he'll be buying it at some point today. So watch out for him later on. We'll try and get him on the stream as much as we can.
Yeah, nice to see a lot of our friends. Rob Hippie King's with us. Peter's with us. Lovely stuff, guys. Keep us company. Meanwhile, that was very simply a a walk, I think, that last one. Folded all the way around. Oh, look, Haxton. He's gone caps. He has gone caps.
About time too.
About time too, yeah. We're just testing.
I mean,
testing.
I think it's in the contract.
Especially Hong Kong. You can't like go snowboarding. You can't do anything.
Well, he gets quite, you know, he gets quite sniffy.
He is one of those players, yeah.
He's such an unreasonable chap.
You see him shouting and braying people. He's got no manners. Like, never comes on the stream, especially when we have 17-hour days. That never comes on and helps
Never
out.
helps out with a stream, does he? Steve's going to have another go. This is raised up to 5,200.
It's like a raise and take.
Yeah. Easing into the day. Keeping it simple.
Apparently, Will's noticed on the PokerStars client that Daniel Negreanu has registered for the Super High Roller.
Yeah, there is a pretty decent lineup out in the rest of the field. Apart from this rather tasty feature table we got for you, there's Vogelsang's out there, Kvoss, Strassman, Trojanovsky, Paul Newey that you mentioned also out and about, Justin Bonomo, who was sitting. He had a plate of food this morning. I can tell you, Mark. I know it's probably bad ethics to share a man's breakfast on the air, but he had a lot of sausage and bacon going on there. I thought he might be one of these fitness guys with a couple of bits of melon, and, you know, maybe his treat would be a croissant. He had about 16 bits of bacon and sausage going on there.
Well, maybe he's doing the old Atkins diet. Other diets are available.
Good, well done. Cover the legal side of things.
Got to cover that. Phil Ivy's also in the house.
Yeah.
He's on the outside table. Great to see him back on the EPT. And also Dan Smith, who I saw at breakfast today, and he got there just at the last second because he'd only just landed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Snuck it. Did you were quite late to the breakfast table, I must say. Even for you, that was quite.
Well,
quite
we got a late night, so I wanted to sleep in as long as possible to make sure I'm still fresh at 2 o'clock when we're calling the cash game action later on.
I'll remind you of that at 1:45 when you're talking gibberish. Meanwhile, Ung has raised this up to 4,000. Mr. Timothy Adams has made it 11,000. And now Mr. Ole Shemion has decided that he's actually going to come in here with a re-raise of his own. 28,008. Gets rid of the original raiser, Ung. And the Ole Shemion train. Woo-woo, through the station.
I did do the 4-bet alert, did I? Oh, well.
You didn't. It's early for that. It's all right.
It is early for that, and I think I'm going to retire it at the end of the season as well. It's one of those.
Really?
It's one of those little things you have that's only got a short shelf life. I think I'm starting to annoy myself, and I'm sure there's a certain amount of people out there that I annoy. So, 4-bet alert will be retired at the end of the season. But the it has evolved. Did you hear the cold 4-bet alert?
I've heard that there's a sneeze for the cold.
Yeah,
the cold.
so
Yeah, James was priming me.
Oh, that's good.
That. So yeah, I'm already. Nick is with us on Twitter. Don't forget, hashtag EPT Live, the Comb and the Waste, and so it begins. 9 days of EPT Live joy. Indeed it does. If you're just tuning in late, we are here for 9 days, taking you all the way up to that grand final. Today, bringing you a feature table from the Super High Roller, and as Mark alluded to a bit later on, there might be a little bit of a cash game.
There might well be. We'll talk about that more as the day goes on. Hakan's written in and say, red sweater guy looks like Esfandiari. Well, I think it's more of a pink sweater myself, but it's definitely Esfandiari.
Yep, Antonio in the house. Once again, Sengung has been the pre-flop aggressor, raising it up.
Yeah, Haxton calls in position. It looked like Shemion was going to go for another squeeze play or re-raise, but he elects to fold.
2-way to the flop. King 8-9, 2 spades down there, 11.6 thousand in the pot.
King 9-8, couple of spades.
I can't help feel guilty when we do these broadcasts, because as soon as we see what our audience are doing, suddenly I can just feel productivity across the country, across the countries, dropping everyone going, well, I was going to do a bit of work, but now, or well, I was meant to be studying, but now that you're on the air. Stay in school, kids.
Yeah, well, thankfully people aren't starving, because before you could take the EPT Live with you on the mobile app, TV app.
Yeah.
Then people weren't even going out and getting their shopping in. You know,
They
families were starving. But at least
Toilet
now,
breaks, thing of the past.
yeah, at least now the worst that happens is that trolleys are bashing into each other because, you know, there's an all-in call, you know, the 5-bet horn goes off and they're like, whoa, what's
They
going
know.
on? Crash. But kids aren't starving. That's the main thing.
That's the main thing. And there are a reminder on your screen if you've not already got the app. Even if mostly you watch us on the old laptop, download it, because there's a ton of archive stuff on there. It's not just for the live broadcasts. If you've missed any previous action, that's the place to find it. Meanwhile, this looks like things are getting a bit juicy here. I raised it up to 21,000. A 3-bet to 32,500 from Ung. Ike has the benefit position here.
Haxton looks interested and slightly confused at the same time.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a, Ike has called this. We've got ourselves a 80,000 plus pot. Third spade.
Bit of a hello sailor turn, but not
It's a
quite.
little- well, I mean, you know, let's be honest. Straights and flushes. You know, I think it's just early in the broadcast.
It's, yeah,
We're
I
gonna-
agree.
we're
We've got to warm up into these things.
We're going to need Hello Sailor later on in the week. Official photographer Neil in the background there is a man who knows how to order food. Ike still looking a little bit
Yeah. Well, now
perplexed, yeah.
Ung's checked it over to him. So Ung raised him on the flop, and now he's given up the initiative. I mean, it is a scary turn card. Checked it over to Haxton.
Yeah, of course you go. Is this the perfect card for Ung? He wants action out of Ike and he thinks this is the best way to do it. Is he trying to slow down?
50k's the bet from Haxton.
Problem is, if you don't like that turn, the river ain't going to make your life much better. You know, if you're already hating life, it's unlikely that if you have the worst side of those cards that the river's going to come and make your life better. Yeah, 50k bet into what was an 80,600 pot. Steve's got the samurai hair thing going on there in the front of your picture.
It's a good look. I like it. See, Ung's thinking, you know, if I do call this bet, then he's going to have less than a pot-sized bet left on the river. Haxton could bomb into him. Yeah, even a really good value hand might already be drawing dead to what Haxton's got.
Yeah.
Decides to let it go. We'll never know if that was just a power position or
exactly,
a really
and that's the kind of beauty of that position, isn't it? There is that because the board is so scary, it almost doesn't matter what Ike's got. It just depends how strong has Sengun got to be there.
So true.
Quick update. This is how things stand. Chip-wise, still Ole is ahead here by a fair margin. But too early for anyone to be in any real problem. Even the shortest stack here, Antonio's got himself 92 bigs to play with.
Yeah, and if you're looking at all those outer tables there, unfortunately we don't have all those tables within the high roller event. It's not that popular. The French
or affordable.
Yeah, or affordable. The French Poker Series, the FPS main event that's leading into the EPT main event, kicked off yesterday. They're playing day 1B now. Jan Dion is the chip leader from day 1A. Head over to the PokerStarsblog.com. They'll have articles all through the week about all the side events, the main events, and great feature pieces. And the live events team are covering the high roller, super high roller today. So if you want any news or key hands from the outer tables, then do go to the PokerStarsblog.com. Click on the little live events widget on the side. And all the guys there are out on the floor, working hard for your enjoyment.
Yes, for your pleasure. 3-8, 10, 2 clubs is your flop. This was a raise from Isaac to 4,500, a re-raise from Antonio. First real aggressive action we've seen from him, made it 16,600. Got the call. 35,200 in the pot. Now Asfandiari checks from the big blind. Paul Hamish says, well, if you're wondering what we should be doing while watching the stream, I should be practicing guitar for tonight's jam. What should you be doing that you're not doing? Hashtag EPT Live. Phil also saying 15 minutes in and we've already had a 4-bet alert and a hello sailor. Go hard or go home. That's the way we roll here. And you're right, it's not really a red top, is it? It's got a little hint of salmon. It's a deep salmon. It's a deep burn.
Haxton playing another hand in position here. He raised to 4,500 from the cutoff and was 3-bet by Asfandiari. Made the call. And now Asfandiari's checked it over to him. And Haxton's bet 20,000. 10-8-3, 2 clubs on this flop.
No. Gives it up. Isaac takes no way down. I had to laugh at Liam's tweet. He's done what I've done quite often, which is you're playing poker while watching poker, and you react to something that happens on the stream, and you fold a hand. You think, what am I doing? Like a flop comes down on the TV. You think, what was I doing?
Some of the players out on the outer tables. There's Trojanowski there. Bit of news about him in a minute. Eric Seidel. You can see Martin Finger there in the background. And there he is, close up. EPT London Super High Roller Champion. That was a 50k buy-in. Mike McDonald just squeezed through the bubble when we saw that in the PCA Super High Roller event. Dario San Martino, one of Italy's up-and-coming players, and everybody knows who Phil Ivey is. Bossing it with a massage as usual.
So stylish.
Yeah. Elki! Sick
Hello.
watch. Ah, there's Dean Eggs. A lot of people asking about Daniel Negreanu. And he's finally showing us with his presence. And back to the feature table. Yes, anyway, I was going to mention
Mr. Trojanowski, yeah.
The reason why I mentioned Trojanowski is that he has eliminated Sam Trickett from one of the outer tables. Sam Trickett becomes the first player to bust from the Super High Roller today. Got a feeling that we might be seeing Trickett back later on. Or
yeah, a bit
tomorrow.
early. Bit early, isn't it, to not imagine he'll be back into this.
Yeah, Trickett was quite unlucky actually. He had top pair, top kicker, and the money went in on the turn. And Trojanowski had turned the flush. So Trickett was ahead on the flop, fell behind on the turn when the money went in. And Trickett is the first casualty today. That puts Trojanowski up to 440,000 chips.
Nice. Still shy of our friend here, Ole Shimeon. 470,000 for him, but nice. Nice if you can get out. Also noticed Eric Seidel out in the field wearing noise-cancelling headphones. I mean, that's just rude. I mean, you know, to have your headphones on is like, I ain't talking to anybody. But to have the noise-cancelling function quite clearly on, you don't even want to hear any other humans, do you?
So just a simple raise and take there from Haxton.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep, keeps him ticking over nicely. It's pretty tightly packed underneath the Chemion. Everyone's pretty close. Between 130,000 and 294,000 for Ike.
Early days.
Yeah, absolutely. 800, 1,600 of the big and small blinds. 200 ante.
It's really crazy the way that poker's moved on in the first, the last few years. I remember when we were here a few seasons ago, the grand final was a really big deal when we had the very first 25k high roller, and it got more than 121. It was a huge success, and that event made the whole poker world aware just how talented Tobias Renkemeyer is. He took down that title a bit beat Olivier Busquet heads up. And Tobias has joined our feature table. He sat down to the left of Antonio.
I'm not very pleasant to be around.
Looking pretty smooth, actually. Yeah, change of hairdo since I last saw him.
Is that a polite way of saying he's actually got a receding hairline?
Well, the thing is, there's nothing wrong with that. We all get old. You're all allowed to get old. But I think, you know, sometimes when you're rocking the whole kind of young man's comb over, sometimes it's better off to just give up on it and go with, yeah, just go with a new look. Generally looks smarter, I think.
So Dwyer raised this one. Called by Svandiari. $952, rainbow flop. Dwyer leads out as Svandiari. Wastes a little time in raising him. Dwyer calls.
That is all over me, that second deuce. That has hit my range massively.
Ah, so you're sitting there with
Quads.
quads. Nice.
Yeah, watch me extract maximum value here.
It's fine. I'm going to fold my fives. I've got a live tell on you, buddy.
Every time, how does he do it? These fictional hands never go my way. Oh, and I was hoping you'd improve to the straight. I know you're a big fan of the 3-6 spades.
Shh, don't tell everyone.
Oh, sorry.
Favourite.
It's not a leak, it's a tendency. Yeah, that's what I told someone recently as I examined my results. I mean, there's a bit of a leak. No, it's a negative tendency. You've mistaken one for the other. It's a new phrase I'm going to try and get out into the community.
It's a new spin.
It's an NT, is what I said. It's a negative tendency.
So Svandiari checked back behind on the turn and then quickly folded to a Dwyer bet on that 4 river. So Dwyer above the 300k mark.
Yep, 5 minutes to go here of the level 3. We will roll straight into level 4, no breaks, don't you worry. I don't remember Steve rocking the half your cardigan up in your face. That was the German thing, wasn't it?
I know, well, it's the German stroke kids thing. So he just wants to be down with the Germans and down with the kids.
How old is Steve O'Dwyer? Do you know, top of your head?
Top of my head, I'm going to say late 20s, but that is a bit of a guess.
It's going to be cooler? Yeah, cooler would be good, yes.
And Tobias Renkmeyer has made it 4K. Being called by him. Ollie has not been too busy in the last half a dozen hands. He's going to call along here as well. Not too much respect for Tobias's open. First hand is led. Queen 6-6, 2 hearts, 3 players. Ollie's first to act in the big blind, checks it to the original raiser. Renkmeyer, 14,200 in the pot.
Can we order food too? Food? I was going to lose my mind. Thank you.
So Renkmeyer's 8k bet, just called by him. There will be heads up to the turn.
Have yourself a second, third heart, should I say, 10. Have a banana.
So, menu?
Où est le menu, s'il vous plaît? That's a nice idea. We should get menus in here. Here is your chip denominations, by the way. The fruit salad, the citrus. Cyan magenta seems like a cop-out after fruit salad and citrus. Blue and black, 100s. The fruit salad. The tutti fruities are 500. Lemon and banana. Cyan and magenta. Well, it's hard to find a fruit that goes with that, really, isn't it? Kind of plum and blueberry.
It would be, yeah, GM food or something.
Blueberry, we're going to call that one, the blueberry.
Yeah, 5k is the biggest domination chip in play at the moment.
11k called by Tobias. We're getting ourselves a nice little pot here. Hello, River.
Doesn't get any drier.
No, absolutely.
Not surprising to see it go check on the river.
Yeah. Wants to know who was the last. It was actually Ung was the last aggressive player.
But if it goes check on the river now, the new rules are that it's left of the button that shows.
Really?
Yeah, if it's bet call, then the aggressor shows on the river. If it's check,
Yes,
then it's left of the
nice.
button.
Nice.
It's just to try and speed the game up.
Yep, I think that's nice. Look at that, that's beautiful. That beats my local room, I've got to be honest with you, because there's no bodies laying on the floor, for one.
It's stunning. And at the beginning of the day, these players do enter, and they have all the curtains open, and they have the roof open as well.
The roof is awesome.
So check out the PokerStars blog and the live update section. I believe there are some pictures there. You can see how amazing this was when the players first arrived this morning.
It takes a while to close, but it's worth it.
There are the details. And don't forget to follow at PokerStars blog on Twitter, so you can get all the alerts from their stories and video blogs from the festival at whole.
Yeah, that's worth pointing out. It's not just the chip counts and the key hands. There's lots of interviews and features in the blog as well.
Yeah, there's 10 or 11 days poker action, more than 40 tournaments going on this week. Buy-ins suitable for all levels.
There's
Even
the
as
menu.
low as €100 all the way up to 100,000.
Yep, something for everyone. From the cheese sandwich to the filet mignon. Hello to Carlos. Some nice messages coming in on the Twitter feed. Don't forget hashtag EPT Live. Good to hear from you. I love Whizbit. I'm hungry for tat. Is it competition time yet? No, I actually had that conversation. Assuming we will have some bits and bobs to give away, because we always do. Bit early for that. Let's get some poker under our belts first.
We don't want to spoil you too early. We want to trick you mean, keep you keen.
A lot of complaints about the lack of effort on cyan and magenta for the chip count. We will rectify that, or find someone a bit better at their job.
Adam's written in to say, is this the first super high roller that Dario San Martino has entered? Nice to see another great player entering poker's elite field. From just off the top of my head, I think it is the first one that he has entered. And you're right, it's great to see these new players emerging. You always see sometimes players a really big score, and then suddenly he starts, playing in the super high roller, or hangs around with friends and sells a lot of action. But Dario is one of these players who's really ground his way up. He's a bit like Ole Shimian in that respect. A couple of years ago, we were saying Ole who, and now he's like right at the top of everyone's radar.
And now it's Ole Woo! Yee-hoo! Always happy to see him in the field.
Can't wait to take you on the playa for your first time. It'll be the most amazing thing you've ever seen.
I think Tobias is looking good in this new look. I'm going to say that as a gentleman appreciating the style of another man.
Do you like the offsetting with the facial hair?
Yeah, I don't know. He just kind of looks. He looks kind of salted.
It's a balanced head for me.
It's a balanced head, exactly. What has gone from the top has been adopted by the bottom.
There we go.
And it's long enough that it's actually a beard. It's not just like a bit of stubble. It's like saying, no, I am a man with a beard. And I am raising to 4,000 and being called by Antonio Sfandiari. 2 jacks and a 6. Tobias has position here. It's gone check, check. Brings the 9 of diamonds on the turn. 10,200 in the pot. Remind you, obviously, now we've just tipped into level 4, so we're at 1,000, 2,000 with the 300 ante. Check, check again. Have a queen, why not? Why don't you? Kind of feels like one of those pots. People kind of just lost interest in a bit.
Yeah.
And you head's going, I meant to do something. I should represent. I should put out 4,000, or I should. And you just go, oh, do you know what?
Check on the river. Let's move on with the next.
Let's play cards. Whoever's got the best cards wins. It looks like a bet was enough to do it.
Indeed, it was.
Alright guys, we have a new blind limit. 1,000, 2,000, antes now 300.
Will's arguing that maybe there are not buy-ins for all levels when you're a student. Okay, that's fine then. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But then Rob comes back. Unless they satellite in on PokerStars. Very good, Rob.
Yeah.
On brand.
It is on brand, but it's also, I mean, it is, when you've got something like Ole Shemian who's still satelliting in, you know that people need to embrace satellites.
It's just not fair. But like, before you go into a satellite, you say, excuse me, sir, can I see your ROI and your bankroll for the lot? Oh, okay, yeah, no, this is not for you.
You can't get away with anything in this stream. I mentioned the guy's hair and beard, and all of a sudden we're being accused of we turned into Cock One. No, I was just saying I've not seen him since. Well, I won't mention it. I won't mention it again. I mentioned Ike's shoes and his hair. That's it. That's the style.
I mean, even the dealers and floor staff these days are sporting
I
beards.
saw a dealer in the cash games last night. He had an enormous beard.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous.
Steven van Zadelhoff, a well-known Dutch player, has got the beard of all beards at the moment. It's fantastic.
And we saw him very briefly in a little montage earlier on. Did you see Fabian Kvoss has got himself? He's taken that beard to a new level.
Wow.
That was the times when they functioned the best. Because just imagine like
Ace Jack 6, Rainbow is your flop. Check, check. Haxton versus Shemion here.
can't go hunt. Like I can't go collect food because I'm like not functioning. Like I feel dizzy or whatever. Like that shit doesn't work, man. I'm not buying that. No.
It was Ike actually opened this up with 3x,
This one,
just like they used to say in the books.
I was exactly the same.
Is Ike falling asleep there?
No, he is
just staring down.
just watching. There was 17,100 in the pot. This is a bet of 7k.
I even think it's the same with sleep to a certain degree. If you walk around telling yourself, fuck man, I need like 9 hours of sleep, and if I don't get that, I'm like tired, and you think that the whole time, like sure, like you're gonna be way more tired than you think, fuck, yeah.
So Haxton call, Shemion 7k bet. 2 of diamonds on the river, and check, check. We didn't get to see Isaac Haxton's hand there, but it's good for the pot.
I think he had a winning hand. He had a pair. He had an ace. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the just digestion takes away so much energy.
Well, if you put good shit in your body, you're gonna do better than being hungry for sure. Can I agree to disagree?
No, the thing is, but the immediate time your body is processing the food, you have
Well, it depends on what kind of food.
no,
If you have like white bread or pasta, for sure. If you have a salad,
yeah, even a salad.
The ice cream man's here.
Yeah, and it's not that easy.
can I order some food too, please?
I would like some mint chopped chip.
Any food needs to be digested.
Mint chopped chip.
Don't tell me your favourite. That could do competition. I don't even know if we've got anything to give away. But people have got to guess Mark's favourite ice cream flavour. I've given you mine, mint chopped chip. Don't even give us any clues.
Well, I don't have a favourite, but I had a horrible flavour
That's it,
yesterday.
that competition.
So
Thanks
we-
for playing.
Yeah, so no. They can guess the flavour of ice cream I had yesterday, which
There you are. That's
was
as good.
not very nice.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was very horrible. So if anyone can guess that, then we'll see if we've got anything to give away early on.
I'm sure we have. If not,
If not,
just
we'll owe you one.
we will owe you one. You will just have won our acknowledgement and respect. Ollie has made this 5,100, being called by Steve. Antonio's out there, round now to Tobias. Wow, and out the small blind makes it 17,000, so looking pretty strong in this position. Especially with Steve having made the call on top of Ollie's. You wouldn't give too much credit necessarily to Ollie's raise.
Doesn't look like Ollie's going to go anywhere.
It's getting scary.
Four bet alert. Up to 36,600.
Nice.
It's dangerous opening a betting in against a guy like Ollie.
And the thing is, you know, you think, well, from an aerial view, you think the re-raise out of Tobias from the small blind looks really strong. So now, how strong do you think Ollie looks?
Be careful there.
strong as a hat. Triangle of Death, ladies and gentlemen, has made an entrance. All in, 135,200 has been called by Ole.
Pocket king. Oh,
No,
ace queen.
king.
No, I thought it was 2 black kings there.
Yeah, ace king, ace queen. It's a classic mistake, overplaying the non-pair.
It's domination nation.
Yeah,
is what it is.
it's a drawing hand. It has hit.
There we go. Ace king, good.
As it so often is.
Yeah, big double up for Tobias there. Ollie takes a knock, but he's still in fantastic shape.
I think you've got that around the wrong way, me old China.
Oh, really? Oh, my bad.
It wasn't entirely apparent by the way that the dealer laid the cards out, but the fact that there was the wry smile. It wasn't a happy smile. It was a wry smile from Tobias there. It is Ollie that takes himself up to just shy of 600,000.
If you enjoy watching poker on the move, the PokerStars.tv app is for you. Take advantage of watching PokerStars live streams. Just select PSTV Live. Or watch content offline by going to My Queue and then Downloads. If you want to browse videos, you have 17 channels to select from. Choose between EPT, PCA, the big game, and much more. Just go to Channels and make your selection. The app's completely free and is available for both Android and iOS devices.
Now you know.
But nobody really. Tim probably has the best chance of knowing.
He like communicated with the people.
Yeah, definitely not. He has more information. Yeah.
So when is it gonna be? 35 minutes. Okay, I'll stop by in like 30 just to get that.
3 raises.
But yeah, just leave it at the table. Yeah.
4 calls.
Sven's written in asking, he says, just tuned in, how many entered so far? There are 41 players in so far, so we're already beaten last year in terms of unique entries, which is great to see so early on in the day. Some guesses are coming in for the ice cream that I hated yesterday. Pistachio, no, it wasn't pistachio. Lemon custard, definitely not that. Fish and chips flavoured ice cream, that would be horrible, and that probably would be my worst ever ice cream, but no, I didn't have that yesterday. Conv cream ice cream, yeah, no, definitely wasn't that.
Pasta flavoured ice cream. I'm assuming this was an actual non-fictional ice cream that you ate. I think maybe we should make that clear.
It was, no, it's non-fictional, it's definitely one that exists.
It really was one that exists, so just to help you. Coffee Sunday, says Rob.
No.
No. Good luck. Not much of an intellectual competition, but you know, ease you into the whole idea.
But I created this ice cream concoction in San Remo. It's tiramisu ice cream with white chocolate ice cream, cream and hot chocolate sauce on top. And it got nicknamed Con Cream. And then obviously with a name like that, that was used in certain ways that shouldn't have been on the air.
Well, we certainly don't promise maturity from the audience. Or indeed the commentary.
No, it's my fellow commentators more than the audience.
Yeah, I'm imagining Joe was involved.
Actually, more James.
Really?
Yeah.
He's a bit off the hook, isn't he, these days, old James?
Iron Brew ice cream, Robbie guesses that is just wrong.
Oh gosh, can you imagine? How awful. Folded round to the button. Raised it to 4,500. Tim is out.
Garlic ice cream, wrong. No, it was a fairly standard flavour ice cream.
Just pick a normal one, guys, like mint choc chip, which I've already said, or vanilla. You know, just come up with a normal one. Don't have to invent ridiculous ones. Ike has called from the big blind. Heads up to the flop.
Haxton got the better of the last two. These two tangled in a heads up pot, but he had position that hand. This time he's going to have to play out of position.
Yeah. Interesting flop. You don't know if you're kind of going to give Ung too much credit for a massive hand, because he is on the button, having had it folded round to him. That don't mean he hasn't got some part of this, though.
taking his
Harry.
time.
Yeah, I was going to say, he wants to see what he's got behind him. 217,000. Mango sorbet?
Nope.
Tomato basil? Come on, Ricky, get with the program. That's not a real ice cream.
Out of date strawberry? No. Lemon and banana? No. Never had lemon and banana ice cream before. Cherries ice cream? No. Check raise.
Yeah. Oh, I thought that was illegal.
Only when we play home games in your house, Matthew.
Well, I don't like being check raised. It's rude. I mean, I made all
House
these chicken,
rules.
I made all these chicken wings. Yeah, I didn't charge any extra for it. I've cleared out the room. Somebody goes and check raises me in my own home. It's just rude. Parking on the front. All the perks. Made the table myself. Gets out of there. Mr. Haxton gets rich. Well, I don't know if I believe it. Haken's telling us that wasabi, ginger, and tomato flavoured was the worst I ever had. Does somebody really make a wasabi ginger ice cream? Why would you do that?
Why?
Why would you do that? It's good news for Ike. Takes him up to 322,000 in chips right now. Here is our featured table. Super high roller. Chip count from the top to the bottom. Antonio is starting to drift now, actually down to 51 bigs to play with. There's still 45 minutes to go on this level. Mike clawing his way up into second, away from Steve.
Sign of magenta, says Graphical Nick. No. Ah, we have a winner. We have a winner. Good, we can shut this competition down. Competition that we don't even know if we've got a prize for yet. But we'll owe you one. Peter 182, rum and raisin ice cream. That's what it was.
That's my second favourite flavour.
You know,
And what you had and it was awful.
Well, it was really, really grainy. Mad Harper and Lena Ollerton also had it. Mad liked it. Lena didn't like it, and I didn't like it either. Really grainy.
All right, Peter 182, well done. We will work out what prize we have for you, and then we will award it to you. We will get in touch with you. I think the story is you need to, if you can follow at EPT Live.
That's correct, yeah.
If you follow us, we will follow you back, and that way we can chat via the medium of the Tinternet, and then we will get your details. I've been advised that we have a number of card protectors. Let us give you one of those because they are very attractive. Took one along that I'd stolen to a home game recently and was the belle of the ball.
Yep, so just a reminder, Peter, with your handle Oscar182, follow at EPT Live. And the lovely Jenny will get your details and send you a card protector.
Before the expected arrival.
David says, sorry, DJ Humphrey on EPT Live, just tuned in to find one of the softest tables in EPT history. Not. I'd hate to be a rich businessman on there. Well,
another raise from Ung.
Yeah, it's been pretty unctuous. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Food being delivered. Ah, no surprise to see Esfandiari get in. That guy's got hollow legs.
How does he do it?
He's always eating.
It's not even being casual. It's not even being subtle. He's just eating over the table. Noodles everywhere.
Not bad at all.
So Dwight's defended his big blind. These two are going to go heads up. 7-6-4. Couple of diamonds out there.
That was a vibrating flop cam then. That was like buzzing through. 4-6-7-2 diamonds. Continuation bet. Does the job. Mr. O'Dwyer does not wish to continue.
What is that, just one check? Is it all one check, or? Yeah. Just one before.
Come on, you guys.
You could get them Star Wars one. Yeah. I collected all them. Put them in the box.
Justin Bonomo there. Out the table, you can see Jason Mercy in the background. There's Paul Newey, unlucky to bubble the last time we had a super high roller. The PCA, Olivier Busquet. Serious look on. Sean Joanda, Daniel Negreanu in there behind.
He's already pretty excited to be there.
Yeah.
Mr. Vogelsson.
Johannes Strassman. Mike Watson. Mad Dog.
Really grumpy.
There's Jason. Good to see him back in Europe.
Igor
Kojanov. And that's Vanessa Selp sitting down there. And that, I believe, was her second bullet.
Indeed, that was a rebuy from the lady.
Yeah.
So takes us up to 42 entries, as it were.
Vanessa had an incredible PCA at the beginning of the year. Managed to cash in the main event, the high roller and the super high roller.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. If you're going to run good in 2 tournaments, those will be the ones where the value is at. Well, in between mouthfuls, Tim Adams has got to decide whether he wants to call this 3-bet from Ole Shimion. Off the button. It was Tim that opened up, made it 5,200 to start with. Got the re-raise, is now called. 2-way to the flop. 34,800. Queen, deuce 7, 2 spades down for your pleasures. Noodles checks. Ain't no stopping him now. Actually, 16.5, considering he made the re-race 15k. That is all it took. It's funny, I don't know. Sometimes I find if you're playing against, it won't be this field is not. These players are too good. But sometimes I find it in normal games, in normal humans, people eating, you can really be super aggressive against because they kind of wish they weren't in a hand anyway because they're kind of trying to juggle this plate of food. And I just sometimes find is if I just raise and re-raise against someone with grub, they just give it up.
Do you think people still believe that? Do you think that was a you know, it's like, oh, if I'm stacking chips for a big pot and then suddenly I raise, well, I must have a big hand. Or if I've got food here or I'm getting a massage.
I don't know. I'm not really saying it as like a theory. It's more just a report of the experiences I've had. I've found if ever I've got someone that's balancing food and they're in a hand, it's almost like it's just one of the other reasons for them to get out of one. You know, if they got a marginal decision and they just think, oh, do you know what? I could be wrong.
See that.
Could be wrong, but I've found it. I'm not sure it carries through huge amounts of data. But I do like a man with a, especially if it's the more difficult to eat the food is, the more effective I find it. If they've just got a cheese sandwich, that's not a problem. But if they've got a big plate of noodles, what do you think, boys and girls? A foodie player's easier to bully.
Phil Beer Poker thinks this is the strongest table he's ever seen on EPT Live. I mean, I think it's up there, but we've been spoilt with these super high rollers that we've had some phenomenal feature tables on EPT Live this year.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is up there.
The fields are hardly ever disappointing, let's be honest.
So Steve O'Dwyer, open this pot from the button, called by both blinds. King, Queen, Deuce, Rainbow.
Check to the original raiser, but no interest. 6 of hearts on the turn.
C4 bets 11,300.
11,300 into the 19.8 pot. Gets rid of Senong. Back to Steve, who was the pre-flop raiser. Doesn't mean much right now. On the button.
Yeah, and he just lets it go.
Yeah.
David Kelly writes in to ask, when can you late rage until the beginning of day 2? So just a reminder, it's a re-entry event, not a rebuy. So players can leave the table, go away for a few hours if they get eliminated, come back in the morning. and they can re-enter as many times as they want. They get given a fresh seating assignment, and then at the beginning of day 2, we lock it off, and then it becomes a freeze out for days 2 and 3.
Yep, and of course at that point we'll know exactly how many entries we've had, what prize pool that creates, and ergo, what the payouts will be for the lucky man or lady who walks away champion.
Yeah, last year we had a prize pool of just over 4.85 million euros, which meant that Max Alter, the 23-year-old German, took home more than 1.7 million euros for first place. And we're on. Yeah, he came out of nowhere. He was just he was well known in the cash game circles, but had hardly played any live tournaments before. Came here, took it down, as you do.
As you do. Well, you know, timing is everything. Sometimes I like to hardly play poker for decades and then just come and win a huge £13 rebuy.
I know you were a big thing in the late 60s, early 70s.
Oh God, honestly, back then, Hendrix, Led Zeppelin, me.
Didn't they vote for the first ever World Series of Poker champion? I think you just lost out to Johnny Moss. You were a popular second.
I was popular, and it was all done by hand. You know, it was all paper and pens there. It was before chips.
I think if you were born in America, Matt, then you would have won that. I think it was so American, favoured back then.
I think if I'd been around then, I think I would have stood a really good chance.
Anyway, we have a 3-bet. Timothy Adams puts down his fork and has a 3-bet. What do you think about that then, Matt?
I think a lot of things about that, Mark, and I'm going to answer it in a. I'm going to break it down for you into 20 sections.
Dwyer peels the cutoff from the cutoff.
He peels it.
Peels the 3-bet. King 7-4 rainbow.
Yeah, Mr. O'Dwyer's raises pre-flop. I'm getting much respect here. He seems to keep finding himself into folding scenarios. And once again, sadly, that's the way it goes for Steve. Can't seem to get his boat rolling, or whatever boats do, if he had a boat.
Just have to stay patient. They get given a lot of chips. The structure's great.
Yeah.
It's a long day. No need to get frustrated so early on.
Absolutely. That is the thing about this. They are paying a decent entry fee, but they do get a good structure for it. Plenty of room for manoeuvre. And of course, as we know from previous, if people explode, they just buy in again. Just buy in again.
What's 100k?
What's 100k? I mean, you know, especially Ollie, you've satellite your way in. You got 90k really for free if you think about it. When you get into a 100k event for 10k, that means really that you've got 90,000 just to waste.
Yeah, it's worth noting that Ale Shimian has an almost insurmountable lead for the Season 10 Player of the Year. There are a few scenarios that play out where Thomas Muloko or Vanessa Seltz can overtake him, but it would mean them winning, the Super High Roller and the main event, and him not cashing anything. And when you know that Ole chopped or won outright 4 events at last year's Grand Final, him not cashing this week, very unlikely.
Yeah. Yeah, Season 10 has been a pretty belting season, hasn't it? Between Vicky at San Remo and the German guys coming through, and Ole, and it's been a pretty serious season.
Yeah, bit of a dry season for me cashing in the media events, but we're going to rebuild and refocus for season 11. We can't all be Shemian.
I hadn't even thought about that. I'm so sorry. I can't believe I didn't do that in my small roundup just then. I must admit I'd forgotten to mention your media tournament performances.
It's a dry patch, but I've got to understand variance in this
variance. You've got a negative tendency. It's not a leak. It's an NT, and it's just most of the decisions you make are wrong. And that's it. That's the one leak. That's the one leak in your game. Other than that, I mean, your bet sizing, the time. You always get the time of the tournament right. You always get your seat right. You always remember to wear clothes. If it wasn't for the decisions you make within the process of the game, I think you could really do quite well for yourself.
I feel so much better about myself. I'm 80% there, is what you're saying.
80%
there.
You don't turn up, you can't win. Yeah? and you always turn up. It's just the other half of the equation that we need to work on.
There we go. We've had lots of people references and the players are eating at the table. And a question from Nick P saying, no dinner break in the super high roller? No, there's not. They play 8 1-hour levels, no dinner break.
Yeah, Stuart's saying if the players can walk away from the table, shouldn't there be some kind of table etiquette with all of this food? The thing is, they've spent 100 grand, and if the rules say you can stay at the table and play all the hands, you'd be pretty over the top as far as caring about your fellow players to go, gents, I'm just gonna miss 10 hands while I go and eat these noodles. I don't enjoy watching humans eat, but if they've spent 100 grand to sit at this table, I think it's fair dues.
Yeah, if I was paying 100,000 euros to enter a tournament and I want to sit there in my boxer shorts, I'd sit there in my boxer shorts.
Yep.
So we're going to have a 3-way pot here.
Yeah. Antonio raised it to 4,400. Uncalled. Shimmy uncalled. 16k in the pot, 3-way now.
Ace high, couple of diamonds. Checked around to who has position, he got 8,500. Shemi and check calls from the big blind.
Check calling on that board. I'm just so scared of volley anyway. That's it. Do you know what, you've won. You've won. Congratulations. I don't want to get involved in this.
He called. Oh, sorry. Okay, I muck.
Yes, exactly. that's it. I'm out of here. And now a raise from Antonio. This looks very strong. That's the thing, that the move from Ung you could say would be expected, having had it checked to him. The call from Shemian looks kind of strong, and now this.
Oh, there's one out of the way.
Yeah. Oh, is this the look before folding move? Yes. Strong stuff from Antonio Sfandiari there, who keeps dropping his nose underneath the 100k mark. That pot takes him back up over 126,400 now. Hello to Sam on our Twitter feed. Hello, boys. Just tuned in for a week of fantastic banter. I don't know what he's watching, Modern Family or Morecambe and Wise. Looking forward to winning a prize finally. Well, no promises.
Yeah, and you have to win one, Sam. There's no giveaways here. Kenny writes in, say, hate that the Super High Roller is being streamed on EPT Live and I can't watch it because of Unigroup work. Why, oh why? I have an answer for you. We have the replay function on EPT Live in your desktop, so you can just come home and you can watch it all through the night.
Yeah, that is pretty amazing. Technology scares me. Have you seen that? Have you seen those goggles you wear? That there's not even a screen. It just projects the image onto the back of your retina.
Yes, I have seen that.
That's just ridiculous.
I thought of it. Tim, stop.
Tim wouldn't do that. I just know how crushing.
Some very specific instructions on the bottom of your screen here.
Yeah, I'm reading them.
This is, yeah, I just thought, well, we like to keep you informed. Make sure you know how to use the technology available. This is heads up between Steve and Ike here. 14,800 in the pot. 9-10 ace rainbow. Check.
Seven of hearts on the turn. Steve Edwire and Haxton are very good friends off the felt. Learnt a lot from each other. Talk hands a lot with each other.
I like the hair.
There's extra dynamic to this hand. Edwire bets out for 9,000. And he decided to let it go.
Yeah, it's disappearing into his hoodie, inch by inch. Good for Steve to actually take one down for a while. He's been on the wrong end of the chips for a little sequence of play here. I'll tell you who I've not seen out and about.
Who's that?
The man, the myth, the legend. Lee Jones. Is
Lee
he in the
Jones,
house?
He will be in the house in a few days' time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's gone home to America to visit with family for a few days.
Nice.
And he will be back. So look out for Lee's lowdown later on in the week.
Excellent. Luke should be doing coursework. We were asking earlier on, what should you be doing while you're watching the stream? I just started my coursework due Monday when I discovered EPT live streaming. Might be failing it then. Come on now. Come on now. Stay at school, kids. Just tune in and out, you know. We're going to be here for 9 days. So coursework could be completed, handed in, and we will still be here.
That is true. And apparently it was Daniel Negreanu who eliminated Vanessa Sells.
Ah, well that won't have gone down well. She won't thank him for that.
No, and Igor Kurzhanov has also busted. I told you, those Germans.
Them Germans, they're never going to get anywhere, are they?
No, they're a spent force.
Meanwhile, Mr. Timothy Adams takes ons down there. It's pretty simple raise and win. Ung raised it to 5k. Tim made it 14,100. That got rid of everybody. Here we go, 25 minutes left here. Level 4, 1,000, 2,000, smaller big ante, smaller big blind, ante of 300.
Just a reminder, this is the first of 9 days of EPT live coverage. We've got the first 3 days of super high roller action, then we have the SPS final table with whole cards face up, subject to a 1 hour security delay. Then we'll roll into the main event.
You know what I'm surprised that we haven't seen on the Twitter feed, Mark?
What?
People going, password, password, password.
But it's all from love.
Do not worry, the free rolls are with us as always, and at the end of this level in 24 minutes and 41 seconds we will take a short break, and when we come back from that break we will give you the password for today's free roll. So stay tuned. You know, it's scratchy back. You watch us, we give you some free money. Stick with us, we'll bring you the password, and then as always we're quite keen to know how you get on, how you find the experience.
Ike Haxton opened this pot under the gun. 6,000 was called by Shemian and a hijack. Looks like we got a squeeze from Esfandiari. Indeed we do. Up to 22,000 from the button.
Ike interested to know how much Esfandiari has got. He is the shortest stack. 122,000. More than enough to hurt one of these guys, but of course they are aware that it's re-entry, so maybe sometimes people will err slightly on the side of being overly positive about their situation, because what's the worst that can happen?
It's not a $5 rebuy, Matt.
It may as well be for these guys. They're awesome. It's all relative, yeah? One man's £5 down the pub is another man's 100k in Monte Carlo. Ole Shimion, obviously very interested to know what Ike Haxton does here. Being in the pot already, having already called the original raise from Isaac. You heard it, boys and girls. There's the 4-bet. Ole couldn't really wait to get out of there. Now really putting the pressure back onto Antonio. I believe that was all in. All in. That is the...
That's the 5-bet horn.
5-bet horn has been fired. It's all in.
And a call, I do believe, as well. So we have an all-in and call.
Yep. And the hand for Ike is pair of 5s versus ace-queen.
Svendiari is the all-in player. And that's a great flop for him. I'm just double-checking I got the hands the right way around this time.
I believe you do, yes.
Good.
I watched very carefully as the dealer brought them together.
So Haxton's going to need to find just one of the remaining 5s in the deck, and oh my word, he does.
That's not very pleasant, is it now? That's
Wow.
not nice.
And no clubs in his Svendiari's hand with 4 clubs on the board. Ace high, pair of aces, no good. Set of 5s in the river, and we lose Svendiari from the feature table.
This is a table of death already. Tobias has gone now, Antonio.
All my luck is coming in at once.
I'm sure we'll see Antonio back.
I already paid cash.
It's the age-old question. Do you want all the luck to hit you early in a tournament or right at the very end? Does this set you up for the big score, or do you just want that little suck out at the very end when you're already in the cash ladder?
Oh, the walk of shame.
Why don't we follow you?
Hey, how you doing? Antonio, how you doing? Are you out?
Antonio, where are you going? Hey, we could hang out now. Now you're not in the game. Now you've lost all your money. Oh, sorry. Could I come? Oh.
The lead doesn't reach that far. It's still wired for cameras and still attached to the wall. Bang! It's like the dog running at the gate. Twang! I want to go out there and change the rope for a bungee, because I think that'd be funny to see him come backwards away from Antonio as you reach the stairs. So as we see, that's a bit of a boost for Mr. Isaac Haxton there. Up to 440,000. Second place to Ollie with 593,000. Smallest stack now, 102 big blinds. Senon with 204,000. Early days. 20 minutes left here. Level 4 of our super high roller.
Don't forget, do get in touch. Hashtag EPT Live on Twitter is the best way to contact us. But if you have a slightly longer question or you're just old school, then nuts@EPT Live is the email address that you need.
Indeed. Don't forget, after this level, go and take a break. After the break, we'll come up. We'll give you the password for that free roll. As always, as bang, Ike knocks out the sandwich. We've had the noodles, we've had the spaghetti. Let's get old school, yeah?
Celebratory sandwich.
Oué la baguette. He is so regional. He just embraces the culture of the people.
He's really getting into it as well.
He really is. Looking at him, and he's looking around. He's really checking it out.
Yeah, it looks like the packed day 1B for the SPS main event that we mentioned before. It's great to see. It's been a huge success partnering the national tours with the EPT festivals this season.
Yeah.
We've seen giant numbers in Barcelona and in Prague.
It's just good for everyone, isn't it? It's like it just boosts the fields, brings everyone together, makes the cash games more lively.
And also means that, you know, you could have a high rolling friend who can come along and play the bigger buying tournaments, and you can play the smaller tournaments you don't have. Little look around our outside tables.
Yep.
Last year's defending champion last season there. Max Holt's got on seat 2. There's Seltz on the second bullet. We saw Eric Seidel there. There's Dario San Martino. Timex. Dan Cates in the background.
Yeah. Mr. Finger, Mr. Ivy, hello.
Phil Bott as well there.
Yeah, we've been expecting you.
Yeah, it's nice to have Joe Cam back. Utilised them a lot in the PCA.
Yeah.
We should be doing it again. Talal Shakurchi at the far end of the table.
This feels like sneaky cam. It's like we're hoping no one notices us.
Paul Newey, Jean Joanda. Hey, Justin.
Look at the beard, look at the beard.
That's the beard, look at that. That's phenomenal. Slightly ginger, but still phenomenal in shape and density. It's all about the bounce.
If that gets much longer, he's probably going to have to buy a banjo.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
I love doing the bounce test, you know, with the back of your hands. And just
I've not done the bounce test. We're still talking about his beard, aren't we?
We're still talking about his beard.
Yeah, I mean, that's. I always think the thing is to see how many cocktail sticks you can get in a man's beard. How many cocktail sticks do you think we can get into Fabian Kvoss's beard? And we'll have a word with him. So this is a conditional competition because it relies on Fabian letting us try and get cocktail sticks into his beard.
I wouldn't bother trying to interview. There's no way in the world he's going to allow us to.
I think he might do. Me and Fabian go back before his. We go back pre-beard days when he was a young up-and-coming player. I reckon you get a fair few in there.
What's in the baguette, do you think? Andrew says that they need to know.
I think it's a mixed salad. I can see some tomato, some lettuce.
We're just waiting for another player to be brought up to our feature table, and then action will get back underway.
Oh.
We found a nobody. We found a nobody. He's, no one knows who this guy is.
Some up-and-coming player is just new to the scene. He's bought a couple of books and thinks he knows a thing or two about the game.
Of course, it's poker superstar Elke, Bertrand Grospellier.
Thank you and good luck.
Bonjour, willkommen, bienvenue. Here he is. This is a table. Mind you, to be fair, we've already seen what the field's like out there. Like we were ever going to get a stinker. It's the one time when you know that whatever the random selection process brings forth, we aren't going to be disappointed.
Seat 4 folks. Seat 7 folks. There's no hotels there, 8 folks. Yes.
Is this the first walk? Oh, Ray's under the gun.
Seat 1 folks.
Does the job as well.
Yep. Yeah, Nelke comes to this table. 223,200. So kind of second in chips underneath Senong. But again, still deep stack for where we are right now in the tournament. 15 minutes to go, level 4, super high roller. Do you know what? I don't know if you probably can't hear this, boys and girls at home. As you know, we often mention our co-commentary team. The Russians are kicking off something chronic. I don't know what game they're watching or what it is, but something has absolutely fired them up. It's absolutely crazy times. I think they've got about 7 of them in there, from the sound of it. Dennis is a new member to the team.
Apparently, yeah. The 2 have become 3.
Ilya, some of you may know Ilya. He's popped on the mic every now and then. But it's really injected some action into the and there's a thin black sheet between us, and to be honest, it could be made of concrete and it wouldn't be thick enough.
Well, you know, if you take a friend to a town that you really like or a tourist attraction, and you feel like you become the tourist guide, you get really excited.
Yep.
You've got to wait till you get around this corner and see this is brilliant. You know, they're like, you've got to wait and see what Ali does here to a raise and a call. I tell you, he's going to squeeze. You're going to love this. And that's what they're doing. It's his first day on the job.
I always feel quite jealous because I feel we're quite dry, you know, compared to those guys. I just think nothing has happened that makes me feel like shouting yet. These guys, they're like shouting in between hands.
Well, we don't shout for the sake of shouting. We shout when we need to shout. We've broken a few speakers in our time, I think.
We fire the horns when the horns are required. There's the table. Let's recap this action here. It was Steve raised it to 6 grand. Mr. Ungri raised to 22,000. Got called by Elke. Everyone else got out of there.
6-7, that's 33,000.
33,000 into a 54,800 pot. It was 337 on the flop. Elke has called this, building a juicy little pot here. Nearly 121,000. That's no good. That's no good, that card. We're going to send that one back.
Hope he checks once more.
Yeah, well, it's very much been bet call all the way through here. See if Ong is going to keep this up.
Neither player has that more than what's in the pot.
75,000 total.
Yeah.
So if the player does bet like Ung has, you think he's committing himself to the pot.
Yeah. Could very easily be another big street of betting to go with, unless Elkie pushes here.
What do you do here with 8, 9s and 10s? Suddenly you're not too comfortable.
Exactly. It's all or nothing, isn't it? You
have to call the first bet because you can't let him get away with that if
Yeah.
he's doing it with a hand like ace king or something similar. Then when he fires again, you just start to believe a lot more.
Like I say, especially considering the stack that they've got behind here.
So this is why it's always important to play at a level that you're comfortable with the buying amount, because when you get in spots like this and suddenly you start thinking it's 100k buy and you're like, whoa.
Are you suggesting Elkie is thinking, oh my word, it's 100,000 buy-in?
No, I'm just trying to make some sort of
I know.
connection between the audience and wide. And
yeah, in case any of you out there, and maybe some of you haven't ever played in a €100,000 game, it's a very different monster.
I like Phil Cooper's idea about your competition. So why don't you wait until break and then see how many you can sneak in before he notices? See, now that's good, because you lose the little bit of the feeling, and the bigger your bid gets, the further away it is from,
Yes,
you know.
the sensory awareness certainly does lessen.
That could be a challenge stakes for the future.
I'm so getting that down. I'm so getting that down. Trademark, Matt Brown, the Kaplunk, the Fabian Kvoss Kaplunk challenge. I think Joe definitely is the man for that job. Joe will be with us. He's got a day of preparation.
Day of makeup, is that right?
Well, he was having his haircut this morning, and then he was being strategically shaved and waxed.
That is a day-long job as well.
That is a day-long job, or a gay-long job, to give it the Planet of the Apes reference. But yes, he's got a team of people armed with wax, scissors, sharp instruments, and tweezers, because he looks a bit like Captain Caveman if he goes for a couple of weeks without being trimmed.
It's hard to find decent groomers on the continent, you know. He has his boy back in London.
Exactly. It's just hard to find people prepared to touch him. Meanwhile, Mr. Chemion and Mr. O'Dwyer are going at it from the blinds. Don't go broke in the blinds. That's what they said to me. Ace A7, 6k out into a 14,800 pot. Oh! What are the chances?
Oh, I reckon there might be some full houses out there. What about you?
I think probably at least full houses. Ace is full of 8s, definitely. And now he raised pre, then he bet out. Now it's gone check, check. Jack on the end, or river, as I believe people like to call it. Makes no sense. There's no water involved. I don't even know what's going through his head. I think it's basically something like, if I bet I might win, but if I bet I might also lose. That is the level that I think he's dealing at.
Oh, that's deep.
Yeah? That's pretty tricky, isn't it?
That's
yeah?
deep.
I think once you get to his level, those are the kind of things you have to consider all the time. Oh, nice. And I think Steve was thinking exactly the same thing, only he's done something different.
He has indeed.
You're watching EPT
10,000.
Welcome to the analysis. 10k if you want to play. Don't drop the chips unless you mean it. It's not much of a chip trick, but it could get you into trouble.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That was a fun one. I don't know what it would be.
He's tempted.
Steve's looking at him.
lets it go. Phil says that, aren't I allowed to TM that idea since it was, you know, since it was his idea? I think he's got a point.
No, I mean, you are, but I mean, technically, he who says first wins, and this is all being recorded.
I'm with you, Phil. I'm with you, Phil. And Dick says maybe it's called the river because of all the tears it brings.
Oh, that's nice.
Because they could be tears of happiness as well if you suddenly resuck out.
Tears of joy.
It works.
Like the 5. When Ike hit the 5 against Antonio, you go, well, what a beautiful moment.
Ryan comes back saying, have you not seen The Social Network? Yeah, and therefore you'll just have to accept the £5 that Matt gives you for the idea. Yeah. €5 is all yours.
All is fair in love and trademarking. Being challenged by Graphical Nick that to make it truly Fabian Quas Kaplunk, you would have to, once you've got all the cocktail sticks in, then load his beard with frozen peas and then take it in turns to remove cocktail sticks. Let's not get carried away. But that is a tremendous... Kaplunk is one of the basic food groups of the Chal game.
That is lateral thinking that I like.
I like it. Meanwhile, that was Mr. Shemi and Mr. O'Dwyer getting at it again. Once again, Steve walking away the victor, getting himself up to nearly 300,000 now.
And we have another new player at the table, Sorel Mizzi.
Another one of the players that actually our friend Ole Shemian managed to pip to the post during the sunlight last night. That's not going to deter Mr. Mitzi from getting involved here.
Yeah, Sorel did very well in this tournament last year. Was one of the last people to enter. I think he ended up coming third. Is it third or second? Definitely
yes.
top 3.
Yeah,
third, yeah, because Jason was second.
That's right.
Jason Mercer.
Yep. Yeah. $250,000 in chips for Sorel at the table. Kind of brings him middle of the pack. Senung just tweeting, "You won't believe this table I'm at."
I don't recognise anyone, but they all seem like nice chaps.
I don't think any of them are pros, but they seem to know what they're doing.
Look, see here, Mizzy straight into the action. He was straight into the big blind. Calls a race on Shemian. 3 clubs on that flop. 3 clubs that live on the same street. Almost all neighbours.
$68 is the price.
And he elects to let it go. Just under 5 minutes left on this level. The players will be going off on a break. Stay tuned for that free roll password when we return. That'll be kicking off in just under 4 hours time.
It was either fold or shove. I couldn't decide.
Word on the street.
Word.
We said he'd be back in. And he has indeed. Antonio Sandiari, recently busted from our feature table. Sitting down to the left of Vanessa Selps. Another one of today's re-entries.
You'd rather have her on your right than on your left, but let's be honest, you wouldn't really want her on the table. This is not an event you can enter and hope to have a good table draw. There's no such thing. It's the super high roller. Mr. Adams has raised here under the gun. No. 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 Oh, that's easy.
Yeah, easy
all
game
these, all
sometimes.
these books about the maths of poker and how to do this and that. Oh, just raise, and most of the time you probably win. Trademark.
Kate Bell. I don't know. Ole Shemia makes me go all Cougar Town. Now, Hashtag EPT Live is not right for that. What you need to do is at Stapes. And that's where he takes all Cougar Town inquiries on EPT Live, so at Stapes.
He will be able to help you with all of your needs. They're probably about halfway up his back by now. He's been in there a couple of hours. Probably just broken through to the the actual skin. They're very good though. When they shave Joe, they donate all of the hair to charity he has made into pillows for the underprivileged.
That's nice.
Yeah.
I love that look.
5100 from Mr. Shimeon.
Another raise and take.
Yeah, I told you. All the kids are doing it now. It's very, very popular in the cash games, I understand.
Hakan says, how about a password guessing comp?
Ah.
Yeah, I think if you do guess it, your prize is that you can register the free roll password before we give you the password. So
well, that's it. We haven't
have fun amongst yourselves.
We haven't had one, and normally you need two to see if there's a theme. So I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know what it is yet.
Yeah, we don't even know what it is yet.
You could imagine someone sitting, probably Lee Jones sitting somewhere going, "What theme? Going to be previous final champions or
something to do with Monaco, Monte Carlo,
something to do with
previous high roller participants and champions. Who knows?
Who knows? Not us. We don't know until they put it on the screen. That's just the way it rolls.
Phil's getting his legal team involved now. I think we might have to continue discussions via our legal team.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get my people to fax your people. This whole beard kaplunk thing going out of hand. 13,300. Heads up. Hankston and table newcomer Sorel Mitzi at it again.
Ace high flop. Couple of hearts.
See if we squeeze in another hand before the break, or if this will be the last one. No, we're going to squeeze another one in.
One more cheeky little hand.
How long's our break? Is it 3 cups of tea long or 2 cups of tea?
I don't see it anymore. What's this?
So 15 minutes is scheduled.
That's probably two cups.
They'll be halfway through the day. 3 seconds time.
That's crazy. That's gone very quickly.
Yeah.
Which is generally a good sign of some good poker. Last hand of the level then before everyone goes on a 15-minute break, as indeed will we.
Unless this hand lasts 10 minutes, which
well,
we hope it doesn't.
Yeah. That'll be a 1 cup if I'm lucky, frankly. Elky's raised it up his rinky-dinky raise. Abusing everyone wanting to take a break, perhaps.
Raise and take, nice and easy.
So, as mentioned, the player's going to go on a 15-minute break, as indeed will we. When we come back, we will bring you the password.
Yep.
Don't forget, keep coming to us on Twitter, hashtag EPT Live and nuts at PokerStars.tv. This is how the featured table looks right now. Chip count, Elky the lowest, sitting on 70 big blinds. Ole, top of the pack with 587,100. He has been busy, some would say. And of course, Isaac did very well, doubling up through Antonio Esfayando, who has bought back in. So it's 44 entries right now is how it's looking. When they come back, they'll be at 1,200, 2,400. We will see you in 13 and a bit minutes.
PokerStars, you'll find more tables, more players, more games than any other poker app. We are mobile. We are poker.
Come on. I
All
call.
in.
I don't know. Let's see.
This one's gonna be tough.
It's in Monaco, everyone's dressed in, suits.
Jeez, there are probably hundreds.
And I'd gotten this, new pair of shorts, half a size too small or something like that.
Getting bluffed by Ole a few minutes ago is pretty embarrassing.
Anytime you make a mistake, it's embarrassing.
I got rivered, and I wasn't happy about it.
Sat down at the table, and my shorts just completely ripped.
And I sort of had all these chips in front of me, and I just kind of went, "Ugh!" And chips flew everywhere. Production had to stop. Everyone was like, what the hell?
Walk out of the room trying to hide the fact that my shorts were ripped off.
And then I just started laughing to myself because I realized how loony that was.
That's probably the most embarrassing.
I genuinely have no idea what my job is. I think I would say I'm a writer, because that's the thing I do that's difficult. Because playing poker is fun, and making TV can have long hours, but it's sort of easy. And writing is the bit that, I wake up in the morning and think, oh God, it's a writing day. So that's the thing I'd call a job. My father was a writer, and my mother was a doctor, so a fairly straightforward and middle-class childhood, except my dad was sometimes on TV, which I suppose is weird, although it didn't seem weird to me at the time. I just thought that's what people did. Professionally, I'm sure I was influenced by my father. I think a lot of people want to be writers or dream of being writers. I think the problem is they don't think it's possible. People wonder sometimes, they say, oh, is it easy for you if you have a famous parent or a parent who does the same job? The advantage is really that you think it's possible. As soon as I was writing, it was sort of professionally. I wrote a newspaper that I sold at school for 10p. It was a newspaper with sort of fake news about girls at school, and I think it cost me 6p to make each copy, and I sold it for 10, so I was making 4p a copy. Very entrepreneurial. When I was about 12, 13, I used to send off short stories to magazines under a fake name and had some of them published. The first story I had published, I remember getting the letter, and it was written obviously to my fake name. This letter came and my parents were like, who's that? And I'll take that, thank you very much. It says, thank you for your short story. It's a bit rough in places and needs a bit of a rewrite, but we'd like to buy it at our usual rate of £90. Which was incredibly exciting. These days I'd immediately be suspicious because they said they wanted to rewrite it. But then, I was 13. I thought, I'm having a story published. And I'm going to get £90, which is more money than there was in the world at that time. And then I decided to put my real name on. I thought, right, if it's actually going to be in there, I want it to have my name. And there was a short story with my name on, and it felt very sort of old-fashioned and romantic and like an old film, where someone gets a story published. It was amazing. Writing columns is probably the trickiest way of doing journalism. I've done interviews, which are fun to write up, and features. Columns are difficult because, you have to generate opinions all the time, and especially these days, you get stick for them. When I find a story that makes me angry or that I think is funny or that I have an opinion about, that's what I write about. I do a big project, every maybe 3 or 4 years. I'd write a book, I've done a couple of books. I did a play one time, and I took it to the Edinburgh Festival and then put it on in London, and then it got bought for TV, so I wrote it as a TV play. And then I had a sort of adventure with my friend Charlie. We had a sort of comedy job as porn film reviewers on a magazine. What we did was they'd send us these X-rated videos, and we would review them as though they were proper films. So we would talk about plot and character and say, I found the character of the plumber, wasn't as convincing as he might have been, and his trousers came off a little early in the scene. So we came to feel we could make a better film than these ones we were reviewing. So we thought, well, let's put that to the test. Let's go and make an adult film, which we did. And, I think I'm fairly safe in saying it's the worst porn film of all time. Script-wise, it's strong. it doesn't really have any sex in it. That's where we fell down. We were so embarrassed. We were forever saying, I don't think you need to go further than that. Let's all have a cup of tea and a Kit Kat. We spent 2 or 3 years in this project, and we wrote a book, which I am quite proud of. I think the book succeeds in its aims more than the film does. And then I've written a book about my life playing poker. The place of poker in my weird life sort of changes all the time. I mean, it was always a hobby, and I think it still is one. I just no longer really go and play small tournaments to unwind, because I play big tournaments and they can come with their own sort of pressure. I still have a home game every Tuesday in my house, small stakes, old friends. It's still a hobby, but it takes up more of the time and accounts for more of my income, I guess. It was interesting, I won the EPT London in 2006.
Vicky shows 6-7, she flopped and half straight.
And that felt like a story arc. I thought, okay, I can see the shape of it, because I started playing poker, you know, as a teenager around the kitchen table for, you know, a few quid with my brother's friends, and 20 years later I've won $1 million in this sort of record-breaking tournament, and there's all this press about it, and I could see that's a journey. And I wanted to get into the book, you know, my life, the truth of the people I know and that I've played with, the game of poker itself, all the stuff I wanted to do, so it was kind of daunting as an idea. But once I started, it wrote itself. I had 20 years of funny stories and weird stories and sinister moments and amazing highs of winning lots of money, and sort of terrible nights of being stuck in Vegas, kind of broke, trying to figure out how to get my hands on a few quid to pay the hotel bill. And as is true of any story that you're really meant to write, it was just easy. It just, you hold the pen, or, you know, put your fingers on the keyboard, and there it is. I think it must be a sign that my TV career is the thing I care about least, because I don't remember it very well. I remembered the writing stuff and the poker, but, you know, I presented a few series of late night poker, I did commentary on TV, and I do this quiz, Only Connect. I think it's a brilliant quiz. I think it requires detective work like poker does. It's quite like that. It's that part of the brain, the sort of working out, but only you have to do it really against the clock. And it's like a poker game where you always have a minute and a half to make every decision, which is a great idea for a poker tournament, by the way. The presenting of it is quite fun. I mean, obviously I get sent the questions in advance, you know, they're not a surprise to me, and I always play it as a quiz. You know, I get the scripts and, you know, I play them. I normally score pretty well, but the show, it gets harder as the series progresses, so by the time I'm looking at the questions for the final, I'm usually just giggling. I don't even know what they mean. I'm making a documentary this winter. I haven't done a documentary for a while, actually, so I'm looking forward to it. It's about P.L. Travers, the author of Mary Poppins. It's coming up to 50 years since the film of Mary Poppins was made, and I'm hoping that the film we make will be partly about her amazing life and telling people about her, because she was a very, very interesting woman, but also looking at the difference between books and film, because P.L. Travers hated the film of Mary Poppins. She thought it was a travesty of the books that she'd written. I was a huge fan of the books as a kid, and I'm very sympathetic to everything she did to try to really stop that film getting made. The thing with documentaries is, I get asked, I would say, between 2 and 5 times a fortnight if I want to make a documentary about poker or gambling. That's top of the list. Do you want to make a documentary about gambling is top, and the second one is always gaining and losing weight. It's amazing. That's probably twice a month. Either will you gain a lot of weight to see what it's like to be very fat, or will you lose a lot of weight to see what it's like to be very thin. It's amazing how many times I get offered that. Not interested. I want to keep eating exactly the same number of donuts as I always have. It's something that people ask you quite a lot. You're either in poker or out of it. What are you hoping to achieve next? What do you want to win? What do you want to do? I never really think like that. I don't have a sort of game plan. I don't think, I want to be the world champion, I want to win the Booker Prize, I want to host a variety show. It's probably very much jack of all trades and mistress of none. But I don't want to stop doing any of them. So, you know, I think I want to have another year doing the things I like doing trying to be a bit useful and, you know, pay the mortgage. Maybe I should have bigger goals, but I don't. Small, little goals.
Not since Torquemada and the Inquisition has this kind of cruelty been inflicted upon a small Jewish man.
I've done well in poker. I don't like to brag, but you could look it up.
But now all that kind of goes out the window. It's pretty crazy, actually, especially with the first prize like this.
It's all or nothing. $1 million. Who couldn't use $1 million?
Millie ball, ching.
Finally, we get to do something new and exciting. I'm looking forward to putting Scotty Nguyen and Jennifer Tilly in the cage, and I'll be mocking them while they're there.
The Prince Poker, baby. Scotty Nguyen.
Armageddon's coming.
It feels good to do the light stuff, you know?
Give me loads of time.
Oh, I don't want to go in the shark cage.
I can't fold this to the toilet.
God damn, don't do it!
Was that a bluff?
Oh, in the cage.
It's your big blind. You want to take it or not?
That's called a needle!
We have that cage. We should have like a dominatrix with a whip come out. Like all the in there.
I will fly across this table and beat you with my chip. It's not just a dislike, I hate you.
Such an idiot! I'm more concerned about how I get Mr. Grissom over in that cage.
I don't like to do that, Theodore.
All poker should be like this.
They don't even give you a chair in there.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the PokerStars and Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final. We are bringing you coverage of the Super High Roller. This is your featured table right now, and you can see, if you've not already been with us, some massive names here on this table. We got Elke with a capital Y, Timothy Adams, Sorel Missy, Sing Ung, Steve O'Dwyer, Isaac Haxon, and right now top of the stack with nearly 600,000, Ole Chemion.
Never.
Yeah, who'd have thought? And we're into level 5, so we're now at 1,200, 2,400 with a 300 ante.
Elke describes this table as a super sick table.
Yeah, I nearly swore, but yes, he's absolutely correct. You don't say so, is what I was going to say.
Yeah, I don't.
And of course, this, boys and girls, kicks off 9 days of coverage here at our grand final, as we bring season 10 to an end. Got the Super High Roller, plenty of other events to bring you all the way as we follow the main event right through to that final table with James and Joe in over a week's time. So much poker.
That long away? Wow.
You could go on holiday for a week, come back, and we would still be here.
Last season, this tournament attracted 41 unique players with 9 re-entries. This year, we're at 44 unique entries and 5 re-entries.
Nice.
Yeah, so we're 1 away from matching last year's prize pool, and in very, very good shape to go past it.
And as promised, we'll bring you the password soon. A few people shouting at us on Twitter. Don't forget, it's hashtag EPT Live, or also email nuts@pokerstars.tv if you want to get in touch with us. A few people barking at us for the password. We're going to bring that shortly to you for the free roll.
Little bit of patience,
as Gary Barlow would say. Also, a reminder, top of your screen, check us out on Facebook, and also check out the PokerStars blog. Also, don't forget, we have YouTube channel and the Instagram going on. It's a full-on social media extravaganza.
No, this was like premeditated, and I was gonna wind up. Like he had to close his eyes, wind up, pull as hard as I could.
It could be a long day watching Isaac Haxton. Well, hopefully, if he sticks with us all day on here, but then also later on from 10 p.m. Central European time till 2 a.m. we will be bringing you some bonus coverage, and it's not just any old bonus coverage. It is one of the biggest cash games ever to be held in European shores. The €1 million cash game will be back.
Yeah,
and Isaac is one of the players I think who is gonna pony up €500,000 to play that.
Yeah, we watched him last year, and he did rather well for himself. I'm sure we won't struggle to bring you a pretty star-studded table if that comes together.
No confirmation on the lineup as yet, because until they actually sit down with their money, we're not sure who's going to play. But yeah, we're looking forward to that.
Yeah, we didn't struggle last year to bring you some of the best cash players, some of the big names. And as you already know, if you've been with us, if you've been following any of the coverage online, there are just some huge names here in this field. So not going to struggle to find some of the big players that might want to sit themselves down in a bit of cash action.
Yeah, Haxton won a €1 million pot off Talal Shikirchi last year, so he'll be looking to run just as well this year. Three-way action to this flop. Started with an unraise, called in 2 spots, 10-5 deuce, a couple of hearts out there.
You know what he was? He was under the gun.
Wow.
Thanks, everybody. You're watching EPT Live. I'm Matt Brown.
He's here all week. Unfortunately.
Sorry about that.
C-bet was enough to take that one down.
There is. Look at that. The FPT is busy out there. Bring you the final table of that. Sorry.
I'm sure there's like a strategy to like relaxing your jaw on a certain.
Sunday is the final table. Cards up.
Yep.
With a delay for security, but cards up.
And as ever, we will be commentating on the 1 hour delay so that we can keep the show fully interactive. It's just not the same without your company. We'd kill each other if we couldn't talk to you guys as well.
Plus, there was so much equity for having that YouTube. Like, I'd make money off like the hits that I got from that. It's true.
Just a reminder, the blinds are at 1,200, 2,400 with a 300 ante.
6K from Ole. Opens the raise.
It's level 5 of 8 will be playing today. There'll be no dinner break. We'll be taking our dinner break at the end of the day. Refresh, come back. 4 hours of cash action. Cannot wait.
Do you want to tell them what you had in your napkin?
What in my napkin? My my ham baguette.
Some of us have already had their dinner break. Apparently, some people managed to salvage breakfast. I'm impressed. I'm impressed and jealous. That's really. I was acting like it was a dreadful thing to do, but I just wish I'd thought about it.
You've got a plan in head, Matt. You starve if you don't steal stuff from that. I mean, extend your breakfast beyond the boundaries of the breakfast room in the hotel in a napkin.
And somewhere there's a waiter being given a really hard time saying, look, we're meant to have 200 napkins. We've only got 199. How did you lose a napkin? Unbeknownst that you've turned it into a small food pouch.
Oh, you're making me feel guilty now. How about if I return a napkin each day? Am I okay then?
Maybe so. Maybe so. Folded around to Mr. Steve O'Dwyer is reaching for chips. 7,200. Somebody say re-raise. No.
He thought about it.
Yeah. Oh, a sneaky little come along for the ride from Mr. Adams. Big blind versus hijack. The green back cards. 3, 3, king, 2 spades. Pretty fast C-bet there.
Yep. Pretty fast fold as well.
Yeah. Reminder down the bottom of the screen right now, you're seeing the various language commentary teams. Don't forget, we broadcast in a number of languages. throughout the next 9 days.
Was Belgium Flemish there? Was Belgium
I
Flemish
don't
there?
think Belgium Flemish is there yet. I think that might
Later in
be
the week. Build up to that. Too much excitement to have Belgium Flemish from day one.
You can't just come in with the big guns. You've got to have some sort of crescendo.
Peter reckons you shouldn't give up your day job after he was under the gun reference.
I thought Under the Gun was quite good myself, although I was slightly annoyed at myself for not having come out with it much earlier, because it was there for the taking.
Yeah, please don't give up your day job. At least not for another 9 days. I need you here.
That's the problem, is I don't know what my day job is, so I'm just going to keep just ticking over until someone sends us home. Where's Stapes? I miss his silly comments. But to be honest, mate, you stick around, you'll probably find much of the same. Gobstopper. Gobstopper Incident is the new name for the 5,000 chip.
I like it.
Stapes and James will be in and out. A 4-man commentary team bringing you the next 9 days worth of action.
Yeah, we're on air for a long time, so we need 4 of us, so we'll be rotating to keep us all fresh. Stay tuned for the free roll password.
Well,
it's not long now.
You big tease. Elkie and Mizzy getting into it here. Elkie
calls the 3-bet. Out of position. 955. Dolly Parton flop.
$34,700 in the pot, and Sorrel is about to plump that with a bet of ...
16,500.
Nice.
I don't know. Just
it's too small, I think. Oh,
two. What did you say, buddy?
Too
what?
small, I said. I thought he was going to come in with something. A flop like that, I thought it'd be like making it a bit more juicy for value or a bit bigger for scare. Job was done.
Like that would actually be profitable.
Elkie is down to 148,000 now. Hey, look everyone, it's the EPT Live free roll as promised.
Where's the password? Where's the password? Where's the password?
Quarter
Where's the password?
past 7 tonight. Formula 1.
There we go. We knew it was going to be. There was going to be a theme.
Yeah, they are Formula 1. Okay.
Get involved, guys. That will kick off in 3 hours and 17 minutes time. 8:15 Central European time.
Formula 1. Just one of the things that you think of when you think about Monaco.
So tomorrow's password is probably going to be something like rabbit racing
or expensive hats, all one word, lowercase.
There could be several themes. It
Small
depends which
dogs.
tangents it goes off at.
A lot of small dogs.
Yeah, this was some fun games. So like every.
Oh, look, it's another. It's not an under the gun race. It's a
It
cut-off
isn't an
race.
under the gun, it's a cut-off, yeah. So you want it, so you like the idea of the under the gun race, don't you? You want to play it.
Not going to admit that on air.
You love it.
So like, he bought 200% of 30 random players.
965 rainbow flop.
Yeah. And I didn't even get a good sweat.
And 8,000.
Two of them
Just a continuation.
Two of them no sweat whatsoever. Like the most anyone had was like 18,000.
Yeah. Yeah, it was not much sweat. No.
I love Ike's voice. It's all like it's just brilliant.
And then the
exactly, he's a good lad.
That's not a terrible.
It was exactly a year ago that actually, yeah, he sat in and did a big stint on the commentary with us.
Right? Yeah. So it's like
Good guy.
a little worse than blackjack.
One of the best.
Raise. Oh dear.
It took a long time before the chick raise came.
It did.
Do you think that shows strength or weakness?
I
mate?
don't know. He's just so good. Whatever I think, it probably won't be that. That's how clever he is.
Chose 2 letters at random. It ended up being KJ. So we just went to
Struggling to remember what guest that I was on with in San Remo who said this last week, but I posed a question saying if you had to pick a player who made them just really think about everything they're doing and doing some really unusual stuff that has worked continuously, and he said there are 2 players that make me rethink everything I'm doing, and one of them is Ole Shimian and the other one is Vanessa Selps.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that pause before the check raise could mean absolutely anything.
Yeah. Doesn't appear to have scared off Sang-Young though, so we are building ourselves a decent sizable pot here. 62,300 in this, still with Turn and River to come. 8 of Hearts has got to be worth a Hello Sailor there.
Hello Sailor.
Second heart less so, but you just don't know. What do we put on for this though? Having started all the action, then got check raised and still coming along. What are you happy to check raise call on the 5, 6, 9 rainbow? The made hand, made straight.
Could have been, semi-bluff on the turn. That's vastly improved.
Semi-bluff on the turn.
Sorry, on the flop.
Yes, right. Sorry, that's what confused me.
Yeah.
No. Can't beat Ole Shemian. That is basically, that's the new book.
Yeah, polarizing on the turn. There's a big bet on the turn.
Exactly, and he's just good at that, isn't it? It's just, it takes away, it doesn't really matter what he's got. You just know how strong you have to be if you want to fight him. Want to break out the FES? Either that or we've had a lot of knockouts in the last 10 minutes. I mean, that's just a guess.
Yeah, my guess is they're about 5 minutes and 45 seconds away from coming back.
I think more like 43 seconds, but you were there or thereabouts.
$4.
I'll take the under on that.
Really? That is the safe way to bet. Look at that's just such a good looking room. That feels like that camera's just in the sky. And in the background, you see the TV set will come into play later on in our week of coverage, week plus of coverage. Right now, we're on our compact stage.
He actually charged.
Roseanne would like some God Stoppers. Wouldn't we all?
Well, 1.3 from me, and then 5% from him. So I had to pay 5% for a random player. Just out of pool. Never again. I'm never giving him money again. So Ike is my new guy. 5% is a lot. It's like $10 a person. Here you go.
Yeah, another race from one.
Yeah, he's not let that last pot get to him clearly. Happy to get straight back into things. Had 4 folds ahead of him, so that obviously makes it a lot easier.
Three bet from Ike. 17,500 from the button.
This is never going to be an easy game for Ung, is it?
So many aggressive players around you, just facing pressure all the time. Three bets and pot size bets on the turn.
Just got to let it go. There are no good seats in this event. They are all the hardest. Whichever seat you're in, it will be the hardest seat you've ever sat in, ever.
Yeah, 5% for random players is pretty steep.
It's absurd. What's like the best player's ROI in the Supersonic?
Well, that seems to be an open question. I don't know if I should weigh in on that.
There's the laugh.
There's the laugh.
There's the laugh we love. It's like a tiny flute, a musical poker flute of Ike Haxton. There's an album for you. Action's on Sorrel. He is out of there.
If I had a very precise guess, I probably wouldn't say, but I actually don't.
Tim's out. Tim's out. Back round to the musical flute. Oh. Poker flute raises 6K. That's it. That's all it takes.
That's the state of things at the moment at our feature table, chip count wise. Ole Shemian still at the top. Elke the short stack, but really he's doing absolutely fine. Still got 60 big blinds. Structure so amazing that no need to worry at this stage. You really only need to worry about average stack when you're the last player remaining.
Yep, yeah. Obviously it looks a bit skewed because of how high Ike and Ole are. 180 and 255 big blinds. It's early doors and he's just done so much work already. It's the difference in styles, isn't it? You get some people that just play so hard so early and they just build up these huge chip advantages, and other players just happy just to keep going to work. Stay around the average, above the average, don't get into trouble.
Apparently the tournament's just got a little bit easier. Yeah, Patrick Antonius has joined. So that's a bit of good news for the players hoping for a bit of value to come and sit down.
They call him Dead Money, don't they? That's the nickname. It's just money into the pot that's just, you know, he'll be gone in minutes.
Last year he decided to buy in at the beginning of day 2, turn that into a cash. This time he fancies a bit of the action on day 1.
Once again, our friend Mr. Ng not being at all perturbed. And let us step away from the table and bring you a quick chat with our friend Jason Mercier.
I feel really good. Got in yesterday. Was a bit jet lagged, but was able to sleep for a long time and feel rested, feel good. Been chipping up. I have like 280,000, I think. So yeah, things are looking good. Hopefully we'll win the whole tournament. It's pretty much the usual crowd. There's a couple guys I haven't seen before, but I pretty much played against almost everybody in the tournament, so it's kind of an advantage for me because I kind of know how everyone plays. So you know, I tried to use that to my advantage. I actually have Jungle Man on my left, and he is non-stop talking about just nonsense. So yeah, it's always entertaining to just watch him, you know, and just listen to the Jungle Man speak.
There he is, the man himself, the noisemaker. And there he is, our boy. And he says it's a big advantage for him because he's played against everybody, but of course it could be also an advantage for everybody else.
Yeah, haven't they?
Because they've all played against him.
But don't tell half of them because they didn't know they were playing against me. I was in disguise that day. That's where my advantage comes from.
Exactly. Yep, always a favourite. Again, a field like this, you think, I certainly know who I'm going to put in the top 5. But it's such a tricky field, you just don't know. Mr. Mercier, if there's any opportunity to get him into the booth in the coming 9 days of coverage, we will do our very best to bring you him. He's always very popular, I know, with you guys out there. And don't forget, when we get guests in, keep in touch with us, get your questions to us. nuts@pokerstars.tv on the email or hashtag EPT Live.
This Ace King 10 flop was checked around by all 3 players. 7 of spades on the turn. Adams was the pre-flop aggressor.
Yep. So Tim got the opportunity to make a delay continuation, but does not. Funny, really. I'm surprised about that. You're thinking under the gun raise pre. That's the sort of flop that you would make another shot at.
Yeah, with Haxton calling though under the gun +1, his range is going to be. This is probably going to be more in his range.
I guess so, but I guess it's like anything. If you check every time that happens, you're going to probably lose every time that happens.
That is true, yeah. More chips for Ike.
Yeah, he is quietly going about his business and starting to move away from the rest of the pack. Ole is massively ahead on the, over 600,000, but now Ike up to nearly 450,000.
Yeah, and Ike's been such a big part of EPT Live at the tournaments he's attended, such as the PCA, and he got a lot of support from our viewers, so it's really nice for those viewers to be able to tune in and now see him putting that advice into practice in his own game. And if you stick with us all day, it'd be really interesting to see how he plays this compared to how he plays the cash game tonight. Two completely different formats, obviously. But probably similar opponents, I would say. So it'd be interesting to see how he adjusts.
Yeah. Well, it's a very straightforward raise and win it. Pre here for Ole.
Simples.
Simples indeed. 12,000. 24 is your blinds. 300 ante. Sorry, 1,200. I think 12,000, that's a bit high. 1,200, 2,400. Let's make this simple for me. 300 ante. 35 plus minutes to go on this. And then straight into level 6. And word on the street, Mark, is that friend of the show and blogger Mr. Rick Dacey, or Dick Racy, as is also known, be joining us at some point. Give us some of the news, what the blog guys are up to.
Yeah, it'd be great to hear what their focus is for this week and the exciting stories they've got planning and coming up.
Many of you will know Rick from his appearances at the top of many shows where he stands by the giant that is James Hartigan and tells us what's been going on. Here's the one with the glasses. I'm just joking. They've both got glasses.
If you're out of the hospital within 24 hours, you've gotten lucky. Yeah. I think it's really bad. It can be too good. It's too hard. No. I think he has almost a chance of getting it to him. Yeah. He's still just like a little bit of it. It happens to get him out through showers. It's really bad. I think it's really poisonous. But what is good is really good for you.
It's nice to see mixing it with the big boys. Not afraid to play lots of pots. 3-betting as well.
Yeah, yeah. Certainly is going to be the less known superstar player with this superstar lineup. But, I mean, he has not perhaps had the best of it. But he is 237,500 in. Oh, sorry, no, I've done the wrong thing. Sorry.
Yeah, we were trying to do the cold bet alert there. Cold 4-bet alert.
Sorry.
That's all right.
I'll practice. Sorry, do you know, I was busy looking at chip counts, and then when you just prodded me, I just didn't know what I was meant to do. I was ill prepared. I thought, well, the way it was going, I thought we were going to have ourselves a big old 5-bet all-in or some such out of Mr. Ung, but
it's all good. We got a 4-bet. It is to 31,000. It's enough to get rid of Mizzy. And another tricky decision probably for Ung.
And also out of a player that hasn't really sort of shown much over the top play so far. You know, out of Ole or out of Isaac, you've seen lots of this like over aggressive. But actually, Tim Adams has been relatively quiet, not too out of hand or over the top. So you kind of maybe have to give him a little bit more respect. Certainly no easy spot for Mr. Ung.
Have a look at the chip count statistics, the high and the low points, and the current point at the moment. So you can see Ole Shimian is at his high right now, 617,000.
Yeah.
And Elke came to the table 223 and has done all the way to 142. Still lots of play though for him. Everyone else pretty stable.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of, it clearly has been shared around because it's not like there's been one player that's been particularly inactive. Obviously the rich boys have been getting richer, but everyone else has just sort of shared their money around. Sorrel makes this 5,600.
Stephen's got me covered on Twitter. He came with the achoo for the end of the cold
Thanks,
4-bet.
sorry, yeah, I just got to get back into this ridiculous business.
It's all good. It's new since you were here last, so we'll get there.
Give me another 9 days. I'll be all over that.
Old school. Raise and call. Mizzy will be happy to see that after a 3-bet and a 4-bet behind him last time.
Yeah. Yeah, slightly less funky this time.
Yeah, Shemi and Pill from the big blind. 10-4-3, 2 hearts, check to the aggressor.
Six eight.
I think maybe check raising chips.
Doing a lot of this check raising, isn't he, in this day's play that we've seen? More so than I remember previously.
He's just a nuisance.
He just keeps changing his game, but I quite genuinely don't remember so much of the check raise before from him, but we've seen it good dozen times today. Sort of making being out of position quite a strong scenario, because if we've noticed, you can bet your life the proper people have, more than twigged what's going on here.
Absolutely. He's just got the power of having a chip leading stack behind him.
Yeah. That's the thing, is he can afford to go ballistic here, and it doesn't really hurt him.
As he calls. Board
Yeah.
pairs with a 3rd heart on the turn.
The problem is with the check raise, it makes it so hard to take control of the hand. If you want to think, right, I'm going to lead in this hand, I'm going to be the one making all the action, goes up. Even when he checks to you, you think, right, okay, this is going to get more difficult. And when he bets out, you find it hard to come back over the top of him.
Yep.
57,500 in the pot. And now he has bet another 38,000 out, having check raised pre-turn. You got me sitting there going, but I've got position. I don't understand. Why am I on the back foot here?
Does make the call. You could be sure that when Mizzy was taking his time there, he was going to be thinking, what will I do on the river if certain cards come off and Ollie does certain things. It's so important to plan ahead in this game.
Yeah.
That's where the high-level strategy comes into it.
Especially when you're only going to be calling, you're not going to be raising, so you know exactly what's going to happen. I'm going to call, the pot's going to be this size. What are the cards that can come down? What are the actions he can make, and what do I do to them? 133,500 in the pot.
This is where the element of chess comes into it in poker, when you have to plan several moves ahead.
Yeah.
And figure out a profitable play in the long run for that, or for each of those plans.
That sounded... Oh, 91, okay. Yeah, 91 into 133. Sorrow started with just shy of 250,000 in this. 184 back. Looks like he's giving it up. Yep, Sorrow folds that. It's another huge pot for Ollie. Gets himself up to 685,600 now.
It's just unstoppable.
Yeah. Yeah, more than 200k above his nearest opponent, Isaac Hangston, with 443. Scary. Scary, scary boy.
been another elimination from one of the outer tables. Jason Mercier we saw in that short clip. He got pocket kings against Dan Coleman's pocket tens. Kings held up, actually made a set on the turn. Coleman's out, Mercier's up to 490,000.
Well, you know why? It's because he's played against anyone. He's played against everyone, hasn't he? He's got that advantage.
There we go.
That'll be what it is. Meanwhile, who's this? I'm having deja vu. Didn't Tobias Renkemeier already leave this game?
Can we get the floor over to our feature table, please? He's out.
I mean, it's
we saw him bust with our own eyes.
He can't just. I mean, I've tried it. Believe me, I've been knocked out of tournaments and just tried. If I just sit here long enough, maybe I'll make it into the payout. But I mean, that's just a bit snug there. They should move around. No one wants to sit too close to Ollie. That's why. The 5, 6, 7 seat, very snug.
Yeah, common dealer.
It's all elbows down there on the table. So Tobias is back in.
Yeah, I think this is the first time today that we've had a full table. This is an 8-handed tournament, so until they get down to the final 9, where they'll briefly play 9-handed, it's an 8-max table, 8-max tournament. And our feature table is full up. Tobias is getting his space sorted out. So we have a raise and take from Aoki.
Easy peasy. Although, is there some balancing going on here? Looks like Aoki is...
Aoki, yeah.
Just as you said, we've got ourselves a full table. Looks like some balances in going. So we gain Tobias. And lose Aoki. Sure, we'll catch up with him as he wanders off with his 147,700 chips into the ether. Go and try and do some damage with that. There he goes. Off to his new table. We're going to be joining, I think, is that Martin Finger's table? Here we are back. So this is the new lineup. We've lost Elke, but we have gained Tobias Renkemeier. We already saw leave earlier on. Got involved in that hand, got stung. He's going to try again. It only cost 100,000 euros. So why not? For those of you tuning in late, asking about the password, bring you details of that password again shortly. Remind you the time and the password to get involved. Mr. Haxton is at it. It's been a bit quiet for the last few hands. 7,200 now.
Into Mizzy's big blind. He's going to defend the honour of his big blind. Ace, Queen, 6, couple of diamonds.
Check, check.
Checkity check.
Checkity check, check, check. Brings that 7 of spades on the turn. Quick check from Missy. Quick check from Isaac. Pair the board, why don't you? Another 7. Pretty big bet into 17-7, 13-2.
Yeah, big enough to get the job done.
Yeah. A wry smile from Sorrel. Quick reminder, here you go. 8:15 Central European Time. Find it under the Events EPT tab on the PokerStars client, the password Formula 1, lowercase Formula 1, no spaces. You see it on your screen. Good luck. Keep us posted on the Twitter feed and email if you're doing well. If you take down some money, If you have some howlers, we will allow the odd bad beat to come through on the feed. Good luck if you want to play in that.
Got a big hand from the outer table to tell you about. Spectacular hand. Involving Philip Grisham, Phil Bott, and Chung Lei Zhu. And it got to the river of a Jack, Ace, 9, King, 10, with the Jack, Ace, and 10 of spades. And Zhu shoved with 6-4 of diamonds to 6 high. Guess what Grisham called and tabled?
Go on.
King, Queen of spades for a royal flush. Now someone's bluffing into you and you've got the absolute stone cold nuts.
That's one of the easier calls he'll ever have to make.
That's some funny colour from the story. Is that Grisham turned to Phil Ivey, who has played with Zhu. I'll tell you about that in a minute anyway.
Let's go and catch up with Jonathan Duhamel.
The vibe is pretty good. I mean, there's a lot of people in the field, so that's pretty nice. It's a big field once again. Things are just getting started. We're on after the 4th level, so second break. I'm just having a lot of fun, sparring against some of the best players in the world. A couple of businessmen out there also. So we're just chilling, having fun, and just trying to accumulate some chips. To prepare, honestly, it was just a good night of sleep yesterday. I slept for like 10 hours, so I had a good breakfast this morning, and I was just feeling pretty good, feeling rested, just ready to go out there and do battle with those guys. Yeah, well, Daniel Legrand, who joined the table like half an hour ago, he's already doubled his stack, so that's always fun. He's very chatty, talking a lot about hockey, so that's pretty fun. Besides that, all the big names that you see usually, so yeah.
There you see the boy. Hope he goes deep. Catch up with him again later on.
Yeah, I'm glad he's been employing the coconut oil and the aloe cream that he was being advised to the last couple of days. We saw him in the hotel down the road 2 days ago, and he was as red as a beetroot. Very bad sunburn. I just don't think he expected to be able to get a sunburn in April.
No, well, you know, ordinarily you would be quite advised to take that expectation. So do you want to...
finish off,
yeah. You didn't finish your story.
I didn't finish the story, yeah. Sorry about that. So Grisham then turned to Phil Ivey, saying, "You said he's a nit." And Ivey laughingly replied, "I was joking."
Well, Royal Flush, we've all had them in expensive tournaments, haven't we?
Yeah, we've all shoved 6 high into a Royal Flush when it's a 100k on the line. Anyway, we did promise you a guest. We did say it was going to be Rick Dacey, and Rick Dacey is here from the PokerStars blog. How are you, Rick?
Marvellous.
Good. Happy to be in Monaco at the grand final?
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to the €7 coffees. They're very tasty.
They're good. They've got to be good for €7, but luckily they are.
Oh yeah, you can get skimmed, semi-skimmed, full
Really?
fat, whatever kind of milk you want.
Wow.
Yeah, they put caffeine in with the coffee as well?
Yep, it's the full gamut.
No extra charge?
Can't guarantee that.
Right, okay.
Maybe if you want gold top. Yeah.
Who do you fancy for the table? Do you need us to talk around the table? Do you know any of these? Have you seen any of these play before?
I can recognise a lot of the faces.
Right.
Appears to be Sangon, Mr. Adams.
Yeah. There's a couple of other reasonable players.
I'm trying to work out. I mean, that looks like O'Dwyer's here.
Yes.
And who's this on the right? Is that Grissom?
No.
It's difficult from the.
It is from.
Yeah, that's O'Dwyer's here, right next to his name that says O'Dwyer.
Oh well,
that's a good spot there.
I actually didn't see that.
No, that's Mr. Ole Chimion. Perhaps you've heard of him. He's an up-and-coming poker player.
He is. Here's pretty good. No, so it's going to be pretty difficult for Ole not to win the EPT Player of the Year, which I'm sure you've been banging that drum.
We mentioned he had
loud.
a slight lead in the scenario.
Yeah, especially given that he appears to have about 1 million chips or so.
Yes. He basically can't cash in anything this weekend. It is very, very unlikely that he's not going to cash in anything.
That's
chip leader in this event.
So, give me a brief summary, because I've only just clocked on because I arrived late to the event. So.
Tobias Renkemeyer has re-entered and been redrawn at the feature table. He lost in a big hand earlier to Ole, wasn't it? Ace Queen versus Ace.
It was.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ace Queen versus Ace King.
Yep.
Haxton's doing very well. Eliminated Antonio Esfandiari in a race.
Yeah, hit that 5, 2 outer on the river.
which was a fourth club, and neither player had a club.
But got it in as a flip, I guess.
It's a flip,
Right?
Yeah,
okay.
fell behind on the turn, on the flop, and then rivered a set.
Yeah. But as we can see, it's all fairly deep stacked here.
Yeah.
Still early days.
Yeah, Vanessa has rebought out in the field. Jason Mercier has apparently played against everyone, which is quite an advantage, although you would imagine that means that everyone has played against him. So kind of it negates itself.
Depends how highly you rate yourself.
That is true.
Ooh, that is true.
Hello.
Because if you think you've got an edge, then surely that edge is just compounded by knowing about Moorfield.
But who sits down into a €100,000 game and doesn't think they have an edge?
Me, if I bought in.
Well,
but that's a big if, obviously. That's very true, and that is one of these interesting things, is when you've got a bunch of world-class players, where how much does the small edge multiply? Is it incredibly thin? Is it worth it? I'd say it is, and obviously there's a lot of players who aren't quite so frequent, I think would be fair to say.
Yeah. 4-bet alert. Decision back on Rinkwire.
Yeah, Steve opened this to 7,200. Tobias made it 18,000. Now 51,000. Back in your chops.
Little wry smile there from Tobias. Yes, this is your second 100k bullet. Tread carefully, young man.
Wise words.
Or re-enter again.
Exactly. Well, you know, just keep doing this until tomorrow morning.
I mean, we all know Renkamai is obviously a very good player, but doesn't seem to be trying too hard to kind of maintain any kind of poker face in this big 4-bet 100k pot. Just go, oh, have you got it?
That is true. He is somewhat chewing on his face as he makes this decision.
Elects to fold. Waits for a better spot. So what's the PokerStars blog looking forward to this week? Covering anything special that we can look out for?
Everything. And by everything, I'm talking about the headline events, of course. So we are doing the sort of live reporting, as well as colour, features, interviews, news and views, all of that stuff for the high roller, super high roller, and of course the main event, which should be a lot of fun. And we will also be posting up with the side event results as well. And if there's any kind of key side results or people that are doing particularly well, then we'll be catching up with those guys too.
Cool. Check out the PokerStarsblog.com. Don't forget to give them a follow on Twitter as well, at PokerStarsblog. And every time they post a new feature article or interview, get an alert via the medium of Twitter. Will wants to know, what's your favourite starting hand?
Gosh, that's a
belter. Who's asking that? Will?
Yeah.
Well, Will the shill. I would...
He says can't beat ace-king of spades, surely.
I know that here you're meant to sort of do the complete level straight face thing and just go, well, aces. But I like Jack-9 of diamonds. It's a pretty hand.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty.
It's pretty.
Hidden, isn't it?
Exactly.
On the 1 out of 50 times that it turns into the winning hand, it's really disguised well.
Yeah, and I would love to say it's that one where if you don't flop well, you don't go bust. But you tend to flop a little bit and then lose half your stack and go, well, if I'd had a different card on the river.
But as long as you've had a lot of fun, as you leave the tournament, you can go, do you know what, but at least I hit middle pair with the potential of a backdoor straight draw.
I can hold my head up high all the way back to my Novotel,
exactly.
Saying I played an expansive game.
No one can say you waited for like the premium hands. You say no. I got in there with a speculative wave, defensive poker. No one likes that.
I had 2 backdoor draws. I caught a pair on the turn, and then I turned my hand into a bluff.
You will always have outs. is what you can say about the Jack 9 of diamonds.
Yeah, that's very true.
But if you do happen to run into Phil Ivey on your way out, Rick, give him a little bit of advice. Say, Phil, you can't always wait for aces. You know what? Sometimes I won't win. Phil Ivey did get aces, got all his chips in. It's up against Mike McDonald. Mike McDonald flopped an 8, and Ivy's out the door.
What was that in pre-flop?
All in pre-flop. Yeah. So you can't. Yeah, exactly. You can't really berate him. But still.
Top right your screen in case you are not looking but listening. People asking for the free roll password. Just a reminder. 8:15 Central European Time. Formula 1 is your password. Meanwhile, Mr. Haxton has raised here. Steve O'Dwyer has called. 2-way to a interesting looking flop that Jack 9 would have been all over.
Or Ace King of Spades.
Yeah. Well, that would have been better.
Versus Jack 9.
Yeah,
oh.
But that's what I mean. You know, action
Diamonds,
hand. 3 spades, 6, 8, 10. Now a 5 of clubs on the turn. No action post flop, but unlikely to get much further without somebody chucking some chips in here.
I mean, to anyone new to this side of things, they probably won't necessarily realise just how good the players like O'Dwyer and Haxton and Shemian are. They are really first class.
First class.
First
good.
class.
They're jolly good at the poker.
They really know what they're doing quite often.
More often than not, they know plenty.
Exactly.
Dwyer's bet good there. Haxton lets it go.
He has bet good.
So how long's the coverage running for today?
Until about 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. We're covering the cash game. Bum, bum, bum.
Yeah. So we've got 8 levels of this, and then we were going to go off on our dinner break, and then we're going to come back in for 10 p.m. 4 hours.
Well, that's going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah, and just a reminder, guys, that once the EPT season is finished, there are still more poker action for you. The UK IPT returns to legendary Dust Till Dawn. It's the 8th leg of season 4. There's £1 million guarantee on that. It's 3 starting days. It is a re-entry event, and EPT Live will be back on your air. We'll be doing cards face-up coverage of the final table, but we'll be there for the last 2 days. It'll be myself and Nick Wealth and all bringing you the action, the 11th and 12th of May, so do tune in for that. We're going to see you in Nottingham, Nick. Are you going to... Rick, sorry?
Well, I was going to, but considering you forgot my name, I feel aggrieved and insulted.
Come on.
I'm going to stick my foot down. Probably not, no. Sorry.
I'm going to have to interrupt you there for somebody far more important.
Good.
It's a walk of shame.
Well, at least
that his buy back in? No, that's just his original walk.
Just,
I think it's worse when it's a 100k buy compared to a 10k buy.
Yeah.
Oh, there's his re-entry. Here he comes again.
This is right. Okay.
See the look from John Joanda there.
Exactly. He's going, oh, good. This guy. That table just got slightly easier, didn't it?
Yeah. Back to another easy table.
So, Nick, you were just telling Mark that you're probably not going to bother now.
Well, yeah.
Well, if you guys could keep up, actually.
Mildly offended.
You know, I was actually talking to Graphical Nick. Graphical Nick has replied on Twitter because he knows that we were having a conversation. He says, yes, I will be there, Mark. Thanks for asking. You're welcome, Nick. Anyway, Rick, what about you as well? Are you going to be there?
Could you remind me of the date?
May 7th to 12th.
Well done. Trying to catch Convy out, but you nailed it. Well done.
Thanks very much.
We're a team here, mate. He's got my back sometimes.
1 gold star to Broughton.
Thanks. I'd try and keep him afloat.
So no, I will not. I will not. But I'd love to. I did play the UK IPT in Dublin, which was great fun. But obviously,
nice of you to donate to the prize pool.
Exactly. It felt like it was about time.
Bit of blind on blind action. Mizzy raised to 7,200. Rankamaya peels from the big blind. Jack 4 deuce. Rainbow.
So there's 16,500 in the pot. Now a 10,500 bet out of Sorrel. Folds. Winner, winner. Where's our ice cream man waiter? Yeah?
They have ice cream men waiters?
Well, I don't know, they're just dressed like, I mean, I know this one's a girl, but, you know, I don't know why, there's something very ice cream man I find about these white jackets. That's what led to the
As
whole
in he's made of ice cream, or he's
You're
like
just
a man
I think he's being silly now, don't you?
No, I don't know where the ice cream man comes from. Is there...
I think we should freeze Mark out this conversation.
I'm interested.
Did you hear that?
I heard that, yeah, I'm trying to move on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's a nice idea.
Trying to thaw out there.
I don't know. Obviously, you don't have ice cream men wherever you are in the world.
But I am genuinely interested. Like, what is an ice cream man?
Well, like a gentleman that serves ice cream that quite often has a white jacket. Let's just stop this conversation.
Yeah.
Let's just stop this conversation immediately. A cultural reference that clearly doesn't get out of Essex.
We've got a under the gun raise from Timothy Adams. How's about that?
I know, that's a huge amount of strength until anybody else comes back at him, at which point it may well crumble.
Goto's representing queens or better.
Exactly.
I had Jack 9 of diamonds.
Not that hand. Who does that? Sora's called it. And Ung also in this. Three-way action. 21,900 in the pot. Deuce King 7 rainbow. No, all the way around.
Is that paired the king?
Yes.
Good eyes.
Good eyes. Good eyes, man.
Oh, good glasses.
Yeah. I'd like to thank the opticians of South London.
Other towns are available
Other
for you to
towns
buy
are opticians.
spectacles in.
So what does a bet from Adams mean here, would you say, Mark?
I reckon maybe a pocket pair somewhere between 8s and jacks.
Nice, I like that. What he said.
Okay.
What do you think?
I think Jack 9 of diamonds.
Oh,
oh cheeky.
No, I don't.
Jack 9 of hearts, maybe.
Yeah.
Picked up the flush draw on the turn.
It just doesn't matter. Nobody else had anything.
Exactly. You know, Adams often seems to pop up in these sort of EPT high rollers, super high rollers. Seems to get to the final table near, and then things don't work out.
That is so true. A lot of the times he's got there as a short stack, so just got into the money. Be nice to see him make one of these final tables as a really big stack and see how he approaches it. Don't forget, guys, PokerStars TV on the move these days with a mobile app. Available in the Apple and Android store.
Yep, not just bringing you the live streams, but also a decent archive of stuff if you're out and about and pretending to be interested in your wife's conversation while secretly watching some poker.
Phil Beer Poker saying he's no more watching EPT Live. I've got to cook. It's been fun watching.
Come
Bring
back
it with you into the kitchen.
Yeah,
exactly.
Set up your iPad, give it a spin. Or other tablets are available.
Good, well done, thank you. For legal reasons.
Good catch, good catch.
Other bloggers are also available, aren't they, as well? Where's Swains?
And in some cases, much better. The sort of bloggers that couldn't be spared from blogging to just come and sit and just hang out on a webcast.
Well, you know, us executive bloggers have get to pool rank. And if you believe that.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you believe that, then you've never met Howard Swains.
Yes. You can put some superfluous word at the front of you. You can make it senior or executive or whatever you want. It's just get out there and count some chips, yeah. Just get out there, do your job.
I don't do the chip counting anymore.
But with glasses like those, I mean, you could probably do a table from a mile away.
I've still got the skills though. Look
still
at that. See that, Adams, 276,000. Bang.
That is spooky. That is very spooky. Axton wins another. 432,400 for him now. He's still away behind Ole, but he is still ahead of the main pack.
I'm going to throw a question over to you here, Rick, actually. You've been watching EPT for a few years and Ole Shemian a fair bit. Do you know much about his style of poker, considering he's only 22 years old? He is actually 21. But how would you describe Ole's style of poker from what you've seen?
Good. Very, very good. He obviously, you know, doesn't seem to have one fixed style. Like, you know, most of these incredibly good players don't have a fixed style. It's the old, like the Doyle Bronson thing. It's like you kind of play, not even play opposite to everyone else, but you're just pulling the right moves to exploit players in the best possible way. He obviously, there does seem to be a slightly more aggressive side, but as everyone knows, in no-limit hold'em tournaments, playing slightly more aggressive than not tends to pay out.
Yeah, it's really interesting you said that, because Matt obviously has watched a lot of Ole earlier on in the season on EPT Live, and then he came into today and he's been involved in most of the hands. Matt actually thought that his style was ever so slightly different from when you were watching earlier this season. You thought there was a lot more check raises in his game. And,
well, certainly the check raise.
Yeah,
it just seemed a lot of like playing, you know, in what we would say would be like a horrible position, but just check raising a high percentage of those situations.
Well, he's probably, you know, you're going to be doing that against players that are going to be c-betting more, I guess, but then you're putting yourself in difficult situations, but it's also deeper stacked, and those players can appreciate that and know that they're going to get themselves into all kinds of horrible situations on different turns and rivers, whereas if you're playing someone who's a bit of a have-a-go hero, shall we say?
Have-a-go hero, I like that.
Trademark that.
Done.
No, that means he's trademarked it. He steals trademarks.
By the way, your Jack 9 has done very well for itself.
Over that, yeah. But yeah, if you're playing someone else who is perhaps not such a deep level thinker, then maybe they're just going to cool down with their overpair more frequently. They're not going to be able to sort of appreciate different board textures. So when you're playing different kinds of players, then you have to approach it differently. And so ultimately, I would say his style is adaptable.
Adaptable and adjustable.
Yeah.
There you go, Perry. Hope that answers your question.
Oh, I kind of reluctantly calls there. Looks like that's.
Oh, what a call!
Well, that is a double chop pot. Apart from them playing the ball, they also had the same rubbish. If only Joe and James were here. Sing a little song.
Ah, yeah.
I know you've been lured into it, but you
I
do
the echo now. So
really?
you know the little echo at the end. That's as far as I go. So I haven't been lured in. That was the last hand at level 5. We're now ticked over into level 6. Blinds 1500, 3000 with a 400 ante. This one and 2 more levels to go. 4 play clues for day 1A of this super high roller 100k buy-in. Kicking off the EPT Grand Final.
Yep. And as Mark mentioned earlier on, once we get through to the end of level 8, we'll take a break, and then we're going to bring you some of that cash game, which we don't yet know who's going to be involved. Kind of, we can take a guess just looking at some of the players out in the field, and we know the guys that love the high stakes cash, but we can't really go wrong, let's be honest, can we?
The PokerStars.tv video blog guys caught up with Paul Newey earlier. He was saying that he was still interested in playing, but had just got back from 2 or 3 weeks in Vegas and wasn't necessarily feeling entirely up to scratch.
Okay.
But I think he's very keen to put sort of back-to-back wins together because he had a winning session last time.
He did, yeah.
And a lot of these guys don't want to play short-handed. So a lot of them will say, you know, if you get more than 5 players, then I'm in, or more than 6 players.
I don't think it's going to be a problem. It sounds like there's quite a lot of interest.
Yeah, fantastic. apparently they're looking at playing 500 euros, 1,000 blinds.
Nice.
That's
just like the old
huge.
home games we used to.
We could club together for a one big blind buy-in and then see if we can spin it up.
As long as we can sell quite a large percentage of all the individuals that syndicate to make that one big blind. Meanwhile, hello. This is Mr. Adams made it 8k. Ollie then bumped it up to 25,500, and Steve has just slunk in here.
Very interesting.
That's a 4-bet to 22.5. Is it? No.
No.
Sorry,
Do you know what? We've just gone quiet because none of us know why you've said that.
Yeah, sorry. I'm
Well,
not used to these graphics. Yeah.
Whoa! Don't start on graphical Nick.
Graphical Nick is not up. He's not what he used to be.
Oh. You are so getting your name misspelt. The next time you're on here, you are going to be so Nick Dacey. Meanwhile, Mr. Timothy Adams.
4-bet alert.
4-bet alert. Let's get an official count. 65,700. So clearly that little opening tickle to 8k was not mucking about, or certainly at least not a hand that he was prepared to just be pushed off with some big boy action.
Chunky 4-bet, but it isn't to two players.
Yeah, and Ole going, do you know what? Never mind me and you. What about Mr. O'Dwyer that very casually called my raise to 25,500? Sucking on your security hoodie. Is the 5-bet horn going to have to come out? These boys both deep enough stack that this could get quite serious quite quickly.
I mean, how often would O'Dwyer flat call a 4-bet, overcall, out position? I genuinely don't know, and these guys obviously play at a level way above us and, well, most players. I mean, not above Convy, of course.
Well, no, obviously he's sitting there probably quietly knowing exactly what's going on in Steve O'Dwyer's head. But yes, to your
the
eye,
contractor not allowed to give it away.
Really, well, it's only fair. Well, clearly it looked as scary as hell, and that's the same conclusion that Mr. O'Dwyer came to. You kind of now wonder if Ollie had known that Steve was getting out with her, or he would have been involved. But you also wonder if Tim is just bored of being bullied off some of these pots by the big boys.
Yeah, sometimes you've got to make a stand. Can't be pushed around time after time.
The thing is, it's hard because you can say this has happened quite a lot, but also there's no reason he hasn't just gone monster and thought, let's just make as much money out of it as possible. It's one of a number of reasons for that action.
For you, Liam and Peter, the cash game will start at 10 PM tonight, and it is going to be live. It won't be whole cards face up for obvious reasons. But yeah, it will be live. It did not happen last night. And there's also a first. I don't know if have we ever been bluffed by one of our viewers before?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Well, Phil Beer, who said he was stopping watching because he was going off to cook his dinner. I was bluffing EPT Live. I can still watch while cooking dinner. I'm a multitask master.
He's checked raised us on Twitter.
Check raised bluffed us.
He
had
has.
an air ball. We had 4 high.
It was absolutely nothing. We were all saying goodbye to him and wishing he'd come back. He never even went. He slow rolled us in the kitchen.
Under the gun raise here from Renkamai, being flattered by Timothy Adams.
Getting told off for a bit of speech play there.
Oh.
Naughty boy. Shimmy and calls in position.
Wow, hello. I don't know if we've had a 4-way pot yet for the whole of the day. I don't remember seeing that many players in action. You see the smallest of the stacks, but whether that will come into play, we'll find out soon enough. That's all over everybody's range as far as I'm concerned. Everybody has just won this hand.
It's not too textured, but this is where you're kind of thinking, wouldn't it be funny if someone had 6s and someone had 2s? And then no one's going to have queens there.
No, not quite enough action pre-flop to imagine even the worst queen hand in the world being involved here. And the player most likely to have a go at this, not only on the button, but Mr. Ollie Shimyon.
And a big stack.
And a huge stack, yeah. Got to be worth it. And of course, for every player around the table, it's even worse because they've still, you know, he's still got 2 players to act yet. So the pressure gradually reduces as more players exit. But right now, Sorrell's got the worst of it. Looking strong.
Oh. Renkemeyer is looking pretty interested in mucking his hand.
Nicely done.
Hey,
Nicely done.
Thanks.
Years of commentary leads you to drag out your sentence, and Silly is also folding, or is he thinking about putting some chips in? He does.
No, yes, no.
Yeah. Tricks of the trade.
Wow. Good lord. Well, we went 4-way to the flop. Who'd have thought we'd come out with 3 players at least still intact?
Well, me, but I wasn't allowed to tell you.
Oh, really? Okay. It's also still becoming the most uninteresting board in the history of man.
Well, there's a gutter ball.
There's a gutter ball backdoor monkey hand. Yeah, it's possible, I guess. I think pocket 7s are going to win this. $76,300 in the pot.
What can Sorrell be checking there? Which he...
I don't know.
Maybe a 6 that had some backdoor potentials as well.
Or really tiny. Yeah. Oh, hang on. What's this? This is nice. 76,300.
What's the
in the pot? 31,700. Okay.
It's about half pot. Approaching.
Yeah. Half-ish.
Almost.
God, I hope we get to see the cards. Oh, I was very interested in what Sorrell, of all the players there, Sorrell was the one that was kind of piquing my interest. But another nice hand there for Mr. Timothy Adams. Gets him up to getting close to 400,000 now. 384,900. He's not been super busy so far for today, but a couple of key hands now. See where that bumps him up, jumps him ahead of Steve O'Dwyer. Sorrell dropping off a tudge.
But let's face it, 58 big blinds is still plenty, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's the thing, is I think just because of having Ole and Isaac so stacked here, it kind of like twists your perspective, because you look at them comparatively and think, oh my god, he's only got 173 versus 600, and then you go, hang on a minute, 58 big blinds. I think we're 15 minutes on the level and 2 more levels of the day. He'll probably be all right.
Who would have thunk it? You get a lot of play when you buy in for 100,000 euros.
Yeah, who would have thought that structure would have worked? Hello, yes, I'll have rum and raisin.
No, don't. It's not very nice.
I think it's the white bow tie is doing it as well. Do you know, I'll have to do one of my Googling pictures of ice cream vendors.
I thought we'd moved on from that. You just couldn't
well, it's
let
still
it go,
in my head.
you?
Well, it's because as soon as I see them, it's what comes into my head, and then I go to comment on it, and I think no one knows what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
Thanks.
It's a little bit antiquated and showing your age, but apart from that, I know
well,
what
it
you're
is.
talking
It
about.
is. But I mean, I'm thinking of olden times,
1950s American movies, that kind of.
Exactly.
Oh,
Dick Van Dyke and Ice Cream Man.
Yeah, I'm coming around to it now. Yeah, I forgot about the guys in the movies. Guys or girls?
You know, selling sarsaparilla in the. I don't know. I'm making up now. Ignore me. If you weren't already ignoring me, which I imagine many of you were, please do it now.
So it looks like Adams and Nizzy may tangle again. Got a race to 8,000 from early position from Adams. And Nizzy 3 bets from the small blind. Up to 23,200.
you'd imagine that Adams isn't going to fold here too often.
Yeah, he's going to have position.
And he's closing the action off.
Yeah, that is true.
If you know, if he was talking about flatting, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should be doing that.
Does make the call. So more than 50,000 chips in the middle now as we go to an all heart 953 flop. Mizzy's got about 3 times the pot in terms of chips to play with.
This is how you can tell they're pros. Neither of them are going back to check the suits of their cards.
You wouldn't worry too much if you could remember there were 2 black cards.
That's very
if
true.
If it was, God, was that diamonds or hearts? Was it diamonds? Do you think I can check? Can I check? Is he looking? Is he looking? Quick! Damn it! Let's just play it like I've got a heart anyway.
Oh, he's jammed on me.
Well, I can check free. I can check freely now.
I've
Damn
got no
it.
heart
It's a diamond.
in either sense of the word.
It's the 9 of diamonds. Can I call? So Mizzy's led out for 19,000.
Tim, not done with this. Plenty of chips in that handful.
Plenty being raising chips.
Yeah. Absolutely. 33,200.
Small raise. Check. Oh, you see, Mizzy went back and checked his card finally.
Obviously not a professional player.
No, he must be new.
Yeah. First game? I mean, that isn't a...
I never know what to make of that. I never know what to make of that.
What, the small raise? Well,
no, and the check back, the check back from a good player. The check back, and you go, are you making sure, or are you just wishing they changed, or are you just trying to lead me on? But turns out,
I think it's normally the second. Let's hope that the ace of diamonds is actually an ace of hearts.
Yeah. I thought I knew what I had, but let's just be sure.
2 in a row for Adams.
Yeah, he's picking up a head of steam now. He's actually just overtaken Isaac Haxton, second in chips on this table. As you mentioned, not that that really has much bearing on the actual play because of how deep they are, but yeah, 432.5 for Tim Adams now rather than 431.9 for Ike.
Just a reminder, they started with 250,000 chips each.
Don't forget this tournament open until tomorrow morning when play kicks off. If people are re-entering, the word on the street is it's 47 entries here, 7 re-entries. So that's when we will find out, when we close the doors on the game, exactly what the final prize pool is and how that's going to get divvied out to the big winners.
We already know it's more than last year.
Yep, and it could keep on growing. Still got 2 full levels and 44 minutes of this one to go for more people to exit, more people to re-enter, other newer players to come along for a late shout.
Sure, and if someone goes into the cash game, does well, why not flick in another?
Yeah.
Cool. Stay up all night playing a cash game and then jump into 100k.
Hey, play when you're running hot.
It wouldn't be the first time that's happened in
No.
poker. Let's be honest. Somebody has a decent night in the cash and then thinks, do you know what? I will give it a shot. Would be good to see.
I'm glad we got you here, actually, Rick, because heard on the grapevine that you might have been on British National Radio the other day, because a bit of history was made last Sunday on the EPT.
That's right. Obviously, particularly in the UK, that it was big news because Vic is, you know, a pretty well-known TV presenter and journalist, and well, all-round media lovey, really. But the only Connect show's very popular among the highbrow quiz show set. But had a quick chat with some of the guys on Radio 5 Live about it, because obviously most people in mainstream life don't necessarily kind of understand the concept of tournaments, so it was kind of just talking through some of that, blowing away some of the misconceptions about poker as well. So
I hope you didn't talk too extensively about Jack 9.
Yeah, I was saying always play Jack 9.
Right.
No, it was good, and Mark Goodwin was also on there, who runner-up at EPT Barcelona, if you remember.
He was a few years back.
Yeah.
Carter Phillips, I think, won that one.
That's right. Yeah.
Memory fight-off between the EPT hardcore.
And do you remember the name of the Spanish player who he had the set to with the clock?
No, can't remember.
Santiago Terrazas.
Oh.
Boom, 1-0 Dacey.
Was that your first ever EPT?
That was my first EPT working for the PokerStars blog.
Right.
Meanwhile, boys and girls, this particular hand went 40 rounds to Mr. Mitzi, who made it 6,500. Mr. Tobias Rankmeyer has re-raised to 15,000 chips. The man with the salad has called. That looks like a Caesar salad. I don't know if there's any chicken in that. We'll get that confirmed. Queen 4-4. Sorry, I'll check it. Tobias is the player without the salad, for those of you watching in black and white. You like watching people eat while you're playing poker against them, Mick?
No, it's generally jealous.
Oh, there was 37,300 in the pot. Now Tobias has bet 17,000.
You have to worry about Dacey stealing more than your chips.
Yeah, those croutons would be dust, wouldn't they? Let's be honest.
Very quickly, so. Paired boards, tricky.
Job done. Yeah, they are.
They are tricky. I think it's one of the ones. Paired boards are particularly difficult for people new into the game. I think it's actually in a lot of ways harder to read than a sort of textured board, because you can always imagine that the other person's got a pair or got a draw or something.
Well, that's the thing, is it's hard to think of many starting hands that don't have the opportunity to have, some suited rubbish junk ace that was, suited in some way, or some connectory freak that just loves, it's very easy to be paranoid about your situation when the board pairs.
Yeah. So often ace highs winning. And
exactly. I'm sorry to trouble us, but is this not the second meal that we've seen Tim Adams have today? Like, wasn't he eating it? Wasn't he going for a big meal earlier on with Antonio, and now he's having another big meal?
Yeah, that was the Asian salad or something he had earlier.
Yeah.
Maybe he's carb loading.
Could be. This his nickname is Two Salads, I understand. That's unbelievably. I mean, we're watching here. We have no food facilities, and just to keep eating all day long. What's he gone for this time? Oh, there's banana. It's all happening now. It's all happening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching EPT Live, but this is just unbelievable scenes of food. There was somebody earlier on the Twitch saying, I just really fancy banana, because every single player at the table was at some point or other armed with a banana. Tremendous fruit for the poker player. Very low release energy.
Yeah, very true. I mean, you can imagine Steve O'Dwyer's going to pick out a Farley's Rust to start nibbling on.
Exactly. I mean, anything could happen. It's that kind of a table.
Yeah.
Well, Steve brings his own blend of tea.
He
and then gets hot water, and then he's got this special blend of tea that he says is amazing.
I like it. Got to be prepared.
And that's what you want in your super high roller, isn't it? Someone... PG tips, that's not good enough.
No.
They want some Soulong, some kind of special blend that's been imported in vacuum-packed bags.
I have my man who blends the teas for me.
Yeah, only grows on for like 3 hours a day on a Himalayan hillside, and
must be brewed for 2.5 minutes at 85 degrees.
It's actually got to be digested by mountain goats, and then you pick the tea out.
Oh no!
Well, that's the most expensive coffee in the world.
I've tried it. It's not nice.
Oh, is it not?
Well, I just couldn't get it out of my head that it had been through digestive systems.
It'd already been through somebody else.
Yeah.
Look at Ollie's posture. He's such a good young man. He's 21, he eats bananas, he sits up straight. He's always got his man bag with him in case of an emergency. Who'd be Ollie? Yeah? Who'd be him?
I'd give it a go.
Who would want to be a 21-year-old, good-looking millionaire, brilliant poker player?
Life's no fun if it's easy. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly.
Mateus writes in to say, I thought I tuned into EPT Live, but it seems to be some cooking channel.
No, it's just a watching people eating channel, actually, Matthias, but it's a good point.
I don't have a 50 in my wallet, then there's something going on.
Ed Kilworth makes a good point. At least Timothy Adams isn't eating a yogurt without a spoon this time on EPT Live. He's done that before. Long tongue, long tongue.
Somebody's also asking, is the live cash game going to be on the replay function? I'm going to say yes. I don't know, but I would guess so, because while we're streaming, the player generally allows you to rewind. So I guess it's just part of our general stream. So if you come into the cash game late and want to rewind on it, I don't imagine that you'll not be able to do that. I will wait for clarification, but I'm going to just take a plump and say I would believe so, yes.
And I'm going to back you on that until we get to
it makes sense. There's no reason why that stream would be under any other sort of jurisdiction.
Exactly, and I would imagine that at some point in the not-too-distant future, that will also get packaged up and available to view individually on PokerStars.tv.
Yeah, yeah.
And that starts at 10 PM, Dan.
Yeah. 4 hours of that for you. So yeah, if you come in much later on and want to catch that, I'm sure you'll be able to rewind it. In fact, as you know, you can rewind at any point when you're watching if you want to see any other key hands earlier on. Some of the knockouts. But yeah, that cash game is promising to be quite juicy. We can only guess who's going to be involved, but I think we're all probably individually building a bit of a dream team table scenario in our heads. Mr. Haxon raised this to 9k, got re-raised by Steve O'Dwyer and then called, so we're two-way to this flop. 62,300 in the pot. Deuce 8-4, 2 spades. Action starts from the big blind with Mr. Stephen O'Dwyer.
I don't think, yeah, you're right.
38,000.
I remember having to rush over there.
Some woofing and howling in the poker room out there. I don't know exactly what that is.
Those FPF players are excitable.
Maybe it's John Juanda.
Could be. He's a wild man. He's a crazy guy. He's probably dancing on the table.
Maybe it's just because registration is closed and they've realised that there are 838 entries. Good numbers.
Pretty huge.
That's got to be well above what they estimated. Surely that's such a good turnout.
That's a fantastic turnout.
The 3 of hearts on the turn. There was a bet from Steve of 38,000, got called by Isaac Haxton after that flop.
Is he going to barrel?
I guess if you've bet out on that flop, you kind of have to keep going. I mean, you don't have to, but you would imagine that if you slow down here, you just hand the whole pot to Isaac.
Which looks like it might be happening.
There are lots of spots like that, aren't there, where you just kind of, you know that as soon as, you know you shouldn't bet here, but you know as soon as you check you've lost, you just, you kind of, unless you've got a much deeper plan, you just think so many times, I'm almost just saying it's yours.
But that doesn't necessarily mean it's the wrong play.
That's correct. I'm saying it like a very negative thing, but it might just be the way you got to play.
It's just like, well, I'd lose less chips this way.
Raspberry riffle, please. 2 scoops.
Yeah, avoid the rum and raisin.
Ike mashing his face as he makes this decision. There is, let's not forget, 138,300 in this pot, so it's not got to this stage in a small way. Check, check, another 8.
deep in concentration. Checks again.
And if Steve wasn't already staring at you, know Ollie's going to stare at the side of Isaac's face as well. He's giving him a break, but he was giving him a good old look at there. Half an hour left on this level, then the boys get a quick break. 2 more levels of the super high roller today. 138,300 in the pot. Isaac's going to have a go at this. 75k. Oh no, 70. Sorry, I thought you said 75.
That's a fair chunk of Steve's stack there.
Rick, would now be a good time to ask you how many cocktail sticks you think you could get into Fabian Quass's beard?
Before he noticed.
What? So, to be honest, that's exactly what you were meant to say.
Where did that come from?
I was just trying to break the tension with a really strange question.
And where's Fabian Quass?
He's out there playing poker.
Okay.
But his beard has got a bit bigger, and we were wondering if we could put cocktail sticks in it without noticing. And I just thought while he's taking a while here to... While Steve's making his decision.
This is a great way to destroy the tension of an interesting hand.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I was going for. So thanks.
Achieved.
Have you ever eaten cheese that you later found out was bread?
No.
Good. Could you name... No, okay. Back to the tension that's practically literally happening.
Right now.
Right now. Poker thinking in his head. Oh, you tease.
What happened? What happened? Was Rick about to give an answer to the question?
No, no, I saw Steve reaching for chips and I got quite excited.
Oh.
Oh, that's very confusing. Someone else's hands just to throw us. A different view of Steve O'Dwyer thinking. This is what the right side of his head looks like.
Decision of Tron is out.
Gosh, nearly 2.5 minutes now.
Is he trying to talk himself into a call, or...?
I don't know. I guess if you've got anything... The problem is if you've got anything at all, you just think, oh, please don't let him just be bullying me off this with money.
But doesn't it looks more like he's trying to talk himself into a call than talk himself into a fold.
I'm with you. Yep.
He does call.
Oh, it was a... Oh, he did have it. It was one of those polarizing moments, as we say, when we cop out. You go, he either had everything or absolute zip.
Very, very healthy pot here for Haxton.
Okay, and on that bombshell, gents, I will leave him get on with proper work.
Proper work.
Well, thank you very much. There he goes, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rick Dacey. Don't forget, catch up with all of his action and writings through the PokerStars blog. No doubt he'll also be joining James at the top of each day for the next 8 days. Not including today, obviously. 9 days in total of coverage, but he will be helping recap the action on the broadcast, and we see what that did for Isaac. Got him back up 566,700 now, and not great news for Steve, but still 53 big blinds to play with, so not worth worrying about. Interesting hand, and nice to actually get to see some cards show down there. We've been a bit bereft. Just under 30 minutes left on level 6 before everyone takes a 15-minute break. And We bring you level 7, level 8 of this super high roller. And again, as mentioned, later on the big cash game from 10 p.m. Central European time. As soon as we know anything about the kind of lineup we're going to be able to bring you. Although we do know who we'll be having as a guest. You look surprised.
Hit me.
Theo Jorgensen.
Wow. Cash game extraordinaire.
Yeah, so if you're interested in seeing about the juiciest cash game you're going to see with some rather tip-top commentary, make sure you tune in a bit later on. Stick with us.
Do you want some news from the tournament at Wide, Matt?
Please do so.
Justin Bonomo. Justin Busto. Yeah, he with a squeeze move with ace-7 of clubs, but ran into Daniel Nogani's pocket 8s.
No.
He was out of the door.
Poker, eh? What are you going to do about it?
And also, we said it wasn't going to be easy, didn't we, Patrick Antonius?
Yeah.
He knocked out Jonathan Duhamel.
Why would you do that?
Why
I
would
mean,
you-
Jonathan is such a nice bloke. Why would you want to do that to somebody as nice as Jonathan?
And also, it's been mentioned leading up to this week that Mad Harper's written some stories on the EPT Facebook page that the Macau high rollers were going to be coming to the EPT Grand Final for the first time. We spotted a few of them around, and 3 more of them have joined the action. And they're also rumoured to be playing in our cash game later tonight, so that could be really interesting. So it's almost going to be like the Macau high stakes cash game on tour at the EPT. It'd be great.
That is nice.
52 entries now we're up to, including re-entries.
It's going to make quite a prize pool here. Meanwhile, from the cutoff, Mr. Chemion has made it 6,500, and that has got rid of Steve Dwyer. Oh, that's an ornate teapot.
What's the ice cream man doing bringing tea?
I don't know.
They're allowed to multitask.
Probably not getting anything else all week.
It was actually Mr. O'Dwyer there, re-raised it. Made it 20,000 on top of Ollie's 6,500. Job done. More food arriving, unbelievable.
So really when we say super high roll at 8 levels without a dinner break, really it's just 8 levels without a dinner break for all the staff bringing you this tournament.
All the cameramen, all the sound guys, the dolly grip, whatever that is, the best boy, never really understood that one. All of those things, nobody gets a break. Everyone just carries on. See, we should just get some noodles in, yeah? And just, because I think there's nothing more attractive when you listen to a broadcast than somebody eating while they're talking on the air.
Well, they want us to try and get inside their minds and bring a bit of extra coverage to the viewers and stuff. You know, we've got to eat like them. We've got to think like them.
Exactly. If they're eating noodles while they're playing, we should be eating noodles while we're talking about them eating noodles while they're playing.
And we should be staying in those 2-story suites as well, just so we can understand what it's like to be a high roller.
And have 100,000 euros.
I'll happily move back into my standard room in the 5-star hotel when we get to the main event. But for the high roller...
For the high roller, we've got to live like them, haven't we? We've got to experience it. Right, I'm going to go out and find a Lamborghini. That one was easy. That was Steve kicking his late day plan into action. Picks up another one.
Make him feel better after losing.
Well, exactly, yeah. And he clearly was torturing himself. The thing is, it's so funny because it's kind of almost, it's warming to see that Steve O'Dwyer, who's just a brilliant poker player, still does what we all do, which is just choose over a horrible decision and then with a wry smile picks up the chips, kind of knowing that this isn't really a great idea, but I might be right, and then seeing that you're wrong again. Do you know what? We all do it at all the different levels we play. You just sometimes kind of don't like...
He's only human.
He's only human. You don't want to be bullied. You don't want to see the bluff. But you kind of know this probably isn't the smartest call you're ever going to make in your life. Once again, Mr. O'Dwyer has been the aggressor here, making it 8,500. Back round to Tim, who must be starving. He hasn't had a meal for a good half hour now. Made the call from the big blind.
He's probably got a banana split coming for dessert soon.
He has probably got something lined up. 21,300 in the pot. Jack, King, 7, Rainbow. Pretty quick chick out of Tim.
Pretty quick chick. You from New
Quick
Zealand,
chick.
mate?
No, I don't know what happened there. Is it quick chick? Oh.
10k bet, good.
Yeah. Holly has been on our Twitter feed. Don't forget, hashtag EPT Live. If you want to chat with us, need little thoughts and queries to us, or email nuts@pokerstars.tv. But Holly said there's no reason to not be watching this with a feature table like this. It is pretty dream team stuff, isn't it? And you should see the other players out in the field. You could easily swap out any of these guys and you would find it still be pretty much the best poker table you've seen in your life.
We all have to come to we have to figure out the best thing on the menu. C2 votes. C3 votes. C5 votes.
Phil Beer Poker going, oh, it's spaghetti time again. There's been a lot of spaghetti sold today during the Super High Roller. A lot of noodles out there. Folded around.
Do you reckon they get free food as part of their 100k buy-in? Anything you want from the waiters, on us, so they're all just making the most of it, trying to eat through 100k's worth of food.
They certainly should do.
Which you could do in about 5-6 meals in Monte Carlo.
It wouldn't take long,
doesn't take
would
you
it?
money.
It wouldn't take long.
Timothy Adams is already halfway there.
Yeah, he is certainly going through the allowance at a bonkers speed. Oh, in fact, there's Holly's little tweet made it onto the TV there. Good lord, that's almost like it was planned. How about that? So there you are. You could find yourself on the ticker tape. Get us in an interesting comment. As that was Tim Adams' time to make a re-raise. Senong has not really managed to get himself much traction in recent hands. Remind you, we are at 1,500, 3,000 on the blinds, 400 on the antes, 20 minutes left here. Everyone will take a quick break for 2 more back-to-back levels to finish the day's Super High Roller action. And then from 10 p.m. Central European time, big cash game. Those are the 3 words you need to know. Under the gun raise from Steve, 8,500. Gets through Sorrel.
Sen Ung in seat 7 there, looks interested.
Yeah, I'm thinking that Mr. Rankemeyer has also folded. Now it is on him. Looks like he's bumping this up. 25,000. Well, not for the first time today. Steve is taking a moment to make a decision. Oh, and this time he decides to let it go.
Like a painful fold.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like he's had any easy decisions at all today. Everything he's done has been kind of quite tortured.
And even though he's not in the danger zone with this stack, you know, when he
Danger
comes back,
zone! Sorry.
He'll be coming back with a sub 50 big blind stack, and he just, just when you're playing out of position, you just think, you know what, you can pick, you can find better spots. You know, if your hand like pocket 7s or 8s there. Then you've got to ask yourself, why I opened in the first place?
Because sometimes you just have to under the gun. David Humphrey is asking how long the cash game will air for. We're going to bring you about 4 hours of that.
4 hours, yeah. The cash game itself will probably be going all night, but we got to sleep, I'm afraid. So, but we'll bring you 4 hours. Graphical Nick confirming on Twitter there. Cash game will be airing until 2 AM Central European time. Under the gun raise from Mizzy?
Yeah.
Didn't work out too well for O'Dwyer. Let's see if Mizzy can make better use of the position.
Again, this is one of those, throw it out there, but again, metagame-wise, sometimes I'm aware if people have been making under-the-gun raises and it's been failing, if I start trying to do under-the-gun raises, I kind of, for some reason, think that I must look stronger, because people must know that this isn't something that's very smart, and it doesn't seem to be working for lots of players. So when you make the under-the-gun raise, people are going, really? It's gone so badly for him? You must be just so huge here, like.
Yeah.
As it turns out, it's once again come back to bite our under-the-gun raiser. Mr. Bias has bumped it up to 18k. It's just who wants to pay another 11,000 to be out of position? I don't.
Sorrel doesn't.
No.
O'Dwyer doesn't. Liam's asking about the start time for the cash game. It's 10 PM Central European time, so that is that
9
PM, thank you. British summer time. I had it in my head and I just lost it right at the end.
You were doing so well.
I was.
The sentence was literally just one word after the other, just stringing together beautifully, and then you kind of just stopped. I thought, ah, he needs help here. See, that's why it's a two-way thing. It's a double team, because if you just forget a word.
Anyway, this is chip stacks at our feature table. Sorrel Mizzy now's dipped below the 100k mark. 33 big blinds. He's the player getting closest to the danger mark.
Danger zone.
Danger zone.
Yeah, exactly. We've been saying about the shortest stacks at our table, yeah, but they've still got plenty of play. But actually, 33 big blinds is getting kind of pretty awkward with 15 minutes to go. Yeah.
Well, because almost every pot we've seen has been 3-bet one way or another. So you got to think that you can't be playing standard sort of bet call and then get it on a turn. It's no. A lot of time you're going to have to get it in pre-flop if you want to play a hand.
Absolutely. Mr. Shemion has been relatively quiet for the last kind of orbit or so. Makes this 7,700. Going to get called by Sorrel.
Well, it's important to go up and down through the gears, isn't it, mate? In terms of aggression, you need to balance out your day.
Yeah. Yeah, if you suddenly notice I've hardly done anything for a while, you have to sort of get yourself back in. And if you've been overly active, you might just need to just chill down a while. But as it is, we are heads up. Sorrel and Ole. Ole's got position on the button. 8, ace, 10. Rainbow. Mike's having a nice time. Check to the aggressor. Doesn't hang about getting his bet out there, and Sorrel doesn't hang about with his cards.
Ed's asking sort of a variant we're going to be playing in tonight's cash game. I believe it's just going to be no limit Texas Hold'em, no limit Hold'em.
I believe you're right. I've not been told otherwise.
Yeah, that's what I believe it is.
Yeah, I think that would be awesome. So I think that'd be really fun. Just like, come on, let's like train small blind versus big blind situations, and we just have that same situation over and over again with new cards, and then we just keep playing. You can do it. That would be fun. It's not too tough to program that from. No, it seems like it should be really. And that's a really good training. Just get a different card. Yeah. And then
Keep 7 folks.
Get all the guys watching us the same amount of
See 8 folks.
Somebody in the live stream, please program that thing. Do it. Yeah. It's a good idea.
Mr. Isaac Haxton reaching for chips with 1,500, 3,000 on the blinds, 400 ante. He's made it 8,500.
Simple raise and take.
I know. Sometimes it works.
Yeah. Have it generate hands for each side from the ranges. Yeah, exactly. You could even limit certain ranges. Yeah, exactly.
So you can just like
skip the time.
Play 3-bet pot, just cut off against small blind. Plug in the small blind 3-bet range, cut off, call the 3-bet range, and
then you just keep playing,
play flops.
You get so much experience, and you can really work on certain aspects of the game really well.
How does that not exist already?
Exactly. I was thinking the same thing. I mean,
it's like
definitely a programmer listening at this.
That's like an afternoon of work for a decent programmer who already has an interface for playing poker.
And this would be like a way to work on your game, which is actually probably a lot more fun than calculating ranges to set up like you just play and then a simulator, Smart guy this device.
Ollie raising it up. Steve calling. A familiar story. Sorrel on the button.
Is this time to make the move?
Yeah, it could be. Times are ticking. A little over 10 minutes.
With a raise and a call. It is.
All in.
Give that man the all-in triangle.
Yep, it just all about gets over the line. I mean, not that you imagine for a minute anybody wasn't aware this could happen, but can't have been something that was massively troubling Ollie, so he could still be light as.
Well, this is what you don't want when you squeeze all in, is for someone to wake up with a big hand behind you.
Yeah, because right now you're not giving necessarily Shimmy on any real credit. Same story for Steve, but when the big blind just sits here and goes, you're thinking, oh dear. You know, your big ace or your kind of medium pair, all of a sudden you're thinking,
It's a tricky spot to be in. If you do have a hand like that sitting in Ung's position, because you think, well, I've got two guys behind me. Do I re-raise to isolate, or do I just flat call? And then I'm exploitable.
We never get to know. It worked.
Message for you.
Yeah?
Oh dear. Phil. Matt, please start calling him Ike Haxton. You sound like his mum calling him Isaac.
I can't help it. I can't help it.
He only calls him Isaac when he loses a pot, like when he's done something wrong.
When he's done something, Isaac? I don't know. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I do apologise. I call him Mike.
More poker beer. Phil Beer Poker is off. He's been sticking with us, all day.
Stuck with us all day. I think you were accidentally right.
Slip there.
Yeah, I think you might have hit the nail on the head first time round.
Well, thanks for joining us anyway.
Yes, Phil.
And I hope to see you all week and into next week.
Yeah,
and the week after. Are we still here the week after that, or is it just next week?
I think we get to stop at that point. Yeah, we are here for 9 days, including today. Still a good few hours. We've still got 2 levels of the super high roller, plus the 4 hours of the cash game. So plenty of poker to bring you today.
It's a good job I'm not feeling tired already anyway. So
you would know. You would know. No. No, we're going to ease really gently into the first day of the broadcast with 73 solid hours.
Exactly. I prepared fresh. I stopped at 10 beers last night just to make sure that I was able to go through all day today.
You stole enough breakfast in a napkin to last you for a couple of days.
See? These are things you need to do on tour.
I felt cheeky seeing a small chocolate spread sachet for a little sugar boost. No brand mentioned there. You see why I did that?
Yeah.
It was Nutella, but other chocolate spreads are available. But that's what I stole from breakfast, thinking, at some point, a little cheeky swoop of that, it'll be just the sugar rush I need to get me through the cash game.
I can just imagine it's like going on a mountain stage of the Tour de France, and you just like get your Nutella out. It's like on a final stretch.
Going, what was it that got you through the hardest part of the day? I just ate a lot of creamy chocolate goodness. Now, you can answer this one from Bernie, because I think you mentioned this earlier on. What's the buy-in for the big cash game? Was it 500?
500, but now they're playing 501k. It may reduce to 250k.
Yeah.
Buy-in, but that means there's going to be still way more than $1 million on the table.
So as we understood, it was going to be $500,000 buy-in, but then we found that they're playing the blinds of 5 500, 1,000. So we will keep you up to date. I mean, we've still got plenty of the super high roller. As we approach that cash game, we'll try and give you more up-to-date information. Obviously, being cash, it's going to be down to the player.
Exactly, it's down to the players.
That's the difference with these things. These are set, static, created structures, etc., etc. No surprises. With the cash game, obviously the players are going to influence exactly what happens. For all we know, they turn up and want to play PLO or mixed or something, but we imagine that that's what it's going to be. 500, 1,000, no limit hold'em.
Yeah, we can hardly say, come to Monte Carlo, play cash game. No, you're playing exactly the blinds we're telling you. No, you're doing this. No, you're doing that.
Playing monkey pineapple. Jacks are wild.
Irish.
We're removing all of the queens from the deck, and every third hand, take your hat off, or you have to have a drink.
Do you know what? I think there'll be a few players into that.
I'd quite liked it. The more I said it, I thought actually this sounds quite good fun. Trademark.
Wow.
All the way around to Tim. He is on the button and therefore raises.
It's the law.
It is the law of the land. Makes it 8k to Ike, aka Isaac, aka
Isaac to his mum and Matt.
Yeah. Isaac, your tea's ready. Cheeky reminder in the top right of your screen, Formula 1 is the password for the free roll. 8:15 Central European Time this evening.
Yeah, just over an hour and a half to get involved, but careful, could fill up before then.
Indeed.
Adam's opened this, as Matt said, and he's been 3-bet by Haxton. From the small blind?
Yeah, exactly. It's like you're meant to open from the button, so I care not. And I'm meant to be strong from the small blind, so haha.
But then he's like, but I have position, so I can call and I'll play you post-flop.
As you may have noticed, I've paid 100,000 euros to be here. I fancy myself somewhat.
Jack 6-5, couple of clubs.
Funny thing is, whenever Ike is thinking, I imagine when he's in the booth and he's going through everything out loud with us right now, he's saying, see, I'm looking at this flop and I'm thinking, da, 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 and you think, that's just what he's hearing right now.
Yeah.
It's just much faster. All of that information, all of that analysis at your disposal every time you find yourself in some spot.
See, you called him Ike. Does that mean that you know he's got to win his hand?
It does. It's my tell.
You've got to be careful about knowing about the future and giving that away to others.
I know, it's just the problem.
32,000 is the bet into about 68.
As I knew it would be. Now, how much do you like your button? Probably still quite a bit, I would imagine. Timothy, as his mother likes to call him.
That's called.
Well, Dacey would be all over that.
Jack 9 of diamonds all over that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to get a lot of money out of the guy with the draw. However, he is not involved in the hand. It's funny, isn't it, when you see everyone with their phones, you think like it wasn't that long ago and nothing was allowed at the table. Everything must be removed electronically, and now it's just, can anybody imagine not being able to muck about with your phone at the table? Coming up in the break, boys and girls, Mr. James the Heart Hartigan and Joe the Stapleton, out and about in Monte Carlo. That you will not want to miss. A few other bits and bobs there. Mr. Daniel Negrano, Mr. Alex Seidel versus Vogelsang. That sounds like a great kickboxing match right there.
It does.
Don't forget, do stick about during our breaks. We've got some good features. If you saw the one with Vicky Corrin in the last break, Don't feel like you have to leave us just because we all take a break. Still plenty of juicy stuff for you to catch.
It's a good old thing for Ike.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a good old decision. 129,800 was in the pot until Mr. Haxon threw that out in front of him.
Yikes, that's a big bet.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not far off the pot, really, is it? 110 into 129.
That's sending a message.
That is a mess with me at your peril, because we've still got the river to come, yeah.
You're right. You see, you knew he was going to win the hands.
I knew Ike would.
That's why I dropped in a Timothy. I just went
Timothy,
with you. Yeah.
It was good. It was good.
It's
2
nice to
minutes. Sorry?
Sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say 2 minutes left on this level.
Yeah, I was going to say with Alec Torelli, one of the faces from the ads table, he's tweeted in. He said he's having a roller coaster day, up to 350, down to 200. Still grinding. Pretty tough when you're at a table with Jason Mercier, Justin Bonamone, Jungle Man, though.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not going to be easy. But as we said, there is no easy draw with a field like this.
C5 bet 7,000. C6 and C7 fold.
Under the gun is the new button, isn't it?
Didn't work out well last time for Mizzy.
That is true.
Try and try again. Unless you're out.
Sounds like the hundreds are going to be leaving us as well during the next break.
We'll miss them. We thank them for their
We
cooperation.
thank them. They have been very useful to us. We couldn't have played the game without them, but their time is at an end.
So a Dwight appeal from the big blind. Queen 10-8. Ooh, rainbow.
That's a bonkers flop. That's the sort of flop that a lot of people would be getting quite excited about. All sorts of popular rangers will be smashing into that.
Yeah. A lot of combo draws, backdoor draws.
Yeah.
2-pair draws.
It's almost a shame. It's almost a shame when the turn comes, because you know mostly it's going to make it the flop. You go, that flop is just so much expectation, so many possibilities, and then some sort of brick like the tray comes and you go, oh.
Could have been worse. Could have been the tray of spades.
And then bang, the river does that to you.
This will be the last hand of the level now. Maybe the final 20-minute break of the day for the players. Blinds have been 2,000, 4,000 with a 500 Anthony when we return. Sounds like 20,500 from Mizzy.
Yeah, he would love to go into this break with a bit of a boost to his bankroll. Come back with a fighting chance.
Not bad. Won a bunch. One bit with yours. One bit of the heater.
Is it another case of the trip eights?
Oh, don't. That would be sick. Last time we saw Steve dwell on a big decision, he ended up grimacing and making the wrong call.
It's okay, Steve, you can take 17 minutes if you want, if you really, really want to.
Yeah, yeah.
Probably the last time we have you on the feature table EPT live. That's joking, joking.
You can't penalise a man for taking a while.
I was jesting.
No, he's let it go. He decided not to do what he did before and dwell and call and find himself wrong. Whether that's still playing in his mind, we will not know. But that is a nice little pickup for Sorel there. He ends up with 129,300. In better shape than he could have been. Still only got himself 32 big blinds. But Isaac now jumped ahead of Ole after a really good session there. And when they return, we will have 2 more levels to play out from the super high roller. They'll come back in at 2,000, 4,000 with a 500 ante. Don't forget, later on tonight, also from 10 p.m. Central European time, we're going to have that big cash game. But right now, we've got 60 minutes left on the break, so we're going to enjoy it. Come back and join us for more here from EPT 10 Monte Carlo.
Poker School Online is the place to get your poker career going. It's free to join and free to play. If you dream of being a poker pro but don't have a bankroll or don't know how to improve, Poker School Online is the place for you. PSO Leagues offer prizes every month, along with a host of Premier League promotions where you can challenge yourself against the best people in the PSO community. Improve your game in minutes with Poker Bites, short videos that break down advanced poker concepts. Or watch full-length PSO session videos with pros like Nanonoko and Lex Veldhouse. Get your poker career started today at Poker School Online.
I think we deserve a bottle of champagne, and it's not that expensive.
I've just realised something. That is the cost per glass.
We're gonna put this back.
This is definitely the best jacket. It'd be good to have you a little bit more casual.
Great. Why does it look so serious?
We're making a title sequence for EPT 10, which involves shooting 6 people around a poker table. It's going to look amazing. Yep. Absolutely amazing.
It'll be beautiful.
Beautiful. It's 20 seconds of beauty.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. We're sat around a poker table, you know, with a bunch of other team pros. We can't actually play any poker, and we're just sort of repeating the same shot over and over, different angles, look more serious, look less serious, you know. But it's fun, you know, it's something a little different, trying out our acting skills.
To do this kind of stuff is really funny for us, and it's actually part of our daily job. As professional players, we just don't sit at the table playing cards, but we also do a lot of media things, and this is one of the things that we do like the most.
It's really hard to imagine how it would be in the end, you know, with a green wall, and we don't know what's going to happen, so I'm really excited to see the results.
Your left shoulder's a bit slumped. That's better, yeah.
That's it. Perfect. Yeah.
Action!
Work out a bit of static.
More
has a real slow one like that. Imagine the chips are going to be falling like really slow. Okay.
Well, you know, the EPT, when it first started out, not a lot of people knew what to make of it, you know, but now you look at it, it's 10 seasons strong, and it literally is. It has become the most successful tour in the whole world.
It's kind of crazy how it's gone, and it's like getting better and better every year, so I'm like really like impatient to play there again.
You know, I won in season 6, so it's been a few years now, and yeah, the fact that the tour has grown to what it has is just magnificent.
Last card. The Barcelona champion, Alexander Davies.
Limbury is the champion of EPT San Remo. Galen Hall will left the trophy. Axelot's the champion.
Somebody call the Blom squad.
Bow before King Dan. Siva seals the deal. Portugal is the super high roller champ.
You know what? Can't afford a meal, but at least the bar mix is free.
Yep. But I do have some bad news.
Don't tell me we have to pay for this as well.
No, but I didn't wash my hands when I went to the bathroom. When I started in poker, before I even entered like the big time, I was really sort of doing it the old-fashioned way, where in Toronto, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I was playing $20 rebuy tournaments. At that time in my life, I was really sort of grinding. You know, my bankroll was always small. I was kind of in and out of money, just trying to get my feet wet and go through the learning curve of becoming a pro. So I was really honing my skills, and we played pretty deep stacked, so I was pretty comfortable in those environments. I remember my first World Series of Poker event. That was a little nerve-wracking for me. I'd watch it on television. I'd watch guys like Phil Hellmuth when he was 24 win and think, wow, that is so cool. I want to play in that one day. The year was 1998. There was 229 players, and it was pot limit hold'em, which is a game I'd only played like 2 or 3 times. I played no limit hold'em and limit hold'em, but never really pot limit. And I was like, well, it's close enough to no limit. And I found that I actually really, really liked it. It took me a while to get comfortable, especially my first table had Johnny Chang, Eric Seidel, Men the Master Win, you know, Dan Harrington, all these guys. It was like the toughest table ever. But I found that after a couple hours, you know what? I'm holding my own here. I just remember playing against a kid named Dominic Bork, who, when I was heads up, I was like, oh God, this guy knows what he's doing. He's from England, plays this all the time, and I was like, he's definitely better than me. So I looked for a spot to gamble with him, and I found one where I had a small advantage. And I remember the card falling, and not really seeing it. It was a blur to me, but I knew there were people in the crowd cheering for me. So I kind of didn't see the card, but I looked at them go like this, and I'm like, that's good. That means I won. And yeah, it was a black 6, and a club would have done me in, and a spade was okay. And I just couldn't make it out, but obviously it was a spade. And so it was just one of those moments where I dropped to my knees and went, really? Wow. And you had, like, of course, the reporters, and they wrote up a big thing, which I still have to this day. This little picture of me without a goatee or no facial hair at all. I do remember after winning, sitting at a table where Huck Seed, who I was like big fan of because he was so great, is the young, tall jock who won the main event, and Howard Lederer were sitting talking about their draft and who they're gonna pick. And I was sitting at the table near them, and Howard Lederer had no idea who I was, and Huck was like, how about that kid? You know, he won a pot limit hold, and they were talking about me. And I'm like, wow, they're talking about picking me in their draft? And so Huck Seed, he actually did pick me for his team, and I thought, wow, it was a real big, you know, confidence boost for me. So that experience was just, I mean, I didn't even grasp it at the time. At the time, I was the youngest ever, 23 years old, and it was 5 years till I won another one. So it was a very special moment for me that I look back on and think, wow, that's pretty crazy.
So this is the first heat of 8. I think it's fair to say, Joe, that our qualifier, Gareth Coles, is starting to settle in now.
It's got to be nerve-wracking sitting next to all these big stars. And George Costanza.
Gareth, is that, you're wearing a PokerStars watch, right?
Yeah.
Is that because you want a scoop or because you have 5 million VPPs?
Scoop.
Okay, good.
Get that read.
Get that read.
He only has 4.8 million.
Why, what's better?
Well, if it's for 5 million VPP, it means he plays like millions and millions and millions of hands online. So.
Oh, okay.
And the other one is if you won a tournament.
Anybody can win a tournament.
Maybe he left the watch for 5 million VPPs at home, and this one's just for scoop.
No, you should JG that shit. Just put both on.
Raise from Jen. Speculative call from Phil.
He's a speculative guy.
That was a very reluctant call there, Phil. Quiet little call.
We don't know if he's thinking about raising or if he's thinking about...
Everybody's got a decent hand or was getting good odds.
4 ways?
4 players.
Gareth flops best. He now has a pair of queens.
Check.
Everyone checks to Phil.
And if I know Phil, and I'd like to think I do, he is going to bet this in position, even though he's got absolutely nothing.
30,000.
Garrett's got a good hand, but it's a scary board.
I think I know what you have, Phil.
Guaranteed you don't.
Jason and Jen
I'm
fold,
pretty
and
sure.
we go heads up to the turn.
Pair of queens, still good.
Phil had to have known he was going to have to bet this more than once he got called on the flop.
60,000.
I mean, there's always a chance 8 high is good.
Undeterred.
Heads up to the river. Gentlemen, please remember to signal for any aggressive action on the river.
Is Phil going to attempt to bluff a third time? The King of Clubs is a bit of a scare card for Gareth. Oh, he's going for the bluff button. Phil is about to bluff the river. If Gareth folds the best hand, he'll go in the shark cage. Phil needs to act soon.
Love that shot clock.
If Gareth calls the bluff, Phil goes in the cage. He's betting big.
I'm not all in, by the way.
3 chips behind.
But the time chips are.
Time chips are in.
It's still enough to put Gareth all in, which means this is for his tournament life.
We have paused his shot clock while we count the wager.
The 30-second countdown will start shortly.
I must be ahead, but...
67.
But
40, 60,
Don't worry.
67.
He folds!
967,000. Garrett says he folds.
See ya! The bluff gets through!
And he didn't push
I'm kidding.
the button.
Look at it.
He did push the button.
Oh, in the cage.
I knew you were bluffing.
Oh my
I did. I said, but I can't call it. Damn it.
Gareth, I love you, kid, but that was too much fun. I couldn't help myself.
Gareth has to miss an orbit.
And you get a shark chip out of it, Phil.
Damn.
Phil's going to get our first bluff chip.
That was so much fun. Oh, my God. I was hoping it would work out, too. Like, I have to just jam the hell out of it.
It's your big blind. It's your big blind. You want to take it or not?
Bird.
Oh, that's cool.
Call the needle.
The club was the only card. I'm calling you, otherwise.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Cool story, bro.
I am bushed. I'm going to hit the sack.
Yeah, no problem.
You got this?
Yes, you got the last one.
Oh, thanks, buddy. I'll see you for breakfast in the morning.
Yes, I will come get you. What room are you in?
629.
All right, good night.
Good night.
Room 629, please. Thank you.
This is the first time I've played with Christoph. It's always a bit more challenging when you're playing with somebody that you've never played with before, but you could tell that he's a good aggressive player. Ace deuce, it's not a great hand, but I'm in position, and it's always nice to have a small ace suited. You know, sometimes you can win big pots with those hands.
38. Eric Seidel opened in the cutoff, and I 3-bet in the small blind with ace-king.
I'm happy to see an ace. Now he has to have an ace or a jack to beat me.
I think on the flop, ace-king will be the better hand the vast majority of the time. So I'm betting to get called from possibly pairs, some gut shots, and other top pairs with a weaker kicker.
He bet 18,000, and I called, which is pretty standard.
Once the turn comes, I think my hand deteriorates, because if I'm 3-betting from the small blind, I'll have a lot of Broadway cards. So if I keep betting, I might overrepresent my hand a little bit. And therefore I decide to check so that I can value bet the river.
He checks, and I check.
Once the river comes a queen, my hand slightly deteriorates again, because if he was floating the flop with a gut shot, then on the river he would make trips. However, I think that he would not bluff the river very often, so the best thing for me to get value out of the hand is to value bet and face a tough decision if he raises me.
And on the river he bets 45, which is a pretty big bet. My thinking was, if he has a smaller ace than ace-jack, he could easily be trying to take me off my hand because it looks like I have what I have. I just don't think he's bluffing in that spot enough, given the fact that he has to be concerned that I have a jack or an ace.
Ace-king. He mucked his hand, and that was the optimal result for me. I assumed that Eric had an ace with a weaker hand, but if Eric would have raised the river, I would have folded.
Honestly, I'm not happy about the hand because I should have folded it. It's one of those hands where afterwards you think, I wish I had taken that decision back. It was my least favorite play of the day.
Welcome back to the PokerStars and Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final. We are bringing you super high roller action. We have 2 more levels for today. We are coming back in at 2,000, 4,000 with a 500 ante. You can see it's a beautiful and busy card room out there. This is our final, the Grand Final super high roller table right now. This is our featured players. Timothy Adams is our shortest stack right now. Oh no, I'm lying. I do apologize, guys.
That's a seat order, no worries.
Order, sorry. Brain engage. That is our chip count. I was thinking, when did Timothy suddenly become last in chips? 126,500 for Sorel. He is our shortest stack. Isaac Haxton just taken the lead off Ole Chemion with a couple of key hands before the break. But now the blinds are getting to a level where some of the shorter stacks are going to feel that pinch.
Yeah, we've lost the 100k chips. The ante is up to 500 now. And O'Dwyer and Mizzy are going to be the ones looking over their shoulder. At some point, the structure has to cut with you. We have to, you know, force the action. This is why we do have ever increasing blind levels. Otherwise, the chips would just get passed from one player to another player to another. And now Dwyer straight in with a 3-bet here, over the top of an open from Ole Shimian. Shimian's called. These two guys go heads up to this flop. Couple of kings, an 8, 2 clubs, and a check from Shimian.
You sounded almost surprised as you talked through the flop. Some kings? An 8?
Well, no, because I knew that there was I was about to say check from Shimian, so I was...
Yes. You were getting ready for it. No, I think the hundreds are out of play there. We were just about to tease the chip values, but I think the hundreds have been taken out of play during that break, as we've now got the ante up to 500.
Yeah. Story checks out.
Thank you.
28,000. Ole. Ole.
Ole.
Come on. And he folds.
Nice work if you can get it.
This is for Mr. J and everyone else who might just join the stream. We'll be covering the super high roller action until the end of its day 1, which is the end of level 8. So we got this level and one more. Then we'll be taking a dinner break. All of us, the high rollers, everyone. We're going to go and munch on a bit of buffet food. And then we will be back for 10 or maybe 10:15. So more likely 10:15 we'll be back on air just to make sure that we get everything set up properly. And we will be bringing you the cash game action live all the way through until 2 p.m. 2 a.m.
2 a.m. Good Lord, no.
Good Lord, no, please.
I just will collapse. And also worth mentioning, we will have a guest commentary booth member. Theo Jorgensen's going to be with us for the cash.
Nice.
So feel free to pick his brains. And just tune in for some expert analysis, his thoughts on the game. As long as he's in a giving mood, doesn't want to keep all the secrets to himself.
It's fine, he likes to keep all the PLO secrets to himself. When
Yeah,
playing
that's
Hold'em,
true.
then he'll... Yeah.
Min raise from Sorrel. The blinds are big enough, scary enough against some of these stacks that the old min raise will start coming out more often now. Wow.
Yeah, 3-bet from Bank Mine, a small blind, 23,000.
Yeah. Gets rid of Senong. Back onto the button raiser. Wow, and so as announced, yeah, it's straight back at you, all in. Job done. Tobias doesn't hang around too long.
That's going to be the story of Mizzy's day, really, until he gets a double up. He's going to have to take these big pre-flop decisions.
Yeah, absolutely. 154,000 for Sorrel now, so no problems. Don't forget on your screen right now how to get in touch with us. Hashtag EPT Live if you want to get to us on Twitter, or email nuts@pokerstars.tv. Thanks to everyone that's been with us so far, keeping us company, keeping us amused. More of that. And don't forget also, not too long now, about an hour until the free roll starts.
Free money.
Free money,
Why
free
wouldn't you
poker.
get involved?
Yeah, Formula 1, top right of your screen, that's your password. Keep us posted once you get involved. We'll give you a countdown, let you know how things are looking.
Let's have a look at our outside tables there. Patrick Antonius, Dan Smith, Fabian Quas, and the beard that we were talking about.
Got to get out there with some
yeah,
toothpicks.
saw D-Negs there with the better trimmed beard. Jason Mercer sitting next to Dan Kate, still talking a lot. There's Alex Torelli, who tweeted in earlier. Halal Shakurchi. Johannes Strassman. German Borg. Olivier Busquet. And Paul Newey there, looking a bit tired. Yeah, back to our.
There's no easy draw out there, is there?
It's your own fault, man. It's like one time I shut down, you're like, it's never good enough.
Big hello to Diane Dawson's tuned in. Sun is shining. Well, that's good. I wouldn't know. EPT is on an awesome super high roller table. Couldn't agree more. And I'm back with you. Good to see you, Diane. Don't forget, share the video stream. Get more people to watch us. There's the little share icon. Very specific instructions. Hover the pointer in the top right of the window to see the icon. Otherwise, you just won't know. This has been erased by Steve up to 11,000. Being called by Ung. Flop 6-5 ace. A pot of 31,500. Steve has checked. And Senon going to continue here. Well, actually, I say continue. Actually, he just peeled the flop, but he is going to try and take control of this now. Betting out 19,000 into 31,500. Steve didn't take too long to make that decision. Gonna take another card. Turn is the 2 of clubs.
Getting a good stare down here from Steve.
Yeah, he's not been too worried about being zippy today. Clearly just finds himself constantly with some big decisions to make. Doesn't want to take a misstep at this stage. So the 33,000 has been called. I've got 135,500 in this pot. Queen of Diamonds comes down.
Check again from O'Dwyer.
Yeah,
Check behind.
Check call, but now it's check check at the very end. We get to see the damage. I hope. The ace-10 for Steve. I don't think that we will get to see Ung's hand.
No.
That'll win it.
Yeah. Now, as Matt was mentioning before, showing you or talking you through how you can share the stream, as we were doing if you were listening in Vienna and San Remo, if we do get 2,000 shares of that stream, then PokerStars generously going to add $500 to the free roll prize pool. So it will jump from 1,500 to 2,000, but we need 2,000 shares. So you've got 55 minutes to get sharing. Tell all your friends. If you want some extra money in there, it's a no-brainer. We need your help doing it. Get sharing, people.
$9,000 is the raise. Just a touch over min. Forward around to Ole.
So Shimon defends his big blind. A7-8, rainbow flop. And 11,500 C-bet gets through. I'm pretty sure Adam Link's going to be sharing the stream. So extra money is like having a day off when it's sunny. Hashtag EPT Live. That's the spirit, Adam. Get sharing.
Don't forget, it's all about hovering. All about hovering.
Hover. Hover the pointer, do they call it? Hover the pointer.
Hover the pointer.
Technical terms. Table talk's quieted down a bit, Matt, isn't it, since they've come back from break?
Yeah, well, they've not been overly bonkers on the chit-chat, have they? But, yeah, it's kind of, I guess, just getting a little bit more serious for more of the players on the table now. Before, everyone was pretty reasonably stacked and there was nothing to get too worried about, whereas now, I guess, a little bit more focus perhaps needed. Door has been open for Steve O'Dwyer to come in here if he wants to do so.
He does bet. Call by Shimian. 7,500. Three of clubs isn't going to slow down Steve from betting again.
I had wondered if this was going to be another check raise opportunity for Ole on that flop, but similarly another opportunity here. No, Steve just had the best of it and Ole had nothing to fight with.
I guess Ole's, you know, we said that he's moving back down through the gears. Once you get up to 600,000 in a tournament like this, you don't really have to go too crazy, do you? You can just wait and pick your spots, you know, hope to get big hands and get them paid off. He's done a lot of the hard work.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Well, that's the thing I said earlier on, you know, you get a lot of players that want to get themselves up the top really early.
Yeah.
So that then they've got that option rather than other players that just don't want to get themselves into any silly spots. They just tick over, do what's necessary, keep their head just ahead of the you know, the danger zone.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you say, he's got him and Ike now. They can just play however they fancy, however each situation presents itself. Zero pressure to do anything at this stage.
I think it's interesting to see, for the players that are playing the high roller today and then playing in our cash game later tonight, how today's play in a tournament could potentially affect the way they play in the cash game. You know, the thought, do I have to put in another 100k bullet tomorrow, or you know, I'm good, I'm only in for a 100k bullet, or if you played really well today, does that transfer across, or if you play badly, are you able to you know, keep the two things, you know, in different compartments and not let them affect each other? What are your thoughts on that, Matt, do you think?
Do you know, the honest truth is I don't know, because I don't think I can put myself, you know, the amount of money that you're dealing with. If you're these guys that you've got such a good mental attitude to being able to separate yourself from that volume of cash.
Yeah.
You know, is it something that really influences you till? Is it just a mathematical calculation? What's my bankroll? What can I afford to, you know, dally with here, and what can I risk there, and what do I need to lock up? So I don't know is the honest truth. I know it's not much of an answer, but I think that's the problem, is if you're these guys, you're just used to dealing with these kind of lumps of cash and just trying to, I guess the decision is also how you're feeling. You know, how's your mental attitude? Have you played all day here and you're on a real roll and you're feeling good and you think cash is right now, just get me some more chips, get me some more cards?
Yeah.
Or actually, have you kind of struggled through today and you kind of think, you know what, I just need some more noodles and to recharge my batteries? Again, it's where the experience of these guys, I guess, really comes to the front.
For sure.
But certainly, I think there would be maybe players that, if they do have a good, you know, if you have a really good turn in the cash game, all of a sudden, ridiculous though it sounds, that 100,000, it might not be such a big deal. You might have been thinking, oh, I'm done reloading, and then you win $1 million tonight, and you go, actually, 100,000 to take down the super high roller? Pfft, maybe I will give it a go.
Yeah.
Raise and win. That's the story from Mr. Sorel Mizzi in that hand.
And another bust out, Matt, from the outer floor. Rather than the inner floor.
Who is it this time?
It is Mike Mad Dog Watson. Yeah, busted to Alec Torelli.
Oh, so
in
Mr.
a classic
Torelli's,
race. Pocket threes versus Ace Queen. It's not a Broughton's classic race, but
it's not
a Hartigan and Stakes classic race.
It is. It's not a TM classic race. Ike has folded, Ole has folded around to Steve. Looks interested in this. Remind you, we are 2K, 4K with a 500 ante. He makes it 11,000. Quite sizable at this stage.
Yeah, I've noticed in Steve actually that his opening raises generally are slightly, you know, they're somewhere between 2.5 to 2.7x. I noticed that back in Prague when we had him on the feature table as well.
Yeah.
I think it's a deliberate thing. Well, obviously he's not accidentally raising.
I don't think. I think you're absolutely right. I
Yeah.
think he knows where he is. His conscience.
I'm pretty sure if he's buying into a 100k event, he's going to know whether or not he's raising what he intends to raise.
Check on the flop of deuce 4-5, 2 diamonds. Mr. O'Dwyer made it 16k. Tim has come along. Ace of Hearts is your turn. 59,500 in the pot. Again, pretty quick check from Tim.
Somebody given a speech before that happened, or is it like
just a random person? They just sign up. And they
Do you know the topic before?
Nope.
And check behind from O'Dwyer.
Lots of paired boards on rivers we've seen so far today for some reason, but there it is, another deuce, just to make things more spicy. Best part of 60k worth fighting for right now. Slower action from Tim this time. He's been checking quite quickly so far, post-flop, post-turn. Now he's going to take a stab at this. 40,000 to 60,000.
The things you want to do the least, or the things you have to do.
As a general rule of thumb, I don't like it, but
I'm not saying you should do it the whole day.
The last thing I want to do is silly, but
It's a good polarizing bet. It really. We saw a lot of bets in San Remo that people were trying to do these real pressure bets on the river, but we're making it like 35 to 45% of the pot. We were just saying, if you're gonna do a move like this, just bomb it. You know, you have to really apply the pressure.
And it's funny because poor old Steve, he just seems to keep finding himself in these like polarized, like
he does.
I'm either good or I'm a bad, and it's like that's it. There's you can keep analyzing it, but it's like right at the very end, you've got a kind of dangerous, complicated, weird board, and somebody just goes bang.
Yeah.
And he never makes a quick. He never has any snap decisions. You know, he's never gone boom. I call. I'm just golden here. And that's why people keep putting him in these spots, because there's just no hand for him that can be an instant call where he just feels great about life. And sadly, once again for Steve, it looks like this is being into the muck.
In they go.
Another tough decision put to Steve O'Dwyer.
Into
He's certainly in better shape than he has been at some spots during the day. There have been better times for Steve O'Dwyer then. Let's take a look at one.
Just as a system.
I'm all in.
Happy days, happy memories. Think positive, Steve. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts.
A year's a long time now, and everyone keeps hitting trips on him on the river.
That does seem to be the way of it, doesn't it?
Anyway, I want to give a big shout out to everyone and anyone who shared the stream, because amazingly we have hit the share target.
That's good.
Yeah, so
Wow.
$500 extra in the prize pool. You've got 45 minutes to get into the free roll before it starts, but I recommend with all that extra money in there, you get involved quickly because it is going to fill up. But congratulations. Give yourselves a pat on the back.
Or if you're with someone, get them to do it for you.
And keep sharing.
Theoretically possible. Pretty rare.
You rallied the troops beautifully, if I might be so bold.
I tried.
Formula 1, that's your password. Don't forget it. Make use of it. Get it in there.
Oh, I thought Tim was getting meal number 3 of the day delivered. They're just cleaning up from meal 1 and 2.
Exactly. They've had to send in the clean-up team.
He's like, no, where's my? No, I had some sauce left on that. I was going to lick the plate. Oh, okay, it's gone.
I was saving that last bit of spaghetti. A third diamond and a straight affecting 8. If you're that way inclined, 55,500 in the pot. So we're all working out a plan of attack here.
Bet like your tournament life depends on it. You know what? It kind of does.
28,000 into the chops of Senon.
Lung's another one he's had. Not the easiest of days. A lot of pressure's been applied on him, but he keeps trying.
Yeah.
Plugging away.
Yeah. He's certainly not probably where he'd like to be in chips, but he's got enough to fight with. Not going to be easy fodder for anybody.
Yep.
He makes the call.
I mean, you kind of have to believe in something, obviously.
So Mizzy has just under pot size bet left. Ung has just over a pot size bet left. And look at that for a river.
And again, you just don't know if that's an absolute nightmare card for either of these players or if it's a dream come true. Or in fact, if it's both for either. Sorrell's out of position, but it does give him the opportunity to get in there first and put pressure. No snap call, which is always nice.
Looks ever so strong. 60% of Mizzy's remaining stack.
Yeah. But of course, he knows that he knows that he knows.
He
that
does.
it does. So that's not going to help him. That's not going to help you at all.
And the fact that gave a little sigh, and you know he's not gonna be setting Mizzy in for the rest of his stack. Be a call at most, one would expect.
Yeah. Yeah. At most. Wants to check what's out there. 172,500. Which for either of these players right now is going to be a real game changer. He's made the call. He's going to get to see the bad news from the looks of those faces. Sorrel showed the king. Wow, so he actually had the ace-king, and that hand just got better and better. So it was, I said, you never know whether that just made dreams come true or whether that was the worst card in the end when that 7 came down. But
yeah, and that's going to leave him with a roughly a 15 big blind stack.
yeah. Which is a shame, because he's had a real go at it for the few levels. What you know, it doesn't feel like he's really done anything particularly wrong. He just hasn't managed to get to the end of a hand, and it kind of developed in his favour. His favour. You can see here already, just from the start of this level, what that's done for the stacks. Great news for Sorrel, not so good for Senon.
Yeah, it's been a great level 7 for our 2 shorty stacks going back. Mizuno Dwyer.
Yeah, we're still 30 minutes of it to go, so that tells you how good the last 30 minutes has been for those guys.
Stefan's done a funny on Twitter.
He's done a funny?
Yeah. He's are either of you two playing the cash game?
Yes. Well, I would, as you know. This is exactly my comfort zone.
He's loving the coverage. 9 days of heaven.
Yeah, we're certainly in for the long haul. Hope you're going to join us out there. Don't forget, got a full program. Lots of different events, lots of different bits and bobs to bring you. We've got cash later on tonight. The FPS final table, obviously, Super Roller conclusion, the main event. We have got plenty to come.
And Will's about 4.5 months short on a competition that we ran at the PCA. Saying there should be a comp to create a new EPT chip in terms of the colours. We did that one at the PCA, didn't we?
We did.
Yeah. Can't remember what the winning one was.
No.
Rhubarb and custard and...
Well, they were themed. They were all. It was like Sandy Shores and
that's right.
It was like it was. Was it
Moon Dust?
Was it Diane? Was it Diane that might have won that one?
Maybe, yeah.
Could be wrong. It was definitely one of our regs. But yeah, we've had some good little impromptu. It was one of those impromptu competitions that just suddenly took off rather ridiculously. We had to bring in extra staff just to man the competition line.
Well, some of the best competitions are impromptu. It's like some of the best nights out you have are the ones that you haven't planned.
Yep. You didn't tell me. Didn't tell me there was a night out.
That's why it was brilliant.
Hey, I line them up. You knock them down. Check. It went post flop. Now we've got the King of Diamonds comes down to spice up your life. Sorrel has checked it over to Bias. 27,500. Confirmation there at 10:15 tonight. At the top right of your screen, you'll see when we're going to bring you that big cash game. Make sure that you tune back in for that after we finish the last level and a half we have of the Super High Roller.
Check again on the river.
Check, and there's a Queen High, Queen 10. Okay. Oh yeah. That'll do it.
Mizzy chipping up more.
Yeah. Good old no limit hold'em, eh? Just when you're hanging on for dear life. Couple of good hands. Biff baff boof. Approaching 300,000 again.
It's like, you know Neil deGrasse Tyson? He hosts it. And that guy's like my hero.
He is pretty awesome.
He's such a badass. Anyway, but like space. He's really good at just taking very complex ideas and breaking them down in a simple way. Exactly like me. Max is watching it. I'm giving Max a
Quick reminder on the screen as well, if you've got to move away from wherever you're watching us, don't forget, get us on your mobile device. Take us with you to the kitchen, perhaps, or to the bathroom. Wherever you want us, we'll be there. Is this a limp from Ole Chemion?
He's just wearing the hat alone.
Yeah. I'll show you what the hat. So
I've not seen too many of them, I don't think. No, says Steve.
Not on my watch.
Exactly. No freebies where I come from.
Yeah, that's the one he bought in Australia. I got a tank top that's the same.
Is that a re-raise? 3-bet to 35k, love it.
Look at that.
Blind versus blind, limped in. It's almost like the check raise part 2. It's the limp fake, the fake limp to induce the raise, to re-raise, the punishing raise.
This is him before watching Cosmos.
I thought somebody was folding there. I think, hang on a minute, no one else is there. They're just passing the phones across the table. Steve kind of has to come now, otherwise he can never ever do that ever again to Ole in that position.
You can't be sure. We're in Monte Carlo. You can't be sure that was a plaque. Maybe it was just here. That's for your next 5 entries, and
Exactly,
it was 500k just been slid across the table.
Exactly. You could be right. Queen, Queen, 7. 2 clubs down there. Ole just flags out a little 25k.
It was a nonchalant bet.
It was.
Dwyer calls.
Probably not the most exciting turn either of these players has ever seen in this particular hand.
No, you can't expect the 4 of spades to have done much at all.
I think there should be a rule that if both players agree that they don't like that card, they just get rid of it and deal another one.
Yeah,
but you can only do once.
But who's going to admit first they don't like it?
They've both got a button under the table that says good or bad, and they press it, and when the second person does it, a green or red light comes up. You can only do it once. So you either keep that and you know where you are, or you get one more. It's like double down. It's like, TM, trademark, Matt Brown, the...
yeah, sorry, you can have that one.
I think I can.
48,000 is the lead out from Shemian. You're right. It was Diane that won.
It was it?
Yeah, Sandy Shores and Ocean Breakers.
That's it, yeah. I remember it being a beautiful holiday theme. A little shout out for Franz Ossinger.
Maybe we need to run a competition for give away one more car protector before the end of the day. What do you reckon?
We've got 9 days of this, you know.
That's
Let's
true.
keep, treat them mean, keep them keen. If we just go spewing out these card protectors, they lose their value.
Look at this, another call. So from an original limp, got now 220,000 chips in the middle.
Well, that's nice.
What, the 220,000 chips or another club?
No, the double paired board, yeah.
That's nice, dear.
That's nice. Now my ace something can win. Now my rubbishy clubs have got a flush and you've got a full house. Bang, all in. If you would like to see somebody exerting pressure with a big stack, welcome to the party.
Welcome to Ole's world.
Yeah. Yeah, there was 219.5 out there before Mr. Ole did that. And not for the first time today. Poor old Steve Dwyer's in a bit of a spot, faced with making the right decision.
And there's always been tricky boards, but at least, you know, one pair on there. This time there's 2 pairs, 3 clubs.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it wouldn't necessarily be for his tournament life because it's a re-entry, but it's certainly for this particular stack of chips. After the tricky day he's had, you wouldn't be surprised for him to want to have a bit of a lie down if he were to exit here.
Yeah, do you think if you do have a tricky day and you go out within the last hour and a half of play, you're just better off getting away from the table for a while and coming back fresh in the morning?
Ah, yes, again, it's like the other conversation. It just depends if you're feeling awesome that you played brilliant and got unlucky and you go, do you know what, I'm on fire, I'm doing nothing wrong. Great, but if actually it's getting to you, and let's be honest, who doesn't it get to when you get into these sort of scrapes? I know I just want to go off and set fire to my legs for a while, just bang my head against the wall. Come back refreshed the next day.
Do we need to have a talk when we go off air, Matt?
Hey, everyone has their mechanisms, yeah? Some people like new age music, and some of us just have to go away and just find a special place. 2 minutes on the decisionatron.
Please call quickly, O'Dwyer, so we can move on from this conversation. Please call quickly.
Or
fold, whatever.
It's all metaphorical, don't worry, we're all good. I think I'm right in saying that Steve's the only player that's kept bringing the decisionatron time and time again onto the screen. He has not had an easy run.
I didn't sign a waiver, right? Anything happens when I'm around Matt, I can see you guys. Yeah, I'm good for that. Okay, cool. We're fine then.
Yeah,
I can relax.
We're all good.
Just want to know I'm covered.
Three minutes, nearly 3 minutes on this painful all-in decision. It was O'Dwyer that kicked us all off pre-flop. Made it 13k. Ollie made it 35k. Again, Ollie led out post-flop. 25k, got called. Then the turn, Ollie led out for 48,000, got called, and now, boom. Certainly, Ollie has been telling a story of strength from the very beginning.
And this is one of those spots where you can understand a player taking as much time as Steve is. This is 100,000 euros. This is 4 times an average salary in most, Western European
And
countries.
he has called.
He has called.
And that face lets you know that he has probably not got the best hand. Is it aces?
Ace queen. Ace queen. Top
Oi,
full house.
oi, oi. Wow.
Ace 10. Wow, big call by Steve. Heroed it off in the end. 100k hero.
See, and the irony there is Ollie has actually played that incredibly straight. You know what I mean? He's got good starting hand, and he has played it strong. He's hit, he's played it strong, he's played it strong, he's played it strong. It's almost like being quite so straightforward was the thing that made it tricky to work out what was going on.
I don't want to say that we called it, Matt, but we did say that Ollie could just hang around and just, wait for big hands and good spots and then just try big opponents off.
You did say once you got all the stacks in the world, once you got 600k, you don't have to be funky. You could just wait for a great hand and try and get as much value as possible. And you nailed it.
Oh, I was being consoled there.
Well,
it's only 100k, Steve. Don't worry, buddy.
And look what that does to Ollie Shemion there. 803,500.
Well, he was feeling a bit uncomfortable below the 200 big blind mark. So
exactly. Once Isaac could, Ike could just sort of overtaken him with a 624. I thought, what do I do about this uncomfortable situation? Unlucky for Steve, he kind of just, sometimes you have a horrible day at the office.
Yeah, and he's also back into the chip lead. The 2 chip leaders of the tournament are the 2 chip leaders that we have at our feature table. So that's nice.
Who's the closest third? Do you know?
Fabian Quos.
Ah, the man with the cocktail stick beard.
Yeah. Who's the reigning 100k champion from the PCA?
Being asked on Twitter, don't forget hashtag EPT Live if you want to talk with us on Twitter. Being asked by Larry, what's the lineup for the cash game? We don't know. That's the exciting thing. We can only guess the kind of players that will sit down for that, but we do not know. We've still got a while, got a few hours before that kicks off.
Yeah, well, we know Isaac Haxton, unless anything terrible happens to him here and the high roller he doesn't want to play, he's going to play.
Yep.
Rick did say that Paul Newey was showing a big interest in playing.
Yes, Talal's out there, he always likes a bit of action.
Certain Mr. Ivy's hanging around.
Yeah.
I've heard he likes a big cash game every now and again.
I've heard he's quite good at the poker.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, there's lots of likely suspects, but we've not had it confirmed to us yet, Larry. But as soon as we get closer to that 10:15 Central European Time kickoff, we will let you know what they've decided.
It'd be really nice to see Dan Jungleman Cates play.
Yeah.
Because he hasn't played that much cash live on TV or on the internet.
Yep.
So that'd be good to see.
Indeed. And a reminder, you've got about 25 minutes before the free roll starts. Some extra money in there as we manage to share the love. Formula 1 is your password. If that's not already pretty chock-a-full, I would imagine.
I had a fear, Matt, during Vienna and San Remo coverage that something might happen to one of our regular viewers who wasn't around so much. And the thought came to me a few days ago. But he's back. Justin is back in the house. Teenage Kevmath, welcome back, buddy.
Good
so
to
what's
see
up,
you.
Eminem? After taking a few events off while watching replay, I managed to find some time to watch EPT live. Looking forward to it. It's good to have you back, matey.
Yep, good to see you, Justin.
Under the gun raise from Isaac Haxton. Isaac's actually been fairly quiet this level. Again, similar story to Shemi, and you get yourself into a good spot.
Yeah, you just don't need to go looking for trouble, do you? You don't need to get too freaky. Just wait for the spots, wait for the cards, wait for the position, wait for the players. You know, you kind of feel pretty kind of a bit of sympathy for Senong right now, because you just know people are going to be waiting for a good spot to get his chips off him.
Yep.
Not to say that's going to be an easy task, but he's obviously quite hamstrung by the fact he's only got just shy of 52k to play with right now.
Yeah, and if he ever shoves from the button or cutoff, he's going to be shoving into one of the two chip leaders, or both.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, never mind being isolated by one of the chip leaders. You've got these two guys sitting next to each other with all the chips in the world.
Yeah, how much you got there, buddy? 12 big blinds? Oh, okay, I got 200, I call.
Yeah. You could kind of start advocating that the gambling of I just called. Don't even know what I've got. Don't even care.
I looked down, I saw I had a 6, and thought it was suited, I called.
I saw that the dealer had given me a couple of cards, and I thought, well, that's going to be good a lot of the time. So this is Sorrel has raised this up. Ike has called. It was a raise to 9k. We are 2,000, 4,000 blinds with a 500 ante. Check, check on an all diamond 4 Jack 10 flop. Three of hearts for free on the turn.
$15,000, Haxton decided to lead out for. Called by Mizzy.
Another diamond. Not the first time today we've seen 4 diamonds down on the board. 53k in the pot. Isaac first to act. Something coming at you, or is it going to be bigger?
21 is that?
21.
Yeah.
Must admit, I used to drive my missus mad watching the EPT on the TV, trying to guess what the bet sizing was going to be. You look at the pot, think about the player, think about you go 23. Just drive it absolutely mental. Job done.
Indeed.
And these two, I mean, Isaac and Ole now just moving away, moving away from the rest of the pack.
Zhao was thought that Ole played his ace-queen for hand very well. Bruce is wondering if Ole plays any cash games. Please comment. I know he's very much known as an MTT player. He won the TLB on PokerStars when he was 18, and then moved from the unlive to the live scene, and just been crushing ever since. I think when you're doing so well at tournaments, why would you play cash games?
Well, let's be honest, you know, some players, they have certain strengths and they just got to capitalize on it. There's, you know, there was a time, I mean, a fair while, like a number of years back, where all of a sudden it was like, if you were just a tournament player, it was like you kind of got a bit sneered at, like, yeah, all the good players, like, in the cash game. And you go, well, but if you're like one of those Chris Mormon-y kind of like, I mean, if you just have that thing in you that just says, I'm just going to kill these tournaments. Why on earth would you feel the need to diversify to make other people happy?
I agree. Sean's asking, who's leading the way for total buy-ins in this super high roller so far? Your friend for that information is a PokerStarsblog.com. They're following the tournament at large. Obviously, we're just following the feature table, so we have a snapshot. We do know that Vanessa Selps, Tobias Renk, and my Ivy, Phil Ivy are 3 players that have bought in more than once. A couple of the Macau
Antonio,
guys.
did he? We saw him come back.
Did he come back?
Yeah, we watched him sitting down and oh no, did he get moved? No, I think he. Oh, actually, now I'm confused. I think we saw him. Well, I seem to remember us being on the outer table and seeing him sitting down again, which I think was after he had been, because he started off down the fish table. Yeah, he bought in. He bought in again. Tobias here, that we just mentioned, raised this up to 10k. Got re-raised by Timothy Adams to 28,000.
Story checks out, Matt. Antonio did buy back in.
Yeah.
Be interested to see if Elke does. He's recently been eliminated.
Who took him out?
The big blind. So I'm looking at the live update section.
Oh, okay.
I think he got crippled at hand and was out soon after.
Oh, okay.
But that information is not available to me, I'm sorry.
Well, that's just not good enough. Oh, this is a fair duel. And on your screen you see, not the first of our viewers to say what a feature table. It is an impressive lineup. We've had it jiggle around as the day's gone on, but at no point has it been anything less than stellar. And that is a nice little pickup for Tim. Two players involved having a little chuckle at each other. You and your raises, you and your re-raises, eh? Cheeky boy. Just over 10 minutes left on this. Level 7, the super high roller. We'll go straight into the final level of the day, level 8. And as we've said earlier on, we'll take a dinner break at that point and then come back at 10:15 tonight, Central European time, bring you some of that big cash game that we keep referring to.
Neil Stoddart in the background there. The EPT's official photographer. Trying to get a better TV time.
He can smell a TV camera a mile away, can't he? I'm just crouching here taking a picture. Hello, Mum. Unbelievable. Transparent. Tim raised it up, got called by Sorrel. 25k in the pot. 9 king 3, 2 clubs. Check to Tim. $9,000 bet. Having a little play with his chips there, little spinning tops. Do you see that? You see that little display? That was like the Cirque du Soleil, that was.
We've got so many chips, you might as well, you know. Oh, hold on. Okay.
Oh, that's mean. That is just mean.
Okay, while he's still got those chips, you might as well have a play with them. Oh, damn it, that's mean as well.
That's not good. There is nothing worse than being so short-stacked that you don't really have enough to even do a basic chip ruffle. I mean, if you haven't got enough to do a little flip, then you know you're kind of pretty much done. But when you kind of have got 2 stacks of 3, and you're going, you just feel like the saddest man on the world.
Oh, sorry, you all in? Oh, no, you haven't even got cards. Rubs.
Mean. Nice little pickup for Sorrel there. Getting close to 300,000 again. Tobias down to 180,000. Senong just 50,000 on the nose. More bananas arriving. Just out of control. Oh, reaching for his man satchel there, Ole. Keep your money close. Paying for his bananas. The action's actually on Banana Man. Quite a lot of concern about the bananas for some reason. Folded round to him. He is on the button and therefore must bet.
It's the law.
It is the law. 9 grand. It works on Sorrel just to buy us to get through here.
Be careful, because if you try and fight the law will win.
Well, that's what I've heard.
Tomias defending his big blind. Jack 10-4, 2 diamonds. Checks it over to the aggressor. Checkity check. Looks like Rinkelmeyer fancies leading out on the 6 of clubs turn.
Yeah.
Job's a good one.
Yeah. He clearly sensed that that was exactly the right time to do exactly that. That's all I have to say about that. Sometimes you just know. The bananas turned up, he saw a weakness. Now is the time to strike.
That banana tail.
Yeah. The old banana in the tailpipe.
Just 6 minutes left at a level before we enter the last level of the day. Blinds are at 2,000, 4,000 with a 590. The last level we'll see 2,500. 5,000 with 500 ante.
Yeah, and it must be awfully frustrating for Senang here. It's just 5 minutes to try and make something happen before the blinds make his stack even less effective than they are right now.
Yeah.
Straight out of the traps. It's a raise from Tim Adams up to 10 grand. Job done.
Picking on the short stack.
This is how people have done from the start of this level, as we've got 4 minutes left on it. You can see it's mostly been to the detriment of Senang. Lots of chips moving around the table, and really him and Tobias the only ones that have been donating. Big moves for Ollie. Icon Sorrel.
Yeah. Stuart's asking about the sort of figures they're looking at with the cash game later on. He's got £50. Can he play, Matt?
He can play. It really depends how long he wants to play. Because he's probably going to need to rally a little bit more. Just a couple bits more on top of that £50. And obviously there's also the flights and the accommodation if he wants to get here in time.
So I'd have to make the £50, I'd have to try and spin up somehow.
He's going to have to spin up quite radically. He's going to have a really, really good free roll.
I've got it in you, Stuart. I think you can turn £50 into 250,000 euros before the cash game finishes.
It's been done before. I'm sure it'll be done again. We look forward to receiving you here in Monte Carlo.
Roland saying, pretty sure Ole just handed over 2 notes in payment for 2 bananas. Minimum 10 euros. 10 euros? What do you think this is? There must be at least 35 euros a piece. This is Monte Carlo.
Yeah, I reckon
2 50 € notes plus tip.
Easy.
But yeah, they'd be damn good bananas.
Well, they're superstar poker winner bananas. They've got magic poker dust in them because he's top of the stack. Each banana is worth 400,000 clearly because he's got 800,000, 810,000. Every time you look at the chip counts, and just every 5 seconds, Ollie just clicks up. Must be nice.
Must be.
3 minutes left on this level, and then 1 more hour of the super high roller.
Don's tweeted in to say that Jungle Man has tweeted that he'll be playing in that cash game.
Ah, superb. We said we hoped he might.
Bogle sang too. Is interested.
Oh, really?
Cricket, etc.
Nice.
This could be. We could be on for a doozy of a night tonight.
That would be lovely. Good lord, they'll be fighting for the seats.
That'd be fantastic if we have a waiting list as well.
Can you imagine?
Chomping at the bit to get in.
A 501,000 cash game with a waiting list.
It'd be great if this fills up and then suddenly there are superstars waiting to get in the game. How good would that be? Under the gun raise from Sorel Mizzy. Or Mitzi.
I believe it's Mitzi. Hello.
So 3 banana. I mean, a 3-bet from Shemian.
3 banana. 3 bananas straight back at you.
Do you think he's going to peel?
Exactly. He's going to peel a flop. I like that. Yep. 10 grand a banana. 3 bananas back at you. So if he doesn't slip up, etc.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I know.
Very easy to have a chop pot with a banana in there.
Let's hope they don't split.
Banana split.
Hey, the old brains. Quite literally, the old brains. Deuce, deuce, 10. Good luck getting excited about that, boys and girls. My quad twos are taking us down. But you're never going to pay me off, are you?
I've just got a bare 10. I've got an ace kicker top, but
well, I won't hold out for a big pot.
But it is ace 10 of spades, so there are some back draws there. You know I love a back draw.
You do. You get very excited about the back draws. 28k is the asking price. The bad news for currently not involved Sen-Ung is the blinds are about to go up.
Banana bet good.
Yeah, banana good.
Had another bunch of chips.
Nice.
Serious question for you though, Matt. John the Book wants to know, how much is tiramisu in Monte Carlo?
I don't know. I don't ask questions like that because I know I'm not going to like the answer.
Hello, Daniel and Patrick. How are you doing? Daniel seems to be doing very well.
How are you doing?
Oh,
hello, Mr. Phil Ivey.
Hey, Phil, you're going to play in that cash game? I hear there might be a waiting list. There is? No, really? Am I going to be on it? See, the talk of our cash game's already going on.
Yeah, but that's just you.
I'm inside their minds.
Really?
Yeah.
How's that feel? So look at this lineup.
Scary.
This is just ridiculous. Look at the people in that shot. If you just held still for a minute, you got Juanda, Daniel, Antonius, Phil. Oh, private conversation.
Oh, look at that. I've just got no chips. That's when Negrano got his extra chips. It looks like he's just busted Patrick Antonio. He just flapped it.
Flapped it. Well, is that a player we'll see rebuy? Will we see that prize pool boosting?
Meanwhile, on our feature table, Mizzy and Haxton.
Yep, Ike raised it up to 10 grand, got called. Check, check. 3 Jack, King, Rainbow. 7 of spades on the turn. I had to imagine if no one fancied that flop, that 7's going to get anyone particularly fired up.
Diane made a great point. How do we forget Banana Boat in that last one?
Diane, you're just
too good.
It's just always there. Just always just thinking of the thing you weren't quite clever enough to think of.
$17,500. Just told you, Ike. Can you listen? Oh, I'm not there.
I don't think he can hear from where we are.
No. Our dungeon stroke dance studio.
Job done. Simple bets, simple wins. This has been a good little stretch for Sorel, so keeping in the mix, keeping the chips moving.
Yeah, he'll be very happy. I mean, he's only up 17,000 from the start of day, but considering how the first few levels went,
yeah,
very happy indeed.
Yeah, sometimes that feels as big a victory as getting out there chip leader to just still be in it and still be above average and still be fighting.
Not a lot of time though for Seng Ung under the gun this hand. Less than 10 big blinds.
Yeah, you kind of, and you just, it's a horrible position because you know what you should do and you know you're going to get zero respect and you know you've got to be really lucky to actually come out of it on top. Gonna let it go this time, but not a lot of wiggle room. 2,500, 5,000 blinds, 500 ante, and he's got 41,000 to play with now. Not a lot of life. Thought Tobias was going to do something there. Thought better of it.
Just a raise and take. Now Seng's going to be in the big blind.
What's the lowest number of big blinds you've ever allowed yourself to get to? Not like that you've lost the pot and been left with it, but what's the worst you've ever managed to get down to before actually just getting it in there?
Well, I mean, I've got down to 2 or 3 big blinds, but it was in a satellite, so that's different again.
Yeah. All right, not in satellite.
Okay, I mean, I don't like to get below 10, obviously, but I can't remember. Maybe I have been down to, maybe it's just got myself into a position where I know I'm going to get called and people are keep raising in front of me and I've got absolute junk. So, you know, honestly, I probably have been down to about 6 or 8 big blinds. And yourself?
I think about 7. I think about the same situation where you know what you should be doing, and that's the real difference, isn't it, between the guys that just know what they should be doing and when you just go, I can't. You blame your cards. I can't do it with these two, and you think, well, stop looking at them then.
Yeah.
Just stop looking at them. I can't do it with these two. Fold. More antes, more blinds. Oh, I can't look. Not with that rubbish. It shows everyone at the table.
Another raise.
Yeah.
Another open raise from Haxton. This time, Renkamai does decide to call.
He kind of looked like he was considering getting involved last time around, but did win for it. And now, Sen Ung has also decided to invest a fair chunk of his chips into this, a quarter of his stack.
I think Renkamai is quite strong here, hoping if he just flats, then there's a good chance the betting might be opened up behind him, get some more chips in.
Maybe. I mean, the thing is, Sen Ung's involvement kind of is slightly baffling because you kind of think, don't you want to just get his chips in there, or how do you think this hand's going to go with him in it? A 10 on the turn, having gone check all the way through.
If you do have a really big, I mean, how long do you, do you wait and bet trying to get some value out of Haxton? So.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is you don't want to get too obsessed with Ung that you miss out on actually, getting some of Ike's chips off him. It's going to be 15 odd. What's this going to be? 24. Oh, wow, that's big into 33. That was bigger than I was expecting. Obviously. Kind of a bit baffled about the way that went, but
yeah, well, Ung was waiting and waiting and waiting. Maybe he's just hit the 10 on the turn. Tobias only has 6,000 more to call. Obviously it does.
Now I'm not entirely sure which way around. I think that it is the ace-queen for Ung.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't just get them in pre-flop. I guess maybe he thought he was going to get called on both spots or whatever. But
If only there were more, if only there were more cards, you could say there's a sweat on. We did have it round the wrong way.
Had the hangs round the wrong way.
Well, that's good news. Well, at least that makes sense why he did want to hang on to it, but kind of surprised about the call.
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah.
With their facial actions.
Sorrel looks like he's going to get back in action here. Keep riding this out. Moving in the right direction. 12,000 raise. Not the best spot in the world for Senang to be now with his chips, but certainly a bit more breathing space. At least he can do some proper damage, and if he does get another double up, he'll be right back in it. Not involved in this hand, though. It's all about Sorrel and Tim. Deuce 4-6 rainbow. Check brings 7 of clubs on the turn, and I think that could possibly... I thought it was going to be more food for Tim, but it's okay. I think that's for Senang. $16K from Tim. Job done. Evelyn said, free roll started. Luckily, only 27,000 people knew the password. Well, that's good. That's good. Keep the numbers down.
Keep the numbers down, yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's still late reg open for that.
I would imagine so.
Get involved. Password is Formula 1. And there's $500 extra in the prize pool. $2,000 up for grabs for free. On Matt Broughton, it was his turn to, you know, flick it in for that one. So thanks,
Matt. Yes, that will be fine.
It's fine. Just skip the buffet that we have later. Sell your ticket. It's got to be worth about that much.
That buffet ticket, yeah, I'm sure that'd be a fortune.
Somebody's got raising chips.
Yeah, good on him. Good on him. Must be very frustrating to have been in the spot he's been in thus far. Now finally got a little bit more wiggle room. Got position. Tim is eating again.
There
I was
we
absolutely
go.
right. Okay, so that's the third meal of the day. Done the noodles, done the spaghetti. Now we got some sort of salad action going on. Ike is asking for a complete count from Senang. Started it with 90,000.
That's a big 3-bet.
That looks like a rather committing re-raise there from Ike.
Yeah, so how much you got? Okay, I'll raise all of it.
Blah. Caesar salad just flying out of the kitchen.
Is that a Caesar salad? Yeah, maybe. Or is that salmon? Oh, is that a bit of bread? More carbs. More carb loading.
We're just obsessed.
We might as well talk about... Oh, it's salmon. It's seafood, salmon and prawn.
Seafood salmon, rather than land-based salmon, which is obviously much faster and thus harder to catch. Gives it up. Does the old Senang. He's worked quite hard for those chips. He's not about to throw them willy-nilly into the sky. And Ike takes it down with a bit of old-school aggression. How many you got? And whatever you answer, I just say all in. And you hate life.
I was trying to scratch it off. Maybe it's okay. All right, let's go.
This table's playing 6-handed at the moment.
I should be small blind.
won't allow the table to play 500. 600 is fine.
Yeah.
They just wait for the next table to break rather than constantly balancing tables and moving players around.
Might not necessarily be the way that Senong is happy to play right now. Would probably rather get a few more orbits, a few more hands in per orbit.
That is true. Suits some more than others.
Keeps the world turning though. Salmon Tim gives it up.
Ah, well, I thought he was getting a walk.
Oh.
And I think Ole was saying, God, I had a good hand as well.
Yes.
Exposed it.
Yes. Ike tried to save him. Hadn't realised what happened.
Mitzi had ace queen anyway.
He might have accidentally saved himself a bit of hurt there.
That's how good he runs. Even when he makes mistakes, it could be to his advantage.
That's not fair. It's just not fair. 45 minutes left on our super high roller coverage today. Don't forget we're here the rest of today. 8 more days coming at you. EPT Grand Final, plenty of poker to bring you. And of course a bit later on tonight, about 10:15 Central European time, cash game. Theo Jorgensen going to join us in the booth. And we'll watch some of the best in the business play for some big sums. Tobias has bumped this up to 12k. Like going to do that thing where he just goes, well, I'm all in then. Rank my 142,000 in chips, so
I don't think he'll do that with Ole.
I don't think, yeah, that is true. Still a dangerous player, Tobias. Enough chips to ruin your game.
Well, it is a 3-bet.
Yeah. As you said, he's not going to do anything too bonkers with Ole still behind him, but it's a meaningful 3-bet for sure. Aware that Ole might punish him for making a move on the button. Could be a legit hand though, doesn't have to just be position based. Come on, Ole. Keep that reputation alive. Make it ridiculous.
Here he comes. Cold 4-bet alert.
Cold 4-bet. I nearly accidentally did the 5-bet horn there. I still am a little bit rusty on this. Oh, and Tobias just goes, bye! And now lets these guys slug it out. The brilliant thing, Shimion, is that he does it enough that you know it could be coming, but he doesn't do it so much that when he does it, you don't go, oh God.
Not again.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's
again
not,
and again and again.
It's not like you're just going to start getting involved with him with position light, because he doesn't do it so much that you just think this is going to be easy to read. But he does it enough that you just kind of hate him.
You just get relaxed again and bang! Hits you with another 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet, whatever it may be.
Just know he's got all the chips in the world. You're sitting there, you got 650,000. You should be the happiest man on the planet, and you just suddenly hate your life.
Hackton had the button. He attacked one of the shorter stacks. It kind of makes sense that if his range was going to be wider, at any point it would be that point.
Yeah.
And these are the sort of things you need to look out for. You know, he could well be that he does have a big hand, but
yeah,
more often than not he won't.
It is, again, it boils down to the good players doing the whole, well, he knows that I know, that he knows that I know. If if Ollie had a good hand, now is just brilliant timing for him because it could be misconstrued. Little smile, no information, chips going in one direction. Before you know it, we could very easily in the next 42 minutes find Ole sitting close to $1 million.
Stop it.
I know, but 886,000 now for the man at the top of the leaderboard. In more ways than one.
That's good to have teenage kid math back. You can tell us that Bonomo, Zhu, Fung, Renkemeyer, Ivy, Kurjanov, Esfandiari, Selps have all re-entered, and Dan Coleman has re-entered twice. Tobias at our feature table. Second bullet not going that well for him.
No.
Less than 25 bigs now, or just over, around 25 bigs. He's big blind and he's facing a raise from Isaac. That's 3-bet up to 32,000.
Job done, yeah. It was just a little tickle attempt there by Ike.
Much easier decision that time for
Yeah.
Ike. So I called him Isaac at the beginning of the hand. You see that? I knew he was going to lose it.
Really? I didn't notice that.
Accidentally.
$40 minutes on the last level of the super high roller play today. Much more tomorrow. Action's going to start on Tim. Folds it. Min raise to 10k from Mike.
Axon decides to shrink his opening raise size down to 10,000. Yet again, he gets put with a 3-bet from the button from Suramitsi. 26.5. Come on, Ike. 3 hands in a row. You gonna let this happen? 3 hands in a row. Elects the call. He will be out of position. Ace 10-9, all rainbow. Haxton quickly checks it over to Mitzi. Is he happy to check behind on the flop and on the turn?
The old 8 on the river. That old trick. $63,500 in the pot. Check, check. No one wants to get too crazy about this. A7 is going to do the job.
Can understand why there. Hackstrom's happy just to keep the pot nice and small.
Yep, yep. Just rely on the strength of his legit hand to do the job for him without putting too much at risk or getting too crazy.
So 36 minutes left on this level for players to be able to bust and re-enter. If not, they do have the option, if they bust today, of re-entering before the start of play tomorrow. As soon as the cards are in the air for level 9, registration is closed. This re-entry tournament enters the freeze-out stage. With lots and lots and lots of money to be up for grabs.
Yes, I think we can expect a rather scary amount of money in that particular prize pool. Surreal makes it 11,000 with 2 players already out. Tobias interested to know exactly how much Surreal's playing. Has him covered and then some.
Pretty sure Tobias 3 bets coming up.
Yeah, he's never taken this much time on the button to then flat, if indeed he's ever flatted on the button. Not the biggest 3 bet in the world, but this is interesting here. Slight pause from home. That's indeed no real surprise. Could be a good spot for him. It kind of very easily could be genuine, decent. Let's try and work out which one's which here.
Tobias doesn't look too happy.
That's an ace and something on the left. Okay, so the ace-queen is for Tobias. The ace is for Senung.
What a spot for Senung.
Great spot. You could see when he took that moment that clearly brewing for something.
Oh, that's not a great flop for him.
That's not very nice, is it?
Wow.
This
Picks
chap's
up the
been
flush
awfully
draw.
patient.
And there it is.
Oh, good lord. Well, do you know what? You got to tip your hat. Senung has done nothing really particularly horribly wrong. It's
just very unlucky.
Just every time he tried to make a move early in the day, just ran into resistance. Super patient. Managed to get himself back with a fighting stack. Everything looked really rosy when we saw those two those two hands come together, and then the flop was not great, and the rest we know.
Nothing you can do, buddy. Just very unlucky.
So of course now we're going to have to find ourselves another player. Puts us 5-handed on our feature table.
I dropped in a joke twice there and you missed it both times. I'm not going to say it a third time.
Did he get unlucky? Oh.
That's what I said.
Did you? Sorry.
Yeah.
Do you know, it was in my head and then I was kind of...
It went in subconsciously. You knew it was in there, but...
I was waiting to use it. See, you said you didn't want to play.
No, I was with you on it. Just maybe we had someone around. I don't know. It was early.
It was. So Bias now with 47 big blinds with 30 minutes left on the day. Oh, we are going to play on with 5 hands. Okay.
I thought we stopped it.
Well, I just believed you earlier on when you said it. I thought I didn't know it, but I'm going to go with it. I was expecting it to pause.
I can be very convincing when I'm completely convinced myself. I think we'll get another play very, very soon anyway. So blind on blind battle here. Tim Adams versus Ike Haxton. Jack 9-5, rainbow flop. Adams just completed pre-flop. Now checks it over to Haxton, who's bet, and he folds.
That was simple, that one.
Yeah.
It feels unfair because Sorel has played very hard in the last couple of levels to get himself back in it, but he does find himself the shortest stack at the table, 213,000. I'm going to bother him too much. Got enough to do some damage, got enough to play the game he wants to play. And as we say that, he comes in under the gun, makes it 12k. Oh dear. Well, there's a reaction to the new player. This looks like Antonio Esfandiari coming back again.
At least Timothy Adams will have someone to eat with now.
Exactly. Well, it ends as it began. Antonio is back.
Action on Shemian. It's definitely not going to be a quieter final table with Antonio around as well. Shemian defends from the big blind. King, Queen, Jack. But all three different suits. I think that's actually a lead out. Shemian on the turn, is that right?
No,
check bet call.
Check, yeah. Yeah, check bet call. Now check, check. Third heart, the ace comes down. Wet as wet can be. Across the whole board now.
It's like the way we put that graphic of the bottle of water up as well, just to show it's a really wet board.
Yeah, that was good. That was very good, wasn't it?
Amazing work by Nick there.
Exactly. 3D action across the way. Put your 3D glasses on now. It's too late. Too late. It's been 33k. Means everything and nothing on a board like this. It could just be testing your nerve. If you come back with a re-raise here, you think, how strong a hand would Ole have to play on? But of course, then he just comes back over the top knowing the same thing.
He does call.
He does. We see what is bad news for Sorel by the smell of that. Although we don't get to see anything. Yes, we do. Here we go. Oh, briefly.
Queen
I
10.
think he had a 10. Yep, so
Yeah,
he made
10
himself
straight.
straight there.
More bananas for Ole.
More bananas. I mean, this guy could probably have his own tree. If things keep going his way, he could have his own plantation before the end of the day.
So a little bit before we were talking about how many people have rebought and Dan Coleman rebuying twice. Max Altercott last year, when he took down his title, did it on one bullet, went all the way through and won it. If he's going to defend and claim that title once more, then he's going to have to do it 2 bullets. He has been eliminated by Vanessa Selps. He flopped top pair with a queen kicker, but Vanessa had set of 4s Ended up making trips, but had a full house for Vanessa.
Remind us, what did he win last time? What was it he got around?
1.7 million.
1.7, yeah, 1.746 million first prize. Wow.
This year's top prize promises to be more.
Yeah.
59 entries in now. Not all unique. That's including re-entries, but 59. Up from 9 already. And we have another 27 minutes tonight, and we have all of tomorrow morning.
Under the gun raise from Sorrel here. Min raised to 10k. Tim has come along, and now Ike Haxton looking to make everybody's life difficult from the button. That is not the face of a man about to fold. Of course, now the dynamics have changed somewhat with the appearance of Antonio Asfandiari. Not a massive surprise to find that 3-bet coming out. 33k, gets through the blinds. Back to the original raiser.
Yeah, is it enough to squeeze out Mitzi and Adams?
Wow.
4-bet alert.
Well, that certainly gets, well, yeah, there's no hanging around there. Nice timing there. So that's an interesting pattern there to sense the min raise pre. Under the gun min raise. That worked out rather well.
So Daniel Vincent saying that Senton, very unlucky. Played a good game, but no excuse for those sandals. Did you see his sandals as he was leaving?
Do you know what? I must admit, I didn't notice any sandals.
I hope they weren't sandal and socks combo. That's a step too far.
That is way too far. I mean, sandals, you know, we're in a warm climate, and that might be expected, but socks and sandals, you know. If anybody is using the replay function, would they go back
and let us know? That would be good.
Take a screenshot or just report back. We would like confirmation on the socks, sandals, scandals. It's
Dennis
totally unnecessary.
Yeah, it is. Dennis says, hooray, love to see the magician back at the feature table. Alex Torelli saying, just busted my second victim, King to 10-10 up to 600k. Hopefully the live updates team have picked up on that so we can see who Alex Torelli knocked out at one of our outer tables. Familiar faces in this pot, Mitty Adams and Haxton. 10-8-7, rainbow. A lot of rainbow flops today. It's all been about the back doors in terms of flushes, Matt.
It has, yeah. Yeah, we've seen a fair few of those run out. Well, a check from the big blind. Tim was the original pre-flop raiser. No real surprise to see him taking a stab at this. 23,500 into a 38.5 pot. Isaac interested to see more cards. Of course, his interest makes it harder for Mitzi to carry on here.
Yeah, and if you're going to float on a board like this, you want to float in position so you can really take advantage of, you know, if it develops, becomes more moist.
Indeed.
Couple more drips on there. In a second spade, but not really. If we had a jack of spades or a queen of spades or a six of spades, nine of spades. Not the four.
Yeah, hard to get particularly excited about the four. Got to employ some real creative thinking to imagine that's going to turn anybody's hand particularly around. Maybe I'm just not optimistic enough.
Adams checks.
pretty much like one. I guess towards the end of the last night, and then obviously.
35,000, too much for Adams. So Haxton did utilise the position very well there. I think Stuart Kennedy might be a little bit confused about the buy-in level of this event. Are there an expected amount of new players to join the high roll tomorrow? 59 entries equals 590k. That would be right if it was a 10,000 buy-in. This is a €100,000 buy-in, so 59 entries actually equates to 5.9 million. Hence is how Max Aldercott managed to win more than 1.7 million in last season's Super High Roller. Yikes. Haxton, 12,000 from the hijack.
I'll take the over 20.
The Tobias has been over 20 different levels? 20%. Oh, no.
We've just over 20 minutes left on this level. Just a word of warning to you viewers that we are one player away from our feature table breaking. Now, to get another table up and get everything sorted, the time will have run out by then. So if we do lose another player before the end of this level, then we will conclude our coverage for the high roller this evening. We'll go on our break and we'll be back with you at 10:15 for the $1 million cash game. €1 million cash game.
$1 million.
€1 million cash game. Probably not going to be in this hand. Rankamaya defended from the big blind. Checkity check on the 10 high flop. Tray of hearts on the turn.
I don't know why. It seems like Ike has really slowed down in this last level. Like, all of his decisions seem much more laboured than...
Maybe they're just really difficult decisions.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe
he's tired. Jet lag for Malta. It's a long way away, Malta. It's not in the same sea or anything.
Geography was probably your strong point at school, I'm guessing.
I was joking, I was being ironic.
I know.